Spartacus says. Announcing the return of TikTok.
Say the color black without walking on eggshells.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships. Or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Chat.
Enjoy the show.
Okay, well, I was kind of proving that I don't have any audio issues, but I'm now realizing that I do have camera issues. So I need to fix these. What the? Oh, okay. All right, that's perfect. Just got adjust it. Suck that. Suck on that, losers. My shit's awesome. Hey, yo, what up, Liberal Hawk? How's it going? What's up, everybody? Today is 6/10/2025. It is 10:05 p.m. Eastern Time. We're just getting started here on the Foolery Show. We got a bunch of stuff to cover, but we're gonna go over some of the stuff with the protests first. If people want to join, they can feel free by requesting up on TikTok. If somebody will post the link to the live in chat, I'll in the YouTube chat, I will post it or pin it at the top for everybody else. That would be awesome. But yeah, how's everybody's day? Anything? The noise gate is fucking your sound up. Okay, I think I just need the mic closer. That's all. How's the audio on TikTok? It's great. Awesome. Appreciate it, Tex. Thank you, Aaron, for getting the link. You may have to cut it down. Here, I'll go ahead and type it in while I play the first video.
Protests against federal immigration raids have gone into their 5th day. Trump administration is sending 700 Marines to the city.
And President Trump ordered the deployment of 2,000 more California National Guard troops, making for a total of 4,000 over the objections of Governor Gavin Newsom, who was challenging the action in court. Our chief national correspondent, Matt Gutman, is on the scene for us there in L.A. Good morning, Matt.
Hey, good morning, Robin. It is entirely possible that by the end of today, we will see nearly 5,000 combined California National Guard and Marines deployed here in Southern California. The question is, where will they be housed? Where will they be sent? As you mentioned, California Governor Gavin Newsom insists.
I just realized I'm on the wrong chat. I was like, yeah, he still hasn't posted it, so I'll go post it myself. But okay, there we go. Thank you, Aaron.
They are not needed here. And last night we were out here just outside this federal complex watching an overwhelming number of local law enforcement break up protests of about several hundred people here much more quickly than they had in previous nights. Overnight, hundreds of police in riot gear facing down protesters for a 4th consecutive night of clashes. The administration now making the unprecedented move of dispatching 700 active duty Marines to the streets of Los Angeles and increasing the California National Guard presence to over 4,000. Throughout much of the day, a quiet tension had settled over the city. That didn't stop the administration from bypassing the governor, who said he did not ask for this support and doesn't want it.
You can see how much smoke is being deployed on the other side by the LAPD. That is, these officers are moving people away from the federal building. You can see federal law enforcement there in California National Guard, and there's skirmishes right up and down this street with law enforcement.
You guys remember during BLM, there was a period where they kept trying to move people in different areas, which it makes sense that they're going to keep like backing people up, especially when there's big crowds. But they would keep backing them up and using like flashbangs and rubber bullets and all sorts of stuff like that. And then eventually there was one time where they backed them into a what do you call it? Into like a tunnel or something. And then on both sides, the cops start like compressing these people into a small circle and then continue shooting like flashbangs, smoke grenades, like rubber bullets at them. It's fucking insane. What the fuck? Why? Like, if you want to get rid of them, if you want these people to go home, if you want them to like disperse, you don't back them into a corner to where they can't go anywhere. But that's what they did. They just backed them into a corner where the police ended up on both sides of them. There was nowhere for them to go. And then they continue shooting flashbangs and smoke grenades and shit at them. It's insane, dude. Fucking ridiculous.
This protester, Addie, says she's been out on the protest lines for 4 consecutive days now.
Why is this personal for you?
It's personal for me. I was undocumented once. I came to this country when I was 5 years old. I've lived here without an identity until I was 20 years old. Thanks to my mother, thanks to my grandmother, who came here and led the way, I've been able to have a successful career.
And overnight, California Governor Gavin Newsom mocking the deployments.
The absurdity of this cannot be understated. There were 2,000 National Guard that were, quote unquote, deployed, of which only 315 actually were mission assigned. 1,700 have no particular role or responsibility.
Embattled LA Mayor Karen Bass warning that Trump might be using LA as a trial run for other cities.
A test case for what happens when the federal government moves in and takes the authority away from the state or away from local government. I don't think that our city should be used for an experiment. Well, maybe we can do this to other cities.
Earlier in the day, the president suggesting that Newsom should be happy he sent in the military, that Southern California was a, quote, mess. He even suggested it might be a good idea if his border czar, Tom Homan, arrested the California.
I didn't even see them doing anything. Like, we watched pretty much the entire day, and I didn't see them do anything. I didn't see them do shit. It just seems like he sent them in so they could stand around and then take credit for what the local police departments end up doing. But I haven't seen anything from them. I don't even think I ended up seeing the National Guard anywhere.
California governor.
I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
When asked by our Karen Travers what crime Newsom has committed to warrant arrest.
What was that, dude?
I think it's great.
When asked by our California governor.
I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
When asked by our Karen Travers what crime Newsom
What was that, dude? That is so weird.
has committed to warrant arrest, the president responding.
I think his primary crime is running for governor because he's done such a bad job.
Newsom in a post on X writing, Donald Trump admits he will arrest a sitting governor simply because he ran for office. I asked border czar Tom Homan about the feud.
This morning, the president said arresting Gavin Newsom is a great idea.
The governor's backing me.
He said that's what you should be doing.
The president's backing me up. If you violate the law, and he knows better than anybody. You know, he's the president of the United States, and they arrested him.
Homan overseeing part of the federal response on the ground from Los Angeles. The administration recently slamming protesters for concealing their faces with masks. Critics arguing ICE agents have been concealing their identities using face coverings and unmarked.
They arrested him. He knows better than anybody. The massive difference when you're talking about, like, the president in this scenario, again, being the one who's kind of pushing the boundaries and possibly even breaking the law. Again, it is Trump in this scenario. There doesn't seem to be anything that Gavin Newsom has done in this scenario to where he could possibly even be arrested for anything. But it seems like Tom Homan's already backed off that statement and kind of said, like, oh yeah, like, I didn't say he broke laws. If he breaks a law, then we'll arrest him, but I didn't say he did break any. Yeah, well, Trump is saying that they refuse to send the cops out. They refuse to actually defend the law. They refuse to actually arrest people, which is all lies. We've watched them arresting tons of people. There's numbers out there of how many people they're arresting. Like, there's no shot that you can think that they're just sitting around doing nothing. Trump is just making shit up and then acting like he needs to send people in because he just wants to continue intimidating people. That's it. That's all it is. There's nothing more to it.
Marked vans.
Why don't you ask me why the protesters are wearing masks? Why are they wearing masks? To hide their identities because they don't want to go to jail.
Correct.
Our officers
but they're protesters and not employees of the federal government.
Our officers are wearing masks to protect themselves and their families.
Now, Homan also telling me that those ICE raids and arrests will continue night after night here in Los Angeles and elsewhere in the country, and that likely means more protests. And I wanted to give folks at home a sense of what we talk about when we speak of these non-lethal or less lethal rounds. This is one of those spongy rounds that's typically fired on the ground and sprays out at the legs of protesters. This is a 40-millimeter rubber-tipped round. Now, these are designed to hurt, but they're not designed to maim or to kill protesters. George.
Okay, Matt, thanks very much.
Huh. I mean, it does seem like it's hurting them. We watched the video yesterday of them just randomly shooting a reporter for no reason. And then I think today, so I thought that this was actually a replay of something that happened years ago. It turns out it's not. I remember there was a black reporter for CNN who got arrested at the BLM protests, and I thought this was just a replay of it. I thought they were just showing the same thing, but no, they just did the same thing again.
Oh wait, hold on.
Because I remember them like telling him to come over, and then the CNN reporter being like, "Okay, so what do I do?" They're like, "You need to put your camera down. We'll take it." And then it was still recording live the whole time as like the cops walking with the fucking camera, and they arrest somebody. So, oh no, he's black. Wait, I didn't say because he's black. I didn't say. But you're a little too defensive on the fucking race issue, huh? You're a little too defensive when black comes up. I'm just saying that, like, I remember a black reporter getting arrested. So the fact that a black reporter got arrested again this time made me think that it was just a replay of the same exact thing.
You guys aren't under arrest because you're with press, okay?
Okay.
But we have to take you out of the circle. We're going to direct you in the direction that you need to go.
Okay.
Do not come back, okay?
Do not come back.
Do not come back, okay?
Got
You'll
it.
be arrested.
Got it.
All
This
right?
is the crew right here. Let's go.
Get your whole crew over here. Get your whole crew right here.
Yep, this is it.
We're going to take them all out one at a time so you guys all catch up at the other end. Okay?
Walk straight down this way?
We're going to walk, officers are going to walk you down that way, okay?
Okay.
So what I need from you is to put your hands behind your back. They're going to walk you. Yeah, you hold on your paper. Hold on that.
How are you? I'm well, thank you. How are you? Yes.
Jason Carroll, I've got you on the line. Jason, what's happening right now? Where are you?
Well, I'm outside the perimeter, Laura. Again, I think you heard John Miller explain it, and I think he explained it best. You know, as I was walking over to the officer, tried to explain who I was, identified who I was with. I turned. He said, "I'd like you to turn around." I turned around. I had my hands behind my back. They did not put me in zip ties, but they did grab both of my hands as I was escorted over to the side. They said, "You are being detained while we lead you out of this area. You are not allowed to be in this area." So they took me over to the side. They took down my name. They asked me where I was from.
What area was he in?
You know, they get your
He hasn't even said.
information. And I said, "Am I being arrested?" He said, "No, you're not being arrested. You're being detained." And so there's that. As press, you know, these are some of the things that you take a lot of risks as press. This is low on that sort of scale of risks, but it is something that I wasn't expecting, simply because we've been out here all day. I've covered any number of protests, and normally there's the officers put the press, realize that the press is there doing a job, so to speak.
Yeah, they were on. I think it was night 2. They were also like moving the press around, shooting at the press. Yesterday we saw the Australian woman who got shot at for no reason. Like, she's literally just standing there and they just turn and aim right at her. She's standing there by herself and they just aim right at her and shoot her. It's pretty obvious that like press are not protesters, right? The press are there to cover the event. And so it's like a freedom of speech thing that like you got to make sure that the press is there to be able to cover everything that's happening. But they just start shooting at the press, which is kind of fucking wild. That's a weird thing. Like, even when I go to protests, like I will kind of like step out of line and like go out in like traffic or in areas where the protesters are supposed to stay. I will go outside of that because I'm not a protester. I'm there to cover the fucking event. So it's weird when press is there and they just start treating them like protesters. That's really odd.
And but again, this is what happened. It did not last long. Felt a little longer than than what it was, but there you have it. But we are now outside the perimeter, and the protest, at least at this point, is being concluded, getting back to the reason why we're here.
I can't even say black anymore without walking on eggshells. Grace, it's a meme. He doesn't mean that. It's a joke. I think it's on. I think it's on here. These people really like those automated cars. Damn, TikTok sucks, dude. Holy shit, this platform sucks. Give me a break. You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells. Come on. Black, 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 black. Crap.
He said the word black.
No.
He said black. I heard it.
No, I said crap.
He's one of those Nazi guys.
I said crap.
Why did you say black?
I said. Give me a break. You can't.
And reporting on why we were here. They're making a number of arrests of those demonstrators who were left, about a couple of dozen or so. They had put out the announcement that anyone who was still here would be put under arrest for failure to disperse. And so at that point, that's when they took those demonstrators into custody after they had sort of boxed them in. But at one point we did ask, hey, can we get outside this perimeter so we can get a better shot? We were denied and told that we were not allowed to leave. And so at that point, as I told you before it happened, we would sort of play it by ear, and that's how it went down.
Jason, Carol, please stand by. Thank you, John, Felipe, as well. I appreciate it. I want to bring back our panel. We've got Karen Finney and Michael Singleton, and joining us at the table, Shan Wu, former federal prosecutor and defense attorney as well. I have to tell you that maybe remember when our colleague back during the George Floyd, Derek Chauvin protest in Minneapolis was in fact detained and taken away, and the idea of the rub of the police trying to do their job.
Yeah, see, that's what I was talking about before.
And the press trying to do their job as well, to be the eyes and ears. Let me begin with you here, Shan, because one big question people might have is, well, hold on, I thought the press are able to essentially be anywhere the story is. It is lawful or not for the police to remove...
They're not protesters, they're rioters. Well, again, you're talking about a very, very, very small amount of people. You're talking about a very minute amount of people. When we watch the majority of people, they're just standing around, or they're marching with posters in their hands, or they're doing chants. Yesterday, we watched as there were like 1,000 people gathered around, and somebody pushed a dumpster into the middle and set it on fire, and everybody, like 90% of the people immediately moved, and they immediately just started walking down the road somewhere else. So bullshit. Oh, I'm sorry that you're not good at math, Ozzy, but it is math. It is just an objective thing. It's not something that you can argue with. I know that MAGA doesn't like math, but unfortunately, it's still a real thing, even if you can't do it. So it is, the majority is by far the majority of people are not engaging in riots. When we're talking about tens of thousands of people, and all we end up with is like some graffiti and a couple of burning cars. I'm sorry, but 10,000 people did not fucking riot, okay? 10,000 people were not rioting when that's all you end up with. That's not everybody rioting, okay? That's by far the majority of people just protesting and just being peaceful protesters, and a small amount of people how cars are burnt, cop cars destroyed, Apple stores looted, that you realize that doesn't change anything, right? Come on, do the math on J6 now. Yeah, I did. We've the majority of people who were at J6 were peaceful. Everybody who went past the barriers was not. All of them were trespassing and engaging in an insurrection. 100%.
even media, from an area that they have tried to shut down?
It's basically a lawful thing to do. They're giving notice to them. If this was more of a long-term situation, the press might bring a lawsuit, denial of access to the area. But in that situation,
You suck at math, dude. Why don't you come on? Click the link at the top of the screen. There's at the top of your chat. Click that link. Come over to the TikTok chat and then request up, and we'll go over it ourselves. You and me. We'll see. We'll see how high you can count. Come on. Don't be a bitch. Just come on. Hop on.
it seems fine. I'm not familiar with the particular California provision that John was citing to, but I mean, under a normal Fourth Amendment analysis, I'm not sure what the cause was for detaining. Really, they're just escorting him out of the area.
Let's talk about the law that's really talking about lawsuits here. Governor Gavin Newsom, as you well know, has brought a lawsuit. Now, obviously, the priority immediately is going to be dealing with what's happening right now in the streets and trying to quell that. But the idea that there is a lawsuit right now from the governor because of the president's decision to introduce non-law enforcement and instead military National Guard, what is your take on that viability?
It's a very strong lawsuit because what the president's administration has done is they, contrary to his sort of garbled invective sometimes, he's not actually invoking the Insurrection Act. They're trying to proceed under 10 U.S.C. 12406, which has very specific conditions for when you can federalize the National Guard, which is what he's done. Those conditions are you have to have an invasion, rebellion, or the president can't carry out the regular functions. For example, Nixon invoked this provision when there was a mail carrier strike, couldn't deliver the mail. Certainly on its face, none of that seems to have been met here. I mean, judging from what
Trump deranged homosexuals. I don't think all of them are homosexuals, but definitely the majority of them, the way that they obsess over Trump, I would say, yeah, there's probably a plurality that are at least leaning in that direction.
we just saw, it's pretty orderly. Law enforcement's controlling it.
But the president would argue, I'm sure, that the federal function was trying to exercise ICE's own rules.
Right, that's exactly what they're arguing. So I think, though, when the evidence is played out and they're going to seek an injunction against the president's order here, I think it's looking pretty good. The governor of California has also argued that this is a violation of the 10th Amendment, the state sovereignty aspect. So you got those two pieces there in the mix-up.
In a way, Trump and Newsom have readied themselves for fighting one another, and this is probably the cherry on top.
Sure, but you know, I'm old enough to remember when Republicans were for states' rights, and they were, you know, actually believed that the states should, you know, that they have their own rights, and we shouldn't be, you know, telling them what to do. Also, corporations, but apparently our private institutions. That's not Trump's America. No, look, I think this is an interesting moment for Gavin Newsom. We all know he intended.
Yeah, back when Republicans were Republicans.
To run for president in 2028.
Does this hurt his chances?
No, I think not. I mean, particularly given, I mean, let's just say, God willing, it stays, you know, peaceful, and we don't see any harm come to anyone, any more harm. I think, you know, he was able to, he's standing up to the president, which I think was the right thing to do, particularly because it's a reminder that this president keeps running afoul of the law. He keeps trying to push that limit, and he's lost quite frequently in court. So that'll be interesting to see how it plays out, particularly given that they were going after day laborers at Home Depot. This wasn't exactly an invasion across the border. But certainly, I think, you know, so for Newsom's perspective, if he looks strong, which I think he does in this moment, and
scary. Brown people, guys, it's really scary. Look at the rioting, guys. Oh man. Look at all the rioting. Oh man. Look how bad it is, dude. Oh man. Oh, look at all the rioting, dude. Oh, the fires. Oh, how could anybody live there when they're so violent? Oh my goodness. Look at all. Oh my goodness. How is this even? Well, thank goodness. Thank goodness these guys are here.
Ariana tipped $4. Tom, please show Justin Scott's TikTok on how to protest in LA. His video is just 6 minutes long, packed with actionable strategies. His TikTok was shared by Hank Green and the D-Man.
Oh my goodness, that's 6 minutes. Okay, I might pull it up a little bit later. Yeah, look at this. Thank goodness these people are protecting us from all of those horribly violent protesters. Look how bad it is. Look at all the people they're arresting. Damn. Thank goodness Trump sent them out there to stop all of these people. Oh, man. This is This is what safety looks like, guys. Blocking entire roads, making it to where nobody can drive down those roads. Isn't that, wait, are these protesters? Are they protesters now that they're blocking roads? Oh man. They're protesters now. Oh shit. They're blocking the fucking roads. Damn, look how... What is this? The white men... What is this? White men for Trump? I don't think the American people are waking up. I think Trump just had the worst... He had the worst rating for a first 100-day president. By Fox News polling, even. Not just by, like, CNN, MSNBC, but even by Fox News polling, still had the worst approval rating for a first 100 days. The Big Beautiful Bill has horrible polling on it across the board from top to bottom. That's not true. It's not true that Fox News gave him the lowest approval rating. Are you sure about that? Because I'm positive they did. I'm positive they polled that he had the worst approval rating of any president within 100 days. And guess who he beat for that first place? Himself. He beat himself. He already had the worst for 100 days in his first presidency. Yeah, here it is. This is Donald Trump term 2 at 44%. Donald Trump term 1, 45%. Joe Biden, 54%. Those are the lowest three. Donald Trump, Joe Biden. So yeah, that is definitely true. Fox News poll, the first 100 days of President Trump's second term. As President Donald Trump approaches the 100th day of his second term, a Fox News survey finds voters pleased with his job he is doing on border security, but displeased on most other issues, including inflation. And then here's the approval versus disapproval rating. Let's see. I was going to try to find the actual... Where the fuck is that coming from? Oh. Okay, it's coming from this. Yeah, I was trying to find the same graphic, but yeah, here's the Fox News poll released April 23rd, 2025 found that Donald Trump's approval rating after his first 100 days in his second term was 44%. This was down 5 points from his first term, 49%. And, from his down 5 points from his 49% approval rating in March. This approval rating was the lowest for any president after their first 100 days in office in the last 20 years. Other presidents' approval ratings in the last 100-day mark, according to Fox News, but Joe Biden, 54%, as I showed on the other graphic. 54% Barack Obama, 62% George W. Bush, 63%. So yeah, this is... And every single polling station got the same thing. Everybody got the same thing. He had the lowest approval rating across the board. Now again, I know this is math, so I don't want to hurt y'all's feelings, because I know math hurts y'all's feelings. You get really upset when you see math, but I just wanted to prove somebody wrong. I didn't mean to trigger you guys, so I will move on quickly. I just wanted to make sure that somebody said that that was a lie, so I just wanted to show that that is not a lie. Obviously, that guy's not going to admit that he's wrong. He's not capable of doing that. He's MAGA, so it is what it is. We already established you suck at math. No, we already established that you're too scared to come and face a man while you're still sitting in chat like a fucking keyboard warrior.
We're Americans. President Trump won millions of votes here in California. We're going to stand up. USA! 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 Thank you guys. Thank you guys.
Oh, the cringe, dude.
Restoring order to this country.
What the fuck? Oh. They're trying to argue with him and he just starts chanting USA, dude. What the fuck, bro? These fucking SJWs, dude. I can't deal with these kids anymore.
Nazis? Yeah, you're a Nazi and you're supporting a dictator. That's what you're doing.
We need to get that clipped, bro. We need to get that clipped. Yeah, you're Nazi and you're supporting a dictator. That's what you're doing. Yeah.
You're supporting a dictator. That's what you're doing.
Oh, that's too good, bro. That's fucking classic.
You're a Nazi and you're supporting a dictator. That's what you're doing. You're a fucking dick rider.
That's too fucking funny, bro. It does get better. I don't know.
Fucking dick rider. Stupid fucking.
That's why we're sending you all back. We're gonna send you fucking back. Ice, ice, baby.
Sir, do you understand that I'm actually born and raised in the state of California?
Do you understand we're gonna send all these illegal aliens
Oh,
back?
shut up, sir! You're such a racist prick! Racist prick!
Is this something I'm gonna be allowed to show on TikTok? I feel like TikTok's gonna crap its pants here in a minute. Like, oh my god, yeah, this is wild. Look at all the violence, dude.
Racist prick!
Yes, you mentioned Europe. That's who actually founded and built. You know who built the city of Los Angeles? The Spaniards. They're from Europe. You know where Spanish comes from? Spain. Yeah, that's right. That's right. So thank the Spanish. Thank the Spanish. That's right. That's why you have your language. That's why you're Roman Catholic, because of Spain, because of Europe. Everything you take from Europe.
We take everything from Europe.
We are proud Americans.
Everything from Europe. Are you serious? You are so naive.
Oh my goodness.
Educate yourself, you bastard.
I stand with ICE. I stand with ICE. Yeah, you know what? This is Orange County. You
Oh
guys
my
want to go do
goodness.
this shit? Go up to LA. But this is the home
Yeah, see, these people are all totally proud of being lawless. They're totally proud of unconstitutional actions. They're totally proud of having a criminal as their president. They put his fucking mugshot on their shirts and on their hats and crap. Then they, while ICE is going and deporting people who are here legally and went through the correct process, they're bragging about it. Like, these are people who are at this point have just jumped the shark, man.
Richard Nixon, this is the home of American patriots. USA,
W Spain. What the fuck?
I love President Trump. I love Stephen Miller. They're doing a great job, and we are here.
You guys voted for a literal dementia patient? I would have voted for a fucking rock over Donald Trump. At least would have had that many less felonies on their record.
Thank you, California National Guard. Thank you to the brave men and women of ICE who are taking these criminals off our streets. Thank you.
Thank you for you.
Thank you for you. Trump. Here's the thing, people. We are sick and tired of everything you guys are doing in this city. We are sick and tired of a city that's illegal alien population is 1/3. We are sick and tired of you violating our laws. We stand with the United States. It's from the Vera Institute. Yeah, I know it's
This is how mad we are. This is how mad we are. We're mad.
This is why you guys will never win an election again. Yeah, with Trump sitting with the lowest approval rating of all time, right behind his other one, there's people all over the place with, you know, voting regret after voting for Trump. There's so many people. Every panel I go on, every time I'm on TikTok, every time I do call-ins, there's people jumping on saying that they regret voting for Trump, that they realized that they were wrong, which I don't have too much sympathy for them. I mean, I'm sorry, but all of the signs were there. Everybody else saw this coming. We all called this. We all said that this is what was going to happen. We all said these are the things that he was going to do. We all said that there's no evidence that he has any fucking idea of what he's doing when it comes to the economy. We all said that there's no evidence that he knows what he's doing when it comes to running a country. And yeah, people voted for him anyways, and now they get what they get. But I mean, the real thing is that there's so many leftists out there who refuse to vote for Kamala. So many leftists out there who refuse to vote for Kamala. And they all kept saying, well, it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be the same thing one way or the other. There's no difference between Trump and Kamala. They're literally the same person. Now that we have a bunch of, you know, people who are here legally getting deported, we have people after they're getting deported, the court orders them to be brought back, and the Trump administration refuses to abide and breaks court orders, refuses to remedy their mistakes. And then we also have him talking about like building a plaza in Gaza and turning it into the new Las Vegas with a golden statue of Trump and everything. Yeah, Kamala Harris would have done that. Kamala Harris would have built a golden statue of herself in the middle of Gaza, of course. That's exactly what she would have done. Yeah, they're the same person. Good job, fucking leftists. W leftists.
Listen, man, that's how we get. We're angry right now. This is not right.
The United States. Perhaps you forgot the Mexican-American War. We haven't. When we took this country gloriously.
It's for everyone. It's
for everyone. We're just saying. We're just here showing our support for President Trump.
We're just showing our support for President Trump. You're literally sitting there bragging about like killing a bunch of fucking Native Americans and taking over like you know, Central America and all this shit. And then after somebody's like, bro, this country's for everybody. He's like, yeah, I know. I'm just showing my support for Trump. Like, no, you're not. This is not what you've been saying for the last 5 minutes, bro. Give me a break.
I'm showing my support for President Trump. That's cool. And they can show their support too. Yeah, that's fine. And we're showing our support for mass deportations. We need mass deportations. We need mass deportations.
Like, nobody's against deportations. These protests are not against deportation. But this is the way that MAGA works, is that all of the media within MAGA is just going to brainwash them to believe something different than what's actually happening. And they'll give them these contradictory points over and over and over, where none of it makes sense. At one point, they're saying, oh yeah, guys, look at all of the people flying Israeli flags around. Look at all the people flying Israeli flags around who say that they're voting for Trump. Look how great this is. All of these people who care about Israel and care about their country and want the best for their country, they're all flying around Israeli flags and they're voting for Donald Trump. Look how great this is. But then all of a sudden we have a protest and there's people flying around Mexico flags and they're like, look, they're flying Mexico flags. They hate our country. They don't even want to be here. They don't even have our values because they're flying Mexico flags. If you want to fly a Mexico flag, go back to Mexico. But when somebody's flying an Israeli flag, they don't have the same thing to say then. They don't give a fuck about it then. It's very weird. Very weird how they can just like throw up these contradictory narratives one after another, and dumb fucks turn around and, like the bots they are, just start repeating all of it. But it's the same across the board for all of this shit. Like there's not liberals who are against deportation, right? It's Barack Obama and Joe Biden with the records on deportation. Barack Obama has the record for most deportations in 8 years. Joe Biden has the record for most deportations in 4 years. Liberals, Democrats, we're not against deportations. We're not against deporting illegal immigrants. These protests are not trying to stop them from deporting illegal immigrants. This has nothing to do with that. But these people are just brainwashed and watching fucking dumb media that's going to tell them whatever it is that's going to appease their biases. But it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that liberals, Democrats, people, the ones with the records on deportations, are now against deportation. That's a narrative y'all are willing to buy. Okay, all right. you go with that one, buddy. I'm sure you're the one living in reality. You're the one who's got it.
Mass deportations now! Mass deportations now! Mass deportations now! Mass deportations now!
You understand English? This is family.
Yeah, I understand. This is the state of California. And in the year 1848, when we fought the Mexican-American War, and men like General Zachary Taylor led our brave soldiers to the halls of Montezuma, and we took the continent from sea to shining sea. And you know what? This is our country. This is our country. This is our...
Jacob, if you keep watching this show, I will be a father figure to you. And I will give you the backbone that you've never had. I will be a father figure to you so that you stop with this fatherless behavior. And I will make it to where one day you will have the backbone to actually go and confront another man with your disagreements, okay? Stay tuned, keep tuning in, and I will be like the father that you never had, okay?
Our country. Get to know. You're about to find out real quick. Yeah, it's our country.
Why are you fighting?
We stand with ICE. 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 It's okay, guys. The United States of America is ready for mass deportations. We don't need your bad attitudes. We don't need you burning our cities down. We don't need you collecting welfare. We don't need you committing crime.
Look at this city, dude. It's burnt down. Damn, I can't believe the two most liberal cities in the world, the New York City and LA, are just completely burnt down, you know? They don't even exist. They're just not there. It's wild. The two cities that bring in the most money in America, the two cities with the highest GDP, the two cities that pay the most in taxes. You know, the liberals are just so violent. They're like the cities. They're just burnt down, dude. They're just not even there anymore. They're just gone. It's so sad.
We want our country back. Stand back. Go back over there. Go back over there. Go back over there. Make America great.
Trump lost. Guys, don't with this fucking cringe shit, please. I can't take it when the leftists are exactly the same as MAGA. Stop saying that Trump lost the election. Don't start with the fucking election denial. I can't take it. I can't take it. I don't want MAGA on both sides. Please, I just want MAGA to be on one side of me. I can't turn to the right and the left and have the same fucking dumb points all the time. My head's gonna fucking explode. Holy shit. Oh my goodness. I can't take it. Every time I'm on fucking TikTok, dude, there's a bunch of fucking leftists running around talking about the fact that Trump lost the election, that Elon helped him steal it. Oh man. I can't take it. It's horseshoe theory? It is horseshoe theory. It's exactly what it is. It's wild, bro. I don't know what to do with this shit. I can't. It's already enough to have MAGA on the right of me. To have MAGA on the left of me now, too, is too much. This is cans of soup for your children. That's what it is. Cans of soup for your children.
In the shadows as illegal. This is slave labor for cheap strawberries. This is slave labor for cheap strawberries.
You guys know the... Or is it for their families?
Nights. I'm just standing
What the fuck is this?
here today with soup for my family, and we're just, watching all of this unfold. It's very unfortunate.
You're not planning on using that, are you? Throwing it at the police?
Like I said, it's for my family.
Literally for your family.
Yeah.
All right.
That is not what I was looking for. That is not what I was looking for. What the fuck? I want the original one. I don't want this shit. There's people, bro. There's people like taking videos of bricks sitting outside of like Lowe's and Home Depot and shit, and they're like, look, they're putting these bricks here because of the protest. Look what they're doing. They're trying to make us throw bricks at things. They're trying to make us throw bricks at things because they have bricks outside of fucking Lowe's and Home Depot. Isn't this fucking crazy? Look what they're doing. It's like, it's Lowe's and Home Depot, bro. Like, what do you mean? That's where they're supposed to be. That's normally where. Yeah, here it is.
And then they have cans of soup. And they throw the cans of soup. That's better than a brick because you can't throw a brick, it's too heavy. But a can of soup, you can really put some power into that, right? Yes, sir. And then when they get caught, they say, no, this is soup for my family. They're so innocent. This is soup for my family. It's incredible. And you have people coming over with bags of soup, big bags of soup, and they lay it on the ground.
Bro, I'm pretty sure this chick's dead. I'm pretty sure this chick is dead. The way that she swung that fucking bag of that bag of soup around her neck with all those cans of soup in
Coming
there.
over with bags
Look at this.
of
She's
soup.
boom, dude. That hit that, bro. She's dead. That chick is fucking dead. She's gone. There's no way she just swung that around her head like that.
And you have people coming over with bags of soup.
Whoa! Oh, she's gone, dude. She is gone. There's no way. R.I.P., dude. Put the R.I.Ps in chat, guys. This girl, she went out like a champ. She made a funny video on her way out. It's sad.
My family. They're so innocent. This is soup for my family. It's incredible. And you have people coming over with bags of soup, big bags of soup, and they lay it on the ground, and the anarchists take it and they start throwing it at our cops, at our police. And if it hits you, that's worse than a brick because it's got force. It's the perfect size. It's like made perfect. And when they get caught, they say, no, this is just soup for my family. And then the media says, this is just soup. These people are very, very innocent. They're innocent people.
Think about your arguments. These people are saying, hey, have these people live in the shadows as illegal aliens so I can have cheap strawberries. I'm saying, no, go back to your country, live in dignity, live in honor. Don't be exploited by the American corporations. We are sick and tired of our country being invaded by foreigners at the behest of the billionaires. We are ready to take our country back.
Thank you. I was saying that apparently I was muted on YouTube. I was saying that this chick is wearing a shirt that says, I want to hold your hand. Meanwhile, she's flicking them off on the other side of the sign. She's got her middle finger up right there.
By foreigners at the behest of the billionaires. We are ready to take our country back, and Donald Trump is leading us. Donald Trump! Donald Trump! Donald Trump! Donald Trump! Donald Trump! Donald Trump!
Damn, bro, why is this guy so scared of women? Every time a woman starts trying to argue with him, he just starts chanting USA or Donald Trump. This is embarrassing. We need some logic to come back, okay? We need logic back in this country. This is embarrassing. We have so many fucking guys who are terrified of all of these women trying to speak logic to them.
What you just said is what Trump is for.
Yeah.
No wonder there's so many guys all over the internet in like the red pill circles now talking about the fact that they don't like women anymore because they're too smart and they've been to college and they get degrees and they have jobs and shit. It's because they feel stupid. They can't be around women who are actually logical, so they gotta just act a fool and start talking like a caveman like Donald Trump every time somebody starts speaking facts.
Trump wants to deport illegal aliens and help the American worker to raise our wages. If you're here illegally, you need to go back. Get out of our country now before ICE comes and gets you.
Self-deport.
Self-deport now. Self-deport now. Self-deport now. Self-deport now. You know, it's interesting. How are illegal aliens treated in Mexico? Does anyone know? Wait, I mean, how are illegal aliens treated in Mexico? How am I racist? I'm asking a question. Hey, what's up? How are you? Good to see you. Yeah, I'm in Orange County. Yeah, South Orange County.
Yeah, South County. Go to
Yeah, South County. South County. South County, it's nice down there. It's nice down there. It's nice down there. It's okay. It's okay. You guys are pretty racist up here, I think. How many white people are left in Santa Ana? Wow, how many white people are left up here? How many black people are left up here? Oh, okay. Maybe I touched a nerve. Because all racist means is shut up, white people. We're not going to shut up anymore. So get ready. You're going to hear my voice.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like to be a racist, is that you're very easily offended by anybody else existing, and so now you have to get defensive. Somebody hurt your fifis, and so now you need to fight back because you're too easily scared. That fight or flight response is too easily triggered to where you gotta get upset so quick. Yeah, if you guys want to talk, if you want to hop on, if you have any disagreements, you can hop over to the TikTok side of the channel. There's a link at the top of chat, and once you get over to TikTok, you can just click the request up button, or let me know in chat that you want to hop up, and I'll send you a request to come up. But, yeah, or you can just sit and chat and whine and cry. That's cool, too.
All day. Because I stand with President Trump. I stand with President Trump, and I stand against what's going on in our country at the border. I stand against illegal immigration, and I stand against everything that the Democrats represent. So I'm here to stand with the president. I'm here to stand against the demographic replacement of heritage Americans, and I'm ready to stand up and speak for our country. Thank you.
The demographic replacement of heritage Americans. What? The demographic replacement of heritage Americans? Holy shit. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. What the fuck? Damn. I'm embarrassed for him almost. This is rough, dude. Like, they just called him racist, and I was about to say, like, yeah, guys, like, you can't just call people racist so quickly. Like, that's a little... But he responded. He responded great, dude. He responded perfectly with that. I'm against the replacement of heritage Americans. Like, oh, shit. Okay. Yeah, I can't even argue with that one. Yeah, this is... It is what it is. Shit.
Yeah, have a good day. See you. Yeah, USA! 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 It's okay, man. You have the right to say that. Because in America, we have the First Amendment. You know where freedom of speech comes from? English common law. From Europe. That's right. That's part of our values. So you're welcome. You're benefiting from our country once again. Because if we were in Europe, if I was in Mexico...
You're benefiting from our country once again. They keep doing this. He keeps turning to every brown person and saying, you're benefiting from our country. What the fuck, dude? Does he not know that there's brown people who are citizens here and who live here as well? Does he not know that this is like, when he says our country, that includes a lot of brown and black people? What the fuck, dude? This is like pure white supremacy shit. This is pure white supremacy shit. This is not just somebody arguing for some MAGA bullshit. This is like hardcore white supremacy. Yeah, I'm trying to pull up the request, but TikTok is so fucking laggy. Hold on. Text.
Look, I voted for Trump, but I would punch the fuck out of this dude. Like, there's a lot of us, and like, I work here at a gas station. I'm almost 30 years old. There's a lot of us, and I have conversations with a lot of people that they voted for Trump simply because he was on the Republican ticket.
Yeah, of course.
But what people don't realize is, like, states like Texas and California are very largely populated. The leading population in both Texas and California, at least in Texas, is Mexican, Hispanic. Like,
pretty sure it's white.
No, it's Hispanic as of like 2023. Like, it changed.
Is it?
In Texas.
Let's see.
But
Texas is a diverse state with a population of over 29 million in 2023. The state's demographics are characterized by a growing Hispanic population, a significant black population, and a mix of other ethnic groups. In 2023, Hispanics made up the largest share of the population, followed by non-Hispanic whites. Oh, damn. Yeah, it says they're 40%. And then white people are 39.8%. Shit, that's crazy.
Yeah, and overwhelmingly we voted for Trump, but like, honestly, there's a lot of people that are like, they don't support the what he's doing because it's borderline authoritarianism. Like, I, for instance, like, I'm actually having a conversation with a really good friend of mine who also lives in Texas, and me and her are talking about, currently in Texas, there's Senate Bill 3 that's sitting on the governor's desk, which would ban THC products and hemp products. And we're talking about, if Governor Abbott signs it, we're not voting for him. We're voting Democrat, because how the fuck you gonna go on air as a lieutenant governor and be like, I don't care about adults and I don't care about Texans and I want this bill passed? You know, I don't know. It's fucking funky, and it's really weird timing.
What was the bill again?
Say about the riot, Senate Bill 3.
What is
in the
it?
Texas Senate Bill 3.
Yeah, what is it?
It's a THC hemp ban.
Oh, okay.
I also wanted to come up and be like, well, on the riot, on the quote riot and protest. Look, the whole sending of the National Guard and whole sending of the fucking military, that's fucking escalation beyond belief. I'm not afraid to say that. Like, that's over escalation. Like, there's no reason that should be. Let the proper procedure. There's proper procedures for fucking reason.
That was one of the things that pushed me away from the Republican side during the BLM protests was not just sending in the feds, but sending in unmarked cars with a bunch of guys who had no nothing on them that said police or nothing. Like they were just in all black helmets, their faces covered, no badges, no badge numbers, nothing. Literally nothing. Guys jumping out of vans and just grabbing people, throwing them into the unmarked vans, and then taking off. Like, there was a story of a girl who literally got, like, grabbed by this group of people, and then as they're, like, talking to the dispatch, they said, oh, we have the wrong person, and then they just dropped them off, like, a mile down the road. And the person didn't know who to sue, they didn't know who to contact, they didn't know who to file a complaint with. It's fucking wild, dude.
What's wild to me is that, you have Republican politicians who are hardcore Trump lovers, like, why are people covering their faces? Well, why is ICE covering theirs?
Mm-hmm.
Why is the police covering theirs?
They have a responsibility to show their faces too. Like, protesters don't have to have a responsibility to show their faces, especially when we're talking about them. Like, even if all they want to do is go out and peacefully protest, if they're afraid that like their bosses are very Republican or conservative, or their family is, or something like that, they don't want to get a lot of pushback from those people, but they want to go out and do something about this stuff. That it makes sense that they would want to cover their faces. But when it comes to like public servants, you don't get to cover your face. You don't get to cover your fucking face. That's bullshit.
Yeah, no, and if you're under oath of any kind, you have to show you're legally obligated to show your face. I feel, especially as law enforcement, because in cases that you can, wrongfully detained, you could be able to sue. You could have the legal procedure on your side with a badge number and identification to be able to go through the proper procedures. That's what procedures are in place for.
Mm-hmm.
That's what systems are set up for. But I've been watching your stream for a while, and I'm like, I would punch the dude. Like, it actually blows my mind that people are like, go back to your own country. Dude, shut the fuck up. No one asked you.
Yep.
Like, how do you not know? Like, didn't that one lady was like, oh, I'm an American. I was born in California. Like, really? And he's still telling her to go back? What?
Yep. Well, that's what I was talking about earlier. The fact that like every time somebody even just flies around a Mexican flag, they start saying that these people hate America and that they need to go back to the countries. If they want to fly a Mexican flag, then they should go back to Mexico and shit like that. But they don't say that when somebody's flying around an Israeli flag. They don't immediately say that these people need to go back. Or if they see a British person driving around in a car that's, got the British flag all over it or something, they don't tell those people to go back to Britland.
Like, when I tell you that here in Southeast Texas, there are 3 flags that fly. The United States flag, the Texas flag, and a lot of times you'll see the Mexican flag because people were all about, propping each other up, supporting our own heritage, supporting our communities. And if that's the freedom of this country, is to be able to have your freedom of, like, your freedom of belief, your freedom of speech, your freedom of belief, to be able to, have your belief system to be able to just be you individually.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I had a whole spill there. I kind of like brain farted. My bad.
No, I got it.
Like, and that's the crazy thing, is that you have a lot of these people like douchebag Canoe all in Trump gear. By the way, I don't own a single fucking Trump merch. Fuck that shit. I refuse to buy political clothing.
Well, yeah, the same with like my family and like everybody that most of the people that I know are Republicans. Most of them are conservatives. A lot of them did vote for Trump, but they're not going to go out and buy like Trump hats or they're not going to fly Trump flags. They're like real conservative people. Like they're not like the like MAGA populist people. They're like actual like Christian conservatives who like are very ashamed of Trump and don't like him and wish there was another candidate, but he has like the plurality, like 34% of the Republican Party right now, to where nobody else can really get in.
And see, that's why like I kind of fall in line with like Mercedes and Mantis, that middle ground, because like I've had conversations with them, and it was like there's a lot more on both right and left that are more center that don't agree with the polarization, that don't agree with the extremism, that don't agree with the purity testing, like virtue signaling shit that's going on, and we don't believe in just falling in line with one person. Like, and that's the majority that people are really afraid of. That's why both extremists are speaking out and speaking the loudest.
Yep. There's I mean, I'm centrist. I'm generally been independent up until after the election is when I started thinking, okay, like all of the centrists refuse to like take a partisan position to where there is one side that's like capable of being saved right now, and they're also moving away from the moderate positions. And so if moderates actually want to like get a party that's actually going to be representative of them, we have to start identifying with that party. And so if all of the moderates and all of the Democrats, we all start identifying as liberals and Democrats, and we start like using these labels more staunchly instead of always being afraid to use the labels, then we'll actually be able to make some change, because it's pretty consistent that all liberals just kind of call themselves moderates or Democrats, or sorry, moderates or centrists, and they don't ever take like a real position of dependence. They are always calling themselves independent. And yeah, it makes it to where like the voice of the party ends up being the most extreme people, who are these like far leftists who are the only ones who are like staunchly left. And so yeah, I started saying more and more, I'm like, okay, this is what like we all refuse to like actually claim the Democratic Party, and we have to actually start doing this in order to make some change over here and move the party in the more moderate direction again.
You can ask my sister. I refuse to be called a Republican. I refuse, absolutely fucking refuse. Don't fucking put that label on me, Ricky Bobby.
I know a lot of people who call themselves rhinos.
I've always called myself a conservative Democrat.
Yeah. I used to call myself a right-wing progressive.
It just, look, what pisses me off, and I've said it before, is that, my content on this account, at first it was really like pro-right, content, but since that infamous live with Mercedes and Ray Ray, I've just been posting news content now, because like I don't want to get into the polarization of both right or left, and I'm just tired of the toxicity, so it's just easier for me to post news content than it is to me just have one position or another, because people have this cult-like mentality and want to shame you, belittle you, or berate you because you have a difference of opinion.
Yeah, it's all team sports, yeah.
Look, if I wanted to fucking have like a team sports, I will watch football. That is the only fucking team sports I want to be involved in. But it fucking like, it enrages me that you have a lot of people, both right and left, that are unwilling to sit down and have a conversation, civil, respectful, conversation that, my grandfather, before he passed, would always say that, instead of focusing on the one or two things we disagree on, we should focus on the 100 things we actually agree on, as well as, instead of hating each other, we need to realize and open our eyes that a lot of us really have a lot more in common and have a common goal. We just have different approaches to get to that goal. If we sat down with each other and actually, came to a, what's the word?
Consensus.
consensus, then we might actually achieve the goal. But we're too busy fighting and, being extreme. That's what it's an effect that's happened. It's a horseshoe effect. You're getting one extreme, now you're getting the other extreme, and we need a balance. Like, there needs to be a fucking balance.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it was surprising. Mantis is in YouTube chat. She said, "Hey, Tex."
Hey, Mantis.
Yeah, it was kind of wild. The day that I joined that Mercedes life, I had no fucking idea what I was getting into or what I was starting by getting on there and talking shit about all the leftists in that way. But yeah, I guess it was right place, right time. Glad I did it because it seems to have gotten a lot of people kind of behind the idea and this was already like my intention of like coming over to TikTok was to kind of make a bigger deal about the like liberal leftist distinction and separating ourselves from the more extreme parts of our side, and it's it ended up working out really well where there seems to be a lot of people with the same sentiment.
It's crazy to think that I posted on one of my news videos that, Trump shown to have stumbled walking up Air Force One. And immediately one of the comments was like, Trump didn't stumble. Bitch, I fucking watched the video. Like, the fuck?
Yep.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yep.
And I just, like, there's a lot more people that are center than there are extremists, except the extremists on both sides are speaking the loudest. That's the best way I can put it.
Yep.
Like, and it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And that's why I see a lot of, like, rhinos being like, I don't support this. And going out and speaking about it and showing their their disapproval of it. Like, and people are like, well, they're the traitors. I'm like, bro, that's fucking politicians who are more worried about their constituents than one person. I mean, I thought that's why we voted for these elected officials, just because they were to represent us, not themselves.
Well, I don't think after Trump's first term that anybody really expected that from him. But I appreciate you calling in. Well,
absolutely, man.
We'll get back to it, but thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know. There's like, this is always kind of frustrating to kind of like talk to people on the right who think that who think that liberals and leftists are the same people. They think that like they're always just so brainwashed by the right-wing media. Where we have tons of people from the right who have come out saying that like they literally purposefully lie. They will tell everybody what the talking points are just to kind of get everybody riled up to get and the point isn't to just lie to people. They're not just trying to lie just for the sake of lying, right? They're not evil like geniuses who are just like, I just want to see the world burn. They're not like the Joker from Batman, right? They want to lie to get people on their side, to get them to vote for the candidate that they want. That's really it. And so they're willing to kind of push the bounds of what is right or wrong, push the bounds of what the truth is in order to get people to vote for their candidates. So I have numerous, there's been tons of Republicans who have come out and said this. But this is a video. He was just talking about Mercedes a second ago. This is Mercedes, who was on the right with these people. Because initially you were planning on voting MAGA. You planned on voting for Trump. What made you change your mind?
I kept seeing conservatives do some things that I thought was a little bit shady. They have an ecosystem there over on the right of like influencers, and they have these chats, these chat channels, these signal chats of like some of the top influencers that you'll be put into these chats with. What I quickly figured out was a lot of them were posting or reporting on things that they themselves didn't even believe, and they would continue to justify it by saying things like, we know this is not true, our audience Riots doesn't, it'll get Donald Trump elected. They would send
Can you
things,
give me
they
an
had like a
example of
specific
that? Like a topic that people were willing to run with?
Yeah, the cat litter in the classroom. One of my influencer friends sent me a picture of like a cat litter container in a supply closet. And I said, whoa, 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 whoa. That's not happening. Do you know that's not happening? Their
She did the
response
same-
was, we know it's not happening.
She says the same thing about like the Algerian boxer, that they were all willing to push misinformation with this. And even the fact that you guys think that like liberals are against deportations, or that like that's what these protests are about. They're not about that at all. Like this is a video from my community.
Whatever you're, I mean, we tend, I guess we agree. I mean, we agree on it, which is that, and if you actually are on the left, I'm surprised that you would agree that illegal immigrants should be deported. So I mean, I guess we just
Hold on
disagree
one
about
second.
the process.
Hold on one second, real quick. I need to do something. Hey, chat. If you're a liberal here and you think that illegal immigrants should be deported, can you guys just put a 1 in chat real quick? Legally, you think that illegal immigrants should be deported after they get some sort of due process? Can you guys put like a 1 in chat for me real quick, just so we can see if there's yeah, there's a lot of them. Shit. I think we all need to move to the right, apparently. We're on the wrong side. All of us have the same opinions. We're all... Why? Damn, I can't believe we voted for Joe Biden and fucking Barack Obama when they were setting records for deportations. And we started calling Barack the deporter-in-chief as like a... Yeah, like liberals are not against deportations. Liberals are not against deporting illegal immigrants. They are against illegal deportations. They are against deporting people without due process. They are against deporting people who are here legally. They are against unconstitutional deportations. They are against unconstitutional presidents. They are against people breaking the law like Donald Trump. And so this is why they are protesting. It's not because they're against all deportations. It's not because they want to make sure that anybody who came across the border illegally gets to stay. It's because Donald Trump, if he's going to have a problem with criminals, he can start with his fucking self. If he wants to go out and deport motherfuckers, he should have probably thought of that before he went and married an illegal immigrant. The motherfucker is in the White House, in the Oval Office, after attempting to steal an election in 2020. And even his lawyers have already been convicted of these crimes. He's had a bunch of other people testify that they were part of the process of attempting to steal the election in 2020, and have agreed to testify against Trump. This is the person that you guys voted for. This is what we are protesting. This is what the protests are about. It has nothing to do with stopping all deportations. It has to do with having a criminal for president while he's out here trying to, stand on a high ground. Be like, oh, we don't want criminals in California. We don't want the crime in California. I'm sorry, you're a fucking criminal, bro. What are you talking about? And I'm not talking about somebody who got charged with crimes a long time ago and they've changed. I'm talking about somebody who still refuses to admit that he did any of the crimes that he committed, any of the crimes that he's been convicted of. He refuses to admit this, and he still has more charges after he gets out of office that he's still going to have to go to court for. What crimes did he commit? Well, so the ones that he got convicted of were the campaign finance fraud. Then he also has racketeering charges, which is organized crime to attempt to steal an election. Then they dropped the charges for election meddling, the federal election meddling charges. And then, but they can pick those back up. It's just the problem is that he's likely going to give himself immunity from those before he gets out of office. So. But yeah, they didn't get rid of them with prejudice, so they're still able to bring him back after he gets out of office. But yeah, like and then he also had the ones for the other federal charges for for what was it? The documents, I'm blanking on the term, but TDS, yeah, believing in law and order is TDS now. Good one, buddy. But yeah, then he also, he has civil charges for finance fraud again, and then he has other civil charges for sexual assault, which at the time, because it was from a long time ago, they called it sexual assault. Today, it would be categorized as rape, but because it happened back then, they are going to charge him with the law that was in place at the time, and so at the time, it was categorized as sexual assault instead of rape. But yeah, technically, it would be rape by today's laws. So yeah. Still have yet to meet anyone who claims they voted for Biden. I voted for Biden. What do you mean? In 2020? What do you mean? I live in a Republican state and I know tons of people who voted for Biden. What the fuck are you talking about? You don't get out much, do you? I believe you, though. Those fucking right-wing echo chambers can have a lot of echoes. I believe you.
Do they have freedom of speech in Mexico? I don't think they do. 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 You know.
Yeah, we got people over in TikTok chat who voted for Biden. What's up, JC? Everybody tap the screen, whether you're on YouTube or TikTok. Just take a second and tap the screen. It'll give the stream a like, and we'll get some more people in here, and maybe we'll actually end up with somebody within MAGA who has some balls and is willing to hop on and talk and, you know, voice their disagreements in person. So we'll see. Unlikely, but yeah, we'll see.
How many political candidates were assassinated in Mexico's last election cycle? You know, dozens. I think 33. So yeah, we want a stable border, and you know, hey, I want the best for Mexico. You know where Mexico went wrong? I know a little bit about my history. You know where Mexico went wrong? The Mexican Revolution. When they got rid of a man named Porfirio Diaz, who brought honor and stability to your country. Is that what we heard? Speech? The pre, they ran your country into the ground and used that as an oligarchy and sent you to this country. So you and they went out to pay for you. We're done with that. Have some honor. Go back to Mexico and make Mexico great again. I support that. Shut the fuck up and go home. No, the U.S. did not steal Mexico. The U.S. did not. The American Southwest was won in a glorious war. The Mexicans actually couldn't even control this part of the country. It was overran with Comanche tribes. And the Americans had to come and establish order.
Yeah, this is just all bullshit. Like, Mexico went downhill during the drug wars. The United States kind of went in there and just kind of took over and started full-on wars with well, actually, we need to go farther back than that, because the revolution started with the United States funding the rebels, which is a normal thing to do. That's not bad. I know that the leftists hate the funding of regime changes and shit like that, but we funded a lot of these wars, and part of the way that we funded it was by giving them like guns and drugs to sell to fund the weapons and everything that they needed. And so then using drugs and guns to sell turned it into a massive business, to where even once they took over, they were such a big conglomerate that they were able to keep selling drugs and guns and turn it into massive cartels, to where they kind of overran all of these countries and made it to where even the country militaries weren't able to stand up to them. And now this is where we're at, and the United States is the ones who made this happen. And so it would make sense if the United States went and kind of helped them fix the issues that they started, but you know, it's a messy problem that exists. But I don't think that we need to accept immigrants for that reason. I think first off, I'm always in favor of accepting immigrants only when they benefit the United States. That's it. If they don't benefit the country, I don't want to bring immigrants into the country. It's only when it benefits our country. Currently, we are in one of the longest labor shortages of my entire lifetime, and we need more people. Businesses do not have enough people to run their businesses properly, and this is pretty consistent from low skilled labor all the way to even in tech and STEM fields. And so we need a lot more people into the country because millennials are not having babies and are not replacing the workforce. And so we have to have people. We need people now. And so it's an issue because white people don't want to work. Well, it's more so that they don't need to. It's more so that like our economy has gotten to like a really good place to where people are able to work a lot less hours while still making ends meet, while still paying their bills. And so they don't need to work as much. Whereas the businesses want those people to work like 40, 45 hours a week. And a lot of millennials especially are averaging around 35 hours a week, to where for every 3-4 people that you have, you're missing an entire person. You're missing an entire 30, 45 hours now. So you have to hire a whole extra person now for all of these, for every 3 people that you hire. And so not only do we have labor shortages because boomers are the biggest part of our population and they're retiring at high rates, but also because millennials are not replacing the workforce. And so now, and then also millennials are working less on average, and we're slowing down immigration. So now we just keep making the problem bigger and bigger and bigger, when immigration has always been there as a tool for our country to use for our benefit. It's a utility that is there to benefit America, Americans, American businesses, American GDP. And yeah, right now they're doing the opposite, where they're kind of slowing down immigration. When we look at numbers that say that immigration has gone down 95%, it's not just illegal immigration. This is all immigration. This is border crossings too. It's just even legal border crossings are down 95%. Nobody's traveling to our country. Tourism is down in the fucking pits right now. Nobody's coming over here at all. And so yes, we need all of this shit. We need the fucking tourism. We need people coming into our country to work. We need more people immigrating here, and we're just not getting it. And so now we're just compounding the problem more and more. And that's because Trump just doesn't understand basic economics to where he wouldn't even know where to start.
From seed to shining seed. From seed to shining seed. What the fuck have I done? Well, I'm not anyone. I'm just an American. I'm here standing up for my country, but I'm getting my master's degree in history. And I am. And actually, can I speak? Can I speak? Go ahead. Go. Okay, that's fine. I don't care about making money. I care about following my passion. Good for you. I support you making money. That's fine. Okay. And I probably know more about Mexican history than you do.
You don't know shit.
I probably do.
You don't know shit.
So I know nothing. Who's Porfirio Diaz, do you know? You don't know, right? Yeah, okay. Hey, I think Mexico is a great country. You should be proud to be back to Mexico. But if you're proud to be there, then go back. Thank you.
I'm not proud to be here.
And let me tell you this. Claudia Scheinbaum, she is going to sell your country out. She's going to make it so much worse. And let me tell you what, she's not going to win against President Trump. And we are going to enforce the law. We are going to establish law and order. And we're going to make America great again. And we're going to be here today. So if you don't agree, feel free to yell. I support your right to the First Amendment. Right? My name is Nick Torres. That's my name. I'm from South Orange County. I'm a President Trump supporter. That's who I am. I'm not hiding from anything. I stand with President Trump.
Are you a Native American?
Yeah, I am actually. My family's been in this country since the 18th century. My family, I have 199 ancestors who fought in the Civil War with my mom's maiden name, Hard.
Where's your family from?
I don't care. What country do the Native...
He has 199 ancestors who fought in the Civil War. I feel like everybody does. Doesn't everybody? What the fuck? Like, doesn't everybody who's from here, don't we all have like around like 200 ancestors who fought in the Civil War? Because there were way less people at the time, so we all kind of branched out from the small group of people who were there at the time. I think he said 99. I thought he said 199.
Hold on, I have 199 ancestors
199.
who fought in the Civil War with my mom's maiden name, Hard.
Let's see. I don't know if he would brag about that though, because they might have been on the other side. Almost 10% of the entire population enlisted to fight in the war in a conflict that would shape the... Okay, so I guess it was only 10%. I thought it was more than that. Shit. Is it true that over 15 times as many people died in the Civil War as in previous wars in the United States combined? The claim is true. Over 15 times as many people died in the Civil War compared to all U.S. wars combined with Civil War casualties. Well, I mean, I feel like that's obvious. It's Americans versus Americans, so it's only Americans who can die.
I don't care. What country did the Native Americans found? What country did they found? So it was the United States? No, they were all fighting and killing each other. That's what they were doing. They were all fighting and killing each other. No, you're just mad. You're just mad that we won. That's all.
It's true that they didn't like found a country together, but this was America was like considered a country of sorts at the time. So Turtle Island can refer to multiple things: a luxury, blah blah blah. Turtle Island, Fiji. Indigenous creation stories. Some indigenous peoples, particularly those in North America, use Turtle Island to refer to the continent. This name is derived from creation stories where the land is said to have been formed on the back of giant turtles. It symbolizes the connection between indigenous peoples and the natural world, and it reflects a deep respect for the land and its resources. So yeah, it's called Turtle Island. The United States at the time was Turtle Island. But yeah, they didn't have like a single government of sorts to where it would be a state. They had a bunch of separate groups that did fight against each other, that were constantly warring with each other at the time. And but yeah, they all had separate territories and things like that. It wasn't much different when the Americans got here and had all their fucking colonies and then went to civil war. So I don't know.
You're mad we won. You're mad we won. Yes, Europeans won. Manifest destiny. I support manifest destiny. I support that. You can quote me on that.
I have a question. If you're winning, why the fuck are you here? You're scared as shit.
No, actually, we're not. You're scared. You're scared. You're scared. You know ICE is coming to Home Depot. ICE is coming. ICE is coming. Get ready. ICE is coming.
Why are you here?
ICE is coming.
Why are you here? Why are you here? Why are you here?
Hey, you know why we're here? You know why we're here? The First Amendment.
Freedom.
The First Amendment. Just like you're all here, right?
Freedom. That's why I'm here.
You tell me fuck you, I could say the same thing back, and you know what? That's the beauty of America. But if we were in another country like Mexico where they don't have freedom.
Nobody loves Mexico like those people that refuse to back and live there. Not as illy-lib. What you wanna hop on? Not as illy-lib. I think I don't think you'd be willing to back that up.
The government will come and arrest you, shoot you. Maybe cartels will do that too. But we don't have that here. I'll tell you what we're losing amendments on. I'll tell you what we're losing amendments on. It's ridiculous in this country. You can't speak out about what's going on in Palestine. I'll say that. That's the most ridiculous thing. But you know what? That's totally unrelated to this issue now. That's totally unrelated to this issue now. Because unlike the Palestinians who are being displaced by the Israelis, What mass immigration from Mexico since the Hart Celler Act is done is displaced and ethnically cleansed white Americans.
Look at all the violence, guys.
So we are coming.
Damn, all the violence, all the rioting. It's so rough out there, dude. Can't believe it. How could anybody possibly live here with all of that violence happening? Oof. This is rough.
We were brought over here. We were raped. No, but I mean, our women were raped. The term motherfucker came from. They inbred us and made the boys have sex with us.
You a question about
I'm standing. You know what? Like you did with the other Arabs in Iraq. I'm telling you, you that mug shot on the bed. Okay, well, I'm ready to do. I'm ready. I'm right here. Nothing but air and opportunity. Air and opportunity, buddy. I'm not gonna touch you. We're gonna send you back to Mexico.
They should deport any American that wants illegal people living here. What about Ronald Reagan? You think they should have? You think they should have deported him? You think they should deport Ronald Reagan since he gave mass amnesty to anybody who came into our country illegally or legally? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'd call a rhino.
Yeah, you're an intermediate to fight wars for Israel, so I don't have any respect for you. Palestine, and Israel's control of America's foreign policy. I agree. Yeah, I think that's terrible.
But you can't say you're racist and then try to back out on it. At least
Anything illegal is a crime and not allowed in America. That's not true. That is, you are insanely uninformed, No Name. You have absolutely no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Anything illegal in our country is not a crime. You are objectively incorrect on that. Sorry, but that is one of the dumbest statements I've ever heard. Anything illegal is a crime? No, it's not. We have different levels of violations, and things that are illegal are things like breaking the speed limit, which literally every person who's ever driven has done. If you break the speed limit, then you have committed a crime according to you, which technically it's a civil violation, not a crime. But according to you, you've committed a crime and you do not deserve to live here. So you're talking about 99% of people who have ever driven a car do not deserve to live here because they've committed a crime according to you. They did something illegal. And it's not allowed? Are you dumb? I didn't say anything about not living here. Okay. You said anything illegal is a crime and is not allowed in America. So you're just saying that it's illegal, so it's not allowed. Wow. Okay, so you just said nothing. You just said something that's bad is bad. Good job. But yes, coming into the country, by far the majority of people who cross the border illegally have committed a civil violation that is the same as breaking the speed limit. So, okay, it's not allowed. Good job. But there are points throughout, even in my lifetime, where coming across the border without coming through ports of entry was allowed. To the aspects that were considered illegal entry were allowed. And they said, if you come to our land, you step foot on our land, you are immediately a citizen. Wait, who was Fuck, I'm totally blanking on the name of the president that I was just talking about a minute ago. Fuck, what president did I... Oh, Reagan. Cuban Adjustment Act. Cuban Adjustment Act passed in 1966. This law allowed Cubans who had been in the U.S. for at least 1 year to adjust to their status to lawful permanent residency by bypassing standard immigration requirements. Reagan, an amnesty while Ronald Reagan's presidency was 1981 to 1989, overlapped with this period. Based on wet foot, dry foot concept, however, his administration did see the passage of Immigration Reform and Control Act of 1986, which provided path to legal status for approximately 3 million undocumented immigrants who had entered the U.S. before 1982. Reagan himself referred to this as amnesty. The wet foot, dry foot policy was enacted by President Clinton in 1995 after Reagan's presidency. President Barack Obama ended the wet foot, dry foot policy in 2017, while Cuban's Adjustment Act remains in effect. Changes in policy means Cuban immigrants are now generally required to seek legal entry into the U.S. before becoming eligible for permanent residency. So when you guys hear a bunch of fucking Cubans running around whining and crying saying, my family came here legally, my family came here doing it the right way, they're fucking bullshitting. They're fucking bullshitting. They're a bunch of fucking liars. Their family came into the country illegally, and then they were given amnesty later by Clinton. Is pure bullshit. And then on top of that, yeah, so Reagan said that as long as you make it onto our land, if you get, I forget exactly what he said. Let me see if we can. I can't remember where it is.
Top that. I don't know whether there's anything left for me to say, but today we gather to commemorate Cuban Independence Day. 86 years ago, the people of the United States joined with the people of Cuba and helped them free themselves from the yoke of colonialism. After a brief period of transition on May 20th, 1902, as you well know, Tomás Estrada Palma was sworn in as Cuba's first president. I hasten to add, I was not there.
Yeah, I don't think this is it. Yeah, no, not this either. Well, fuck. Okay. Yeah, I can't find it.
I came to the United States in 1979. We came to Texas and then we moved to Virginia, which we spent most of our life till now. So far, it's been good.
I believe in the idea of amnesty for those who have put down roots and who have lived here, even though some time back they may have entered illegally.
He truly does get the credit for citing that legislation.
He recruited either from the young person.
On the money.
I started, I think, 6.
Yeah, I don't know. I was trying to find him saying it himself, but
But it is true our borders are out of control. It is also true that this has been a situation on our borders back through a number of administrations. And
every president says that the borders are out of control. Just FYI. It is something that everybody has said, including Barack Obama, including Joe Biden, including Hillary Clinton, including Bill Clinton, and George Bush, and everybody says that our borders are out of control. That does not mean that they use the same rhetoric that Donald Trump does, where they run around saying that they're eating the cats and dogs, that they're rapists and murderers, that they're these horrible criminals. They do not use the same rhetoric that Donald Trump does. He is the first to do this sort of crap. And then also, they didn't go and break a bunch of laws, break the Constitution, refuse to abide by court orders. They weren't criminals going into the presidency. So while they all talk about these things, this isn't a new thing to talk about. It's not a new thing to make an issue. It is definitely not a new thing for Democrats to care about illegal immigration. It is new to do it like Donald Trump, where you're just a lawless president that continuously breaks laws and commits crimes.
I supported this bill. I believe in the idea of amnesty for those who have put down roots and who have lived here, even though some time back they may have entered illegally. With regard to the employer sanctions, we must have that, not only to ensure that we can identify the illegal aliens, but also, while some keep protesting about what it would do to employers, there is another employer that we shouldn't be so concerned about. And
Okay,
these
crossing numbers, we just went over them, buddy. What do you want to say about crossing numbers? We just went over them. You can just make a statement.
are employers down through the years who have encouraged the illegal entry into this country because they then hire.
Look at migrant crime and tell me it's the same as 30 years ago. It is. It's, well, I think technically it's lower. Migrant crime, obviously, 30 years ago was much higher, but all crime was much higher 30 years ago. Because we were in the middle of the largest crime waves in history. So, yeah, very different 30 years ago, in the 80s and the 90s, when we had the biggest crime waves of all time, and we had Biden writing the crime bill to get passed because of how much crime we had all over the country. But yes, today, it is much lower. Yes, you are correct. Big difference.
These individuals and hire them at starvation wages and with none of the benefits that we think are normal and natural for workers in our country, and the individuals can't complain because of their illegal status. We don't think that those people should be allowed to continue operating free, and this was why the provisions that we had in with regard to sanctions and so forth. And I'm going to do everything I can, and all of us in the administration are, to join in again when Congress is back at it, to get an immigration bill that will give us once again control of our borders. And with regard to friendship below the border and...
Yeah, again, if anybody disagrees and you want to call in, you can feel free to call in through TikTok. There's a link in the description. There's a link in the description, but there's also a link at the top of chat. If you just click the link, it'll take you to my TikTok channel and you're able to request up. Or you can just, if you can't figure out how to request up, just type in chat, I want to come on, and I will send you an invite to pop up. And that goes for anybody who's in TikTok chat as well, if you guys want to come over. And if we can get a couple of people over to the TikTok chat, just click the like button for a little bit. We had a surge there for a little bit, but yeah, it dropped off for a while.
With the countries down there, yes, no.
TikTok is for teens that dance. My average age for my TikTok viewership is 35. I went over this the other day. So I don't think that's the case.
No administration that I know has established the relationship that we have with our Latin friends. But as long as they have an economy that leaves so many people in dire poverty and unemployment, they are going to seek that employment across our borders, and we work with those other countries.
President Reagan did sign.
So yeah, that's what Republicans have sounded like throughout history. That's what Republicans did. Donald Trump is a new breed of racist. He is a new breed of insane. He is a new breed of just shameless lying, and a new breed of insanity to where he's not even on the same planet as the rest of us. You want to talk about a fucking rhino? Donald Trump is about as rhino as it gets. Thank you, Mantis, for the heart. And oh man, I missed a bunch. Yeah, thank you, Kang, for the 10 roses. Aaron for the cowboy hat, the lightning, and the corn. And yeah, Mantis also sent 12 chilies. Thank you guys.
This idiot is an idiot and keeps this idiot popping me up.
Well, you don't even know what you're talking about.
Throw Trump out of presidency. You're great.
I'm right here.
Sign for us. Nobody just told her like you don't touch it, like I don't want them to invite any problems.
Pot calling the kettle black. Again, if you guys want to hop on here, we can go over the history and especially get into legislation from Democrats and the fact that they have been the ones who have been pushing for more border laws, who have been pushing to get more troops at the border, the people who have been trying to get more money into border security. It has been Democrats throughout the entire last 8 years, 12 years, who have been the ones who are actually doing the actual work and doing it legally. Joe Biden and Barack Obama have the records for most deportations. Like, it's been Democrats. The last 2 border bills that were put up were voted on by Democrats. Democrats were the ones who voted to put more money at the border, to put more troops at the border, to get more judges at the border, to make it to where we were able to slow down border crossings, at least the illegal border crossings, to where we could actually process people at higher rates. We could actually vet people at higher rates. Again, if any of you grow some balls, you can hop on and we will go over it and you will be proven wrong to see that it is only Democrats who care about the border. Republicans virtue signal about caring about the border and do literally nothing. But then Trump comes in and just breaks the law a ton and continues being a fucking criminal. So.
Go talk to your father, miss. We've already talked to you. Go talk to your father.
Can we talk about how Trump is an extremist? What about that? Nobody wants to talk about that. He's literally an
So you know who Brian Edwards is? You know who Brian Edwards is? Brian Edwards is the guy who carried the case forward for the Epstein victims. He said President Trump's help put away Epstein. So I don't believe in you. Okay. Again, you guys are upset. You can comment on my personal appearance, say what you want, but you don't have the facts, and you're upset. So it's okay.
Have you watched the Newsom speech yet? No, hold on.
That way. We'll soon find out. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, in 2020, when you were talking about unrest in American cities, you said, quote, "We have to go by the laws. We can't call in the National Guard unless we're requested by a governor." What changed now? Why is this situation different to not consult with Governor Newsom about this?
Well, the biggest change from that statement is we have an incompetent governor. So I talked about governors, but I didn't talk about he's an incompetent governor. Look at the job he's doing in California. He's destroying one of our great states. And if I didn't get involved, if we didn't bring the Guard in, and we would bring more in if we needed it, because we have to make sure there's going to be law and order. You had a disaster happening. And they now admit it was a disaster.
They haven't done anything. They haven't done anything. What is he talking about? See, this is exactly what I said from the beginning. He's just going to send them in, and then they're just going to stand around and do absolutely nothing. And then as the local police continue doing their jobs and cleaning up the streets, he's going to take credit for it. I knew that's what he was going to do. I knew it. I knew it. That's all he's going to do. There's no fucking videos of the National Guard going around and making a bunch of arrests and stopping all the shit from happening. They're not doing anything. They're just fucking standing around. That's it. They're just fucking standing there.
I watched the chief yesterday, who's a good man, by the way. And he said, well, we're lucky we did this because they were overwhelmed. You saw what was happening. So we did the right thing. Everybody agrees to that. But you have a governor who let the city...
Everybody does not agree to that. Even the guy that he's quoting who said that they were overwhelmed did not agree that they needed his help. He's such a fucking liar, dude. What a grifter.
Burned down, didn't want water to be sent down to him. I sent billions of gallons of water I wanted to do it in the first term. He wouldn't do it over.
He want what? Wait, what? Did he just say that he didn't? Oh, he didn't want. What? Did he just say that he didn't want? Fucking shit, bro. Trump is the one who kept saying that he was gonna deny them aid. That was Trump. Trump over and over has said that he was gonna deny them aid for forest fires. He was the one who was saying that, yeah, I don't want to send them anything. I don't want to give them anything. That was Trump. He is such a fucking piece of shit. Only uninformed nut jobs could ever believe anything that's coming out of his fucking mouth right now. You would have to be totally delusional to believe anything that's coming out of his mouth right now, because none of that ever happened. It has been Trump who has continuously refused to give people aid. You remember during the hurricanes, when the hurricanes happened in North Carolina, in Virginia, Georgia, and Florida. And Trump started saying that Biden wasn't helping anybody, that Biden wasn't sending aid, that Biden wasn't going to help them because they were Republican states, and he was discriminating against them because they're Republicans. And then he said that they spent all of the money to help these countries. They sent it all to Ukraine and to the border and gave it all to illegal aliens. Turned out not to be true. Actually, what turned out is that Trump is the only president to ever take money out of the emergency fund and then use it for the border. He's the only president to ever do that. But he also kept saying that Biden was refusing to give these states aid, and it turned out Trump is the only president to do that as well. He's the only president to deny states aid for crises like this. It's just him. Nobody else did this shit. It's only him. Let's see, is this a video? Yeah, I think this is it.
The governor's doing a very good job. He's having a hard time getting the president on the phone. I guess they're not being responsive. The federal government is not being responsive, but they're having a very hard time getting the president on the phone. He won't get on, and of course the vice president, she's out someplace campaigning, looking for money.
But you can fund Ukraine and all those other foreign countries and not take care of the American people when they're suffering. Yeah.
But yeah, now Trump is the one who's denying all of these states aid. All of these states have said that they need more help. North Carolina has said that they need more help. Donald Trump removed all of the aid from these states. All the aid and help that it needs, and that they don't need any more help, that they are totally full on all of the food and aid that they could possibly want.
I just spoke, the president just called me yesterday afternoon. I missed him and called him right back. And he just said, hey, what do you need? And I told him, you know, we got what we need. We'll work through the federal process. He offered that if there's another
they got everything they needed from the president,
which I appreciate that. But
incredibly appreciative of the rapid response and the cooperation.
Wow,
from the federal
Virginia
team
too.
FEMA. I've been on the phone over the weekends with the senior FEMA administrator.
Wow.
The team has been deployed. We had our declaration.
Trump said nobody's answering the phone, and they've all been on the phone with these people. What the fuck?
An expedited way over.
Did Biden give them aid? The Biden administration, the federal government gave them aid, yes. Trump was claiming that the federal government was denying them aid, that the Biden administration was denying them aid. But here's proof. Here's all of the fucking Republican governors coming out and saying that Biden did give them aid, that they did get aid from FEMA, they did get aid from the federal government, that Trump is just a fucking lying piece of shit.
The weekend was finalized yesterday.
Florida, we have it handled. We got approved for the individual assistance things we've wanted. We have what we need. Now, obviously, you know, there may be additional things that we'll ask for in the future. It depends on how things shake out. But I think most of the effort should be in Western North Carolina right now.
And that any other extra aid. So yeah, so they all got all the aid that they wanted. And then on top of that, we have I know like, Biden cares enough because maybe he hasn't sent enough help. Do you know that, like, Trump literally refused to send aids to some states because they were Democrat states? Do you know this?
Nice try, dude.
I don't know what.
It's because Trump was saying that Biden was refusing to send aid because those were Republican states. That's what Trump kept saying. They refused to send aid because these are Republican states. They're discriminating against us, but it never happened. All of those states said that they got the aid that they needed, but Trump did it. No, Trump said.
No, he did not.
No, hold
I
on,
doubt
Trump
that.
said he
I
did.
seriously
No,
doubt
Trump.
that.
I can send you a video of
doubt
Trump
that.
saying, "I am not sending aid to California because they have not been good to me." I can send you a video of him saying it himself.
The Trump administration has rejected California's request for wildfire relief funds. Our Phil Blauer is here now with more on what this means.
Well, Kathleen, those funds were used for 6 recent fires, including our own Valley Fire in the East County, as well as LA County's Bobcat Fire, San Bernardino County's El Dorado Fire, and of course the Creek Fire still burning up in Fresno and Madera County.
Trump also said he would withhold federal firefighting aid to California once he's in the White House.
Gavin Newsom is going to sign those papers, and if he doesn't sign those papers, we won't give him money to put out all his fires. And if we don't give him the money to put out his fires, he's got problems. He's a lousy governor.
Later in the day, California professional firefighters put out this statement saying, "It is shocking that we have a presidential candidate who is threatening our public safety and doesn't even care what the consequences are to firefighters and the public."
Yeah, that is crazy that he would take away aid from California, not giving a fuck about any of the firefighters or any of the public servants, any of the people who are out there fighting this shit. And then it's also crazy that he kept saying that Biden refused to give them aid when you guys just heard all the Republican governors saying that they all got everything that they needed, that they had been on the phone with the feds the whole weekend, and that they got everything that they need. They couldn't ask for more. But then it turns out Trump is the one who ended up taking away aid from North Carolina. Isn't that wild? Oh, it's not this one. Trump denies disaster aid, tells states to do more. White House says states must have an appetite to own the problem. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy that, like, Biden was like, yes, we'll do anything you guys need. We're here for you. We'll give you anything you need. We'll be there until it's all cleaned up and we'll help you. And then Trump shows up and Trump's like, nah, bro. Fuck that shit. Y'all do it. Under President Donald Trump, the Federal Emergency Management Agency has denied federal assistance for tornadoes in Arkansas, flooding in West Virginia, and windstorms in Washington state. It also has refused North Carolina's request for extended relief funding in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. While it's not uncommon for the feds to turn down some requests for disaster declarations, which unlock federal aid, state leaders say the Trump administration's denial have taken them by surprise. White House officials are signaling a new approach for federal emergency response, even as Trump and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem threatened to shut down FEMA altogether. Isn't that crazy? And then Trump comes out with the big, beautiful bill, which is the most expensive bill of all time. Isn't that weird, guys? Isn't that weird that, like, he's like willing to save so much money and pinch pennies when it comes to people's livelihoods, but then he's willing to spend a lot of money on getting rich people tax cuts and spending more money and upping the deficit and raising the debt ceiling. And that's fucking wild, isn't it? He's spent more than any other president already in his very first fucking administration. He spent more than any other president. Isn't that nuts? Like, this is Trump's COVID spending with the CARES Act with $3.6 trillion, but he had already spent $4.8 trillion before that. He spent more than anybody. If you combine all of Biden's COVID and non-COVID spending, he only spends $4.3 trillion. You combine COVID and non-COVID, when Biden had to deal with the majority of the aftermath in this, you still spent only $4.3 trillion with COVID and non-COVID combined. Trump spent $4.8 trillion with just non-COVID, and then spent $8.4 trillion with COVID. If you look at Biden's non-COVID spending, he only spent $2.2 trillion. This is $2.2 trillion to almost $5 trillion, dude. This is insane. $2 trillion to $5 trillion. Trump was a spending fucking machine. The guy spent more on his own companies than he did anything else. He spent more at his own companies than his own salary would have given him. So everybody always wants to say, "Oh, he gave his salary away. He's so nice. He gave his own salary away." Well, first off, Obama gave his whole salary away as well. But Obama did not spend millions and millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars at his own fucking businesses. Trump, just in the first half of his first administration, spent over $100 million at his own fucking businesses. I'm sorry, but like, this is a fucking criminal, and you guys are all willing to buy anything and everything that will deny the reality that is Donald Trump. But, you know, can't expect much from you guys anyways, so don't worry. You guys are not letting us down as Trump voters. You're just letting us down as Americans.
I don't know. They have environmental reasons, but there were no environmental reasons. It's I think it's just a political philosophy. But it's lucky for...
But again, if any of you think that you're right, if you think I'm wrong, I'm happy to let you hop on and challenge me on these things right now. You can just click the link. If you're in the TikTok chat, just click the link at the bottom to request up. Or if you're in the YouTube chat, there's a link at the top of the chat. You can just click that link to come over to TikTok and request up, and we'll bring you on.
The people in Los Angeles and in California that we did what we did. We got it just in time. It's still simmering a little bit, but not very much. Yep.
And what crime has he committed that would warrant his arrest? What crime has Governor Newsom committed?
A crime has he committed?
Yeah, to warrant his arrest, as you had suggested.
Who is the challenged? His name's Donald Trump. He's the president of the United States right now.
Primary crime is running for governor because he's done such a bad job. What he's done to that state is like what Biden did to this country. And that's pretty bad. It's the wrong philosophy. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants, many of them prisoners. They're taking up your health care. They're taking up your space.
Why don't you request to go on a podcast and debate someone of a level playing field? Name someone. Name someone. A whole 68 viewers. Yep, I'm terrified. Well, then get on. If you're not terrified, then get your fucking scary ass on here. Let's go. You look terrified. You're still in chat. Yeah, Tom's never done that. Yeah. Where's the what podcast? What podcast is the equal playing field? Benny Johnson? Benny Johnson's a fucking hack. Give me a break. So, this is me having debates with some of the biggest TikTokers. This is, there's a video of Dean Withers begging to come on my stream a couple weeks ago, but that motherfucker's insane. Let's see. This is a debate with STV Philly. This is me talking to Pisco. This is me talking to Anna from Ukraine. This is me debating Wick. This is me debating Rob Noor. This is me debating Hake, the Hake Report. This is me debating Destiny. This is me debating Andrew Wilson. This is me debating Econo Boy. This is me debating Sitch and Adam, or Adam and Sitch. Debating Destiny and Andrew Wilson here. This is Some Ordinary Gamer and Pisco and Destiny. This is me moderating Destiny, Playing with Fire, and Ask Yourself. This is me debating PF Young, Keffels. This is Tom Dark, Destiny. What the fuck is his name? Vegan Gains. This is Willie Max Show. This is Hake Report again. This is Michael Sartain. So yeah, I've done it. Actual Justice Warrior. Actual Justice Warrior, I would love to debate him because he made a fucking video lying about me, saying that I called him racist. He made a fucking whole video about me calling him racist and then whining and crying, trying to prove that he's not racist when I never even called him fucking racist. It never happened. It never happened. He plays a clip of me going over his thumbnails, saying that there's a lot of like brown and black people in the thumbnails, and then he's like, yeah, this guy just called me racist. Like, no, I didn't. I didn't say that shit. What the fuck? Sitch and Adam, yeah, that was a funny one. Debate someone real.
In schools, they're taking up your hospital. And
yeah, I'm willing to debate all of those people, but currently it's these motherfuckers who are in chat right now saying that I'm wrong, that I don't know what I'm talking about, that I'm lying. And so if those people think that I'm wrong, if those people think that I'm lying, then they can come step their asses up here and try to prove it themselves. But yeah, if instead they want me to talk to their fucking daddy, I guess I'll talk to them too. But I mean, damn, what the fuck? These people can have their own positions. Here, since TikTok does suck, it is a horrible platform. I'll put a phone number up on the screen. That makes it easier for you guys. I don't know if you guys are able to dial phone numbers yet, or if your parents have taught you how, but you can call into the show through this number. On the screen, right here. I think it's right here. Yeah, right there. And let me make sure I have it turned on. I don't. Okay. Alright, it's turned on now. So yeah. You can call in through this number if you disagree. If you think I'm wrong about something, we can go over the facts. But fairly positive I am correct and I can prove everything that I say.
And in many cases, they're criminals. And we have to do something about it. And we're doing something about it. I want to thank the incredible patriots of ICE and Tom Holman, who is...
We have jobs and families to raise. Oh, yeah, you don't have time, do you? As you're still sitting in chat, whining and crying. As you're still sitting in my chat, whining and crying, you're just... you don't have time. Where could you find the fucking time? How could you possibly? Yeah, it's just that you got way too much to do, right? As you're still sitting in my chat, whining and crying. It's crazy.
It's been incredible, and Kristi Noem, likewise incredible. The job they're doing, and it's like an unforced error. There was no reason for this. 21 million people were allowed into our country, and many of those people were criminals, and it's a shame. It's a shame, but We're getting them out, and I will say I think it's a 95-5 issue, just like so many other issues. 95-5.
He is such a fucking liar, dude. Why, like, again, I know that I keep wanting to say, why does he think he can lie and get away with it? But I know that, like, it's because you guys are too dumb to actually look into any of this shit. But, like, obviously everybody else knows that he's lying. Everybody with a brain, everybody with critical thinking skills knows that he's just fucking lying about all of this shit. He has the lowest approval ratings of any president in their first 100 days. The lowest approval rating of any president in their first 100 days. And he only beat out himself. This is so stupid. Who does he think he's kidding here? Who does he think he's kidding? Well, again, it's MAGA. I know it's MAGA. I keep wanting to, like, give them more credit than they deserve, but yeah, it's obviously MAGA is the only ones who would fall for this shit. Cause yeah, that's obviously anybody who reads Fox News and, you know, stays up to date. The first 100 days for President Trump's second term says 82% are extremely or very concerned about inflation, down from 89% in January. But says here, Trump receives his best marks on border security as 55% majority approves. That's the only issue where his ratings are in a positive territory. It's just barely positive, just barely at 55%. On immigration, a high record, 47% approve. Trump, so yeah, he has the lowest approval rating of any president ever in their first 100 days, according to what inflation? Who knows, bro? Who knows? Who fucking knows? Yeah, it's not. If your parents buy everything for you, you probably have no idea what the fuck is going on in the world. But yeah, who knows, man? What inflation? Am I right? Come on. Where would the inflation come from? Yeah, there he is. 44% from his second term. Only beat his first term by 1%. Lowest ever, 45%. Then Biden at third, 54%. Obama, 62%. Bush, 63%. Yeah, lowest approval rating ever for first 100 days. That's rough. That's rough. He already had the record. He beat himself out again.
And the Democrats lost an election in a landslide because they're on the wrong side of the issues. I mean, it's not even conceivable that somebody would do the kind of things that he did. And then, you know, you talk about projects. They want to build a train going from San Francisco to L.A., and it's costing hundreds of billions of dollars more than they thought it was going to cost. It's not even believable. To Brad and to
it's
people
not even believable.
Sitting here, would you believe that a train, it was going to cost X dollars and it might be
He pivots to this every time. Every single time somebody asks him a question, he immediately pivots to the shit about the train. Every fucking time. He cannot actually face real scrutiny. He cannot answer questions. I don't know if it's that he's too dumb or that he's smart enough to know that he's going to look like an idiot if he actually answers questions directly and engages in topics like an honest person. But it's wild that he always has to pivot to, oh, Biden was so bad. Oh, the train is so bad. Oh, the open border Democrats.
100 times X.
Would have paid for this for about 50 million American children.
Welcome to the News Hour. After a night of scattered protests against immigration raids in Los Angeles, about 700 Marines and 2,000 additional National Guard troops began arriving today. California Governor Gavin Newsom and the state's Attorney General asked a court to block further intervention from the Trump administration.
But protests against ICE spread to other cities around the country this week. And for his part, the president gave no sign of backing down, saying the
guys, there were 2 cars on fire. 2 cars caught on fire, guys. He has to send in the troops. Trump got scared. Trump got scared. He saw 2 cars on fire. He's really scared, guys. We gotta let him have his security blanket and send them in. He's got to send in the troops so he can feel better about himself. Oh, man.
Guard and Marines were needed in Los Angeles.
It's so scary.
In a speech at Fort Bragg today, he called protesters a foreign enemy and animals and said he would use every asset to quell violence. Special correspondent Marcia Biggs starts our coverage from Los Angeles.
In downtown Los Angeles today, a tense calm on the streets, with a heavy presence of National Guard members expected to be joined soon by U.S. Marines. In the Oval Office today, President Trump flirted with the idea of invoking the Insurrection Act.
If there's an insurrection, I would certainly invoke it. We'll see, but I can tell you last night was terrible. The night before that was terrible. We had some bad people. We have people, they look in your face and they spit right in your face. They're animals. And these are paid insurrectionists. These are paid troublemakers.
This morning, shop owners cleaned up several looted stores in downtown Los Angeles. But California authorities have said the majority of last night's protests were nonviolent.
Mr. Secretary.
In a congressional hearing today, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth said troops were sent to safeguard ICE agents.
And we have deployed National Guard and the Marines to protect them in the execution of their duties because
the local law enforcement was already doing this. The local law enforcement was already doing this. They are just wanting to send people out there just to feel better about themselves. That's all it is. They just want to try to scare people. They're not actually doing anything. We just watched a bunch of videos of them just standing there doing literally nothing. There's nothing to stop. A bunch of people just screaming and yelling, holding up signs. It's very scary for little baby Trump hiding under his fucking bed. But for normal people, you know, grown-ups, adults, people who don't piss their pants over every little black person that they see, this is not all that terrifying for us. People who go outside, you know, they don't just sit online as keyboard warriors all the time. This is not a terrifying scenario, but whoa! Whoa! What is she doing? Oh no! Whoa! Get her!
ought to be able to enforce immigration law in this country.
The deployment is expected to last 60 days, and a Pentagon official said it will cost about $134 million. Yesterday, LA Police Chief Jim McDonnell said bringing in troops complicated police response to the protests.
The introduction of federal military personnel without direct coordination creates logistical challenges and risks confusion during critical incidents.
And today, Representative Nancy Pelosi of California contrasted Trump's actions now with his handling of the January 6th insurrection.
Something is very wrong with this picture. Inconsistent in his actions, contrary to his own statement that he couldn't, of a year ago, that he couldn't send anyone in without the governor's consent, any place, and in violation of the Constitution.
Interesting.
Elsewhere this week, from Atlanta to New York City.
Yeah, somebody earlier was like, if those protests started here in New York City, it would start a war. We would kill them. It's like, but bro, they did protest in New York today. What the fuck are you talking about? They did protest in New York. The last fucking 2 days in a row, they protested in New York. What the fuck?
Mostly peaceful protesters gathered in multiple cities to call for the end of ICE raids.
We are not criminals. We are working people.
Oh no!
We are not a trash can.
Somebody stop her!
For the president.
Oh no!
This is not I don't understand.
Holy shit!
This is his way to make America
great again.
Fuck! Destroy our people.
She's browning in public. Somebody stop this woman. Holy shit! Oh. Thank God Trump is here to save us all from this insanity.
From Origin of Logos.
What's up, Origin?
What you doing, Tim?
Are you watching the show?
Kinda. What's up?
You could probably just look at the show and see what I'm doing. You didn't have to call. You just looked at the stream.
You're watching protest videos?
Mm-hmm.
What's the protests? What are they anyway? I'm not really paying attention to all of this.
They're protesting, like the ICE was going in and raiding a bunch of places, but because Trump had broken the law with the way that he was deporting people over and over, And once like the Supreme Court had ruled that he was breaking the law, he refused to abide by court orders. And so, yeah, once ICE went in and started raiding more places, nobody trusts them to deport people legally, so they started getting in the way of deportations. And so, yeah, that's how all of this started.
What's the protest like, though?
What is the protest like? What do you mean?
Yeah, what are they like? How crazy are they? Are they peaceful? Are they violent?
There's a mix. Like there's some people. So what I don't like, peaceful is like a general term. Like sometimes they're blocking highways, which is it's not. I wouldn't say it's peaceful, but I wouldn't say it's not peaceful. You know, it's probably somewhere in the middle. There's like, there were a couple of cars on fire yesterday. They keep setting like dumpsters on fire and shit like that, and then they're graffitiing walls and crap like that. But there's not like huge riots breaking out or anything like that.
There aren't?
No.
How come I keep seeing footage from what you're watching that is this still going on, or is it only like a one-day thing?
No, it's like 5 days.
Jesus Christ. Do these people not have anything better to do?
Better? Probably not.
Yeah, I mean,
would it be better than standing up
really
against
isn't anything else they could do?
A president who's constantly breaking the law? Like what's better than that?
I don't know. It seems like a waste of time, to be honest. I don't think doing any of this is going to change any way. It's not going to change any way how Trump runs his administration or how they work things.
Well, that's
so I don't really
part
see
of the point. That is the point.
The point is that he won't change his mind on anything, so protest anyway, even though it's not going to get anything done.
Yeah, like you're showing that like no matter what people do, no matter what the public wants, no matter like how the country should be run, he's just going to do whatever the fuck he wants. He's going to do whatever's beneficial to him. He's going to continue to break the law. He's going to continue to be like dictatorial in the way he runs his administration. And that, like, yeah, they can go out and make a big deal, but in the end, like, the main thing that they were doing was just trying to slow down the ICE raids and the deportations, and it seems like they've been successful in that so far.
Oh, so they're trying to slow it down.
That's part of it again. Like,
So,
that's the way that it started. Yeah.
are they going to completely halt them from doing what they're going to do?
I think that's impossible.
You think that's impossible?
Yeah.
Again, then why are they doing that then, if that's just going to be futile?
Do you think, like, all protests are futile? Like, you just think, like, Martin Luther King, I Had a Dream, like, civil rights protests, like, all of these.
Oh, no, not
futile,
that.
like,
Nah, that wasn't.
gay rights
wasn't futile
protests.
whatsoever.
And, well, I mean, this is how it works. Like, they go out, they make their voices heard, they start public conversations, people start to like challenge their ideas on things or start to question things more and more. And especially when you push the government to the brink, they start to do like more and more extreme things. They kind of show their hands and give them really bad optics to where people start to shift a bit. So yeah, it's
I might be grasping at straws here, but MLK's protests were largely peaceful, and they did it in ways that are very different from what's going on right here. And that was in a time where the government and
What
how
was
it
the-
is
what
wasn't
was different?
completely fucked like how it is now.
what was different.
The marches that MLK did were peaceful. He made sure that none of his
These
that
have
none of the
been
people
mostly
involved would
peaceful
ever commit
too.
any
Bro,
violence.
we're talking about like hundreds of thousands of people in numerous states all over the country protesting. And we have like, are you seeing damage of hundreds of thousands of people rioting? Is that the amount of damage that you're seeing? Do you see entire cities going up in flames, or do you see like a dumpster that was pulled out from behind a gas station caught on fire? Like what do you, this is
Are any of these protests like well organized.
Well, hold
or
on, hold
well
on, hold on,
structured,
hold on, because you keep doing this. You understand that there's hundreds of thousands of people, and there's maybe like one or two in every crowd that's like causing some fucking problems and are like setting shit on fire, but that there is not hundreds of thousands of people out there rioting. You get this, right?
I mean, if that's the case, then sure. But like I said, I haven't really been following everything.
Well, you did say that that's not what you've been seeing. And so obviously, like, it's normal for the news. Like, they're going to cover the most, like,
yeah, I know.
violent things, right? Like, it's not news to
will.
just watch people walk around. Like, and the left always acts like it's, like, malicious, like they're trying to paint protesters in a bad light or something. But really, it's like, it's just what people are going to watch. Like, that's what people are looking for. But it's still, like, by far the majority of people are not rioting. They're just walking around with signs in their hands and marching around. And there were riots during the civil rights movements as well, but they were much worse than this. But it wasn't. It was like there was a yin and yang kind of happening between MLK and Malcolm X at the time.
Yeah, but I also, like I stated, I also think that the government and how it was, the state of it was actually a lot different than how it is for the past decade or so. The institutions and how people run them are not the same as it was back in the 60s when MLK was protesting.
Too many snowflakes
And
crying
not
about
everybody
a
who was
limo
in
on
office was just
They die
insane
of
and all
cardiac arrest
selfish.
in
So
France.
it kind of makes sense why it would work at that time. I don't think peaceful protest, even if there are just a few isolated incidents of people doing some chaos, is going to help in the end. I mean, why would it? Trump is, as you and I and everyone who else acknowledges this knows, Trump is going to do whatever the hell he wants. He's not gonna cave in to actually do something beneficial or actually help any of these communities. So I don't, like I said, these protests probably aren't going to help.
Yeah, it's not.
They're
It's just
pointless.
not normally how any of this works. Like MLK didn't go out there and give a speech, and then the leaders were like, "Oh, we're wrong. Time to change everything." Like, that's not how it works. Like, they go out, they protest, they start national conversations. People start to actually think about these things and are forced to kind of challenge themselves a little bit more, and then you start to have social change throughout the country. But it does have to be done the right way. So during BLM, it was mostly peaceful, because now we're talking about the largest protest throughout human history all over the world. But it was still a record amount of damage being done by people who were going out and just setting shit on fire and destroying cities. And if that hadn't happened,
you can't control those people.
Well, if that hadn't happened, they were already moving in the right direction. At one point, it was 80% of America was in favor of the George Floyd protests. And then the more the violence carried on and the more and more shit was burning and catching on fire, the more people heard people say dumb shit like pigs in a blanket, fry them like bacon, and crap like that, the more and more they lost support. And so over time, the country turned against them, and eventually it got down to 48% support within the country for the Floyd protests. And so it is about how they carry them out and how they engage in it. But this one has been way more peaceful than all of the others in the past.
And do you think that these protests, however long they continue, and however long they may be peaceful, or if there are some violent outbursts every now and then, do you think they're going to be treated fairly by most people in the media?
I know.
Honestly,
what do you mean?
With unbiased. I mean that they would talk about these protests in a good faith manner that isn't just trying to frame it all as if it's all just chaos and that's all it is, and that it's all rioting or just lawlessness, because that's what Trump likes to do. That's what his narrative usually is, and what his followers usually eat up. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't know.
And
I mean, there's always going to be some groups of people that are unable to be convinced, or that are never going to challenge themselves, or never going to think critically. But that doesn't mean that you don't do it to where the groups of people who actually are thinking about these things are willing to change. I am one of the people who moved pretty drastically during the BLM protest because of the way that people were talking about it, and because of how like ignorant the Republican media was being over the entire thing, the way that they were painting everything with their narratives and bullshit, the way that they strawmanned everyone and everything, that made me like open my eyes and be like, oh wow, this is insanely fucking dishonest, and started the move over that shit.
How come no one's calling you to take you on I guess the stuff that you say that they aren't willing to come in and talk with you
They're
on
scared.
these problems that they're criticizing you? Why would they be scared?
Because they don't actually have anything to back up the stuff that they believe. They just hear Trump say it, and that's it. And so that all they have is what Trump said, but they don't actually have like anything outside of that.
All right, people who are in chat or wherever who has a beef with Tom, well, I call him Tim. That's what you can call him, Tim. I give you the permission to do that. Come in here and talk with him and argue with him, because he needs people to argue with. I honestly just came in because I just kind of wanted to mess with you for a few minutes.
Okay.
I don't know why. I just love messing with you, Tim. It's just a thing I like to do.
It's great. Thank you.
All right, I will hopefully leave, and hopefully someone will call in and actually want to argue with you in a way. I was just mostly curious because I'm not really following any of this closely.
Okay. Well, yeah.
Just wanted to hear your perspective. All right.
All right.
Catch you later.
Later,
Tim.
man.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, I mean, there's always people who act like it's like super bad faith. So like all of the leftists always act like MSNBC, CNN, like, you know, all of the mainstream media outlets are all against the protests, and that they're always trying to paint them as just rioters, and that all they ever show is the, you know, the stuff that's on fire, or all they ever show is like the crimes that are being committed, but they don't show like by far the large majority of people who are being peaceful. But it's not the fact that like the media is biased against them. It's the fact that that's just what sells. That's what people want to watch. Like even me, like obviously I'm not the anti-protest, but I put out an entire video of this car chase that we were watching the other day while we were live. It was fucking insane. This is crazy. And it's like, it was just, it was kind of exciting to watch it.
Yeah, so this is a really intense situation. So we are on the corner of, sorry, I don't know, but we are right near the Chevron station. Oh, it's Cesar Chavez and Maine. And things are really out of control. You can see a group of kids now are throwing rocks. I think they're about to go into the Chevron.
Protesters we saw during the daytime who were, you know, utilizing their First Amendment rights. Yeah, it did get out of control with the overpass on Spring
This is crazy.
Street, with the CHP vehicles, with the Waymo vehicles, like you said, over in Olvera Street area.
We followed this one car for a while. This was nuts.
They've been throwing rocks at passing cars. There's a car on fire about maybe 100 yards from where we are, maybe 50 yards from where we are. Ooh. I don't know what's going on here, but
let's go to the chopper.
I think the police are headed here because they see that.
Yeah, someone is doing donuts in the middle of the roadway there, a minivan.
Oh shit, look at that van. Look at that guy. Oh shit, what is that doing? Get the gun? Oh.
They say you got a gun.
Damn.
Fuck that minivan up.
Wait, what happened? What did he do?
He started doing reverse donuts and started almost hitting people.
Damn. Damn.
This is crazy, dude. So we just flip over to the news, and there's a chopper following them.
Successful in being able to set ablaze. We should also point out that we watched as 5 Waymo.
Yep, they said it was backwards donuts, almost hitting people.
Oh, okay, so now we're doing donuts in reverse in the intersection. In reverse, and someone throwing rocks. Okay,
You're right. We don't need any extra National Guard. They got arrested. They got arrested. The narrative is that they're not doing anything about this. The narrative is that they're just letting everybody get away with all of the shit. But they've been arresting hundreds of people every day. Like, it's just bullshit. Yeah, no, they don't need National Guard. National Guard is not stopping anybody from doing anything. They're not coming in doing some Minority Report shit where they know the crimes are going to happen before they do them. And they're going to go arrest them and stop it from happening in the first place. No, they're going in and they're arresting people after they do shit like this. And they're catching them. I think minivans can only do donuts in reverse because they have front-wheel drive.
It's very strange. Somebody, I don't know what to make of this. This seems so very dangerous. Obviously, these people throwing the rocks are not happy with that person there. I don't know if they felt this person was endangering them. This is a very bizarre scene there. And why
looks like an old man, dude.
That person would do those donuts like that in reverse. Was that person? Look at the way this person's driving on the sidewalk. Oh my gosh, this is very scary here. LAPD, FYI, something's going on here with this driver. Who is that a sidewalk he's driving on?
Well, that's part of the plaza area of Alvera Street, not far from the Chinese Museum, and it's clearly not set up for traffic. It was at one point, but now you have all of those balustrades or whatever they're called, the barriers that keep you from.
Car?
This is crazy, dude.
Lori, be careful because that minivan's coming back your direction.
Back towards you.
Woo! There in an afternoon, oftentimes there
this is crazy.
Playing music and dancing. He's going at a pretty high rate of speed too.
Makes me wonder who
this is a video that's up on my TikTok. You guys should go watch it. It's about 9 minutes long, but the overall chase was about like 15-20 minutes long. But yeah, this is just like a small portion that I'm going to show you real quick. This is nuts. And now he's back at the fucking gas station.
People,
yeah, I mean, if you guys want to,
Lori, be careful because that minivan's coming back your direction.
Back towards you.
Woo! Oh! Oh! Oh my God!
Holy shit! He on the news. The car's on the news. Are we chasing? Are they chasing after the car?
He's back at the fucking gas station, dude. What the fuck is he doing? Now he's driving backwards. Holy shit! What is he doing? What the? Oh, and he just hit the fucking dumpster.
He's decided to abandon that vehicle, and he's got a hold of a dumpster trying to move it, but unsuccessful. So now he's got to get back in the car. And by the way, I think I saw some shattered glass.
Holy shit!
The agitators were able to.
What does he do? Oh shit!
At him, and he was able and broke through the window because then he was throwing things back out again.
Look at the way that driver is driving. That is a very scary scene. It's almost like this person is a rogue person.
Oh, there he is! There he is! That guy's still here! They're gonna get him! Holy shit! That guy's fucked! He's fucked!
Who is out of his mind, and look at the crowd.
Everybody's coming towards him because he's stuck. He's stuck
yeah,
there.
Dude.
Now he's going to do things quite illegally to get out of the way, but it's clear that
oh shit, they're trying to stop him, dude. Did you see this fucking crowd? Look at all the people over here. There's so many people over here that are rushing. Yeah, the Santi guy that we saw, this is him right here. You can see him with his camera, his light on, his white hoodie. This is the guy that we keep cutting to on Kick right here, running in between the cars. It's fucking minivan right now.
Now you see a crowd racing to the east, looks like maybe to the west. There he is now. There he is now, continuing to drive extremely erratically. I'm really worried that this person is going to drive so fast that he's going to run somebody over because there's just so many pedestrians running around, so many people with their phones out. This guy's already hit multiple things. You see the bumper damage, almost hitting that vehicle head on, and people are continuing to throw rocks at him.
Because he's stuck. He's stuck there. Now he's going to do things quite illegally to get out of the way, but it's clear that he was trying to go after the agitators or whomever.
Bad situation, guys. This is.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Lori, we want you to
Lori
go.
should, yeah.
He's swerving! Don't hit other cars, guys, that's fucked.
Whatever is left over in the downtown area, and look at that.
So anyways, this is crazy. It was wild. National Guard showed up and tonight is less violent. Well, they were way less violent yesterday too. Yesterday was like super chill, super calm. You had protests all over the country yesterday, and nothing really came out of it. Let's see. Oh, this is one of those fake channels. Yeah, this is one of those channels that just plays like old shit over and over. Yeah, this is the Independent. Damn, that is obnoxious. So yeah, it looks like there's still a lot going on tonight. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It looks like there's a whole lot still going on tonight. This is crazy.
Thank you.
Tom, you should go defend Destiny's honor on Anne's panel. Who is Anne? What's her name? I'll look it up. Yeah, this is about an hour and a half ago. See all these people out here? See how violent they are, guys? See how horrible this is? Isn't that scary? You guys are scared, aren't you? Are you guys shitting your pants right now?
Sounds good. Air 7 News Desk, checking in.
We don't need illegals. Nobody's arguing for illegals, so cool story, bro.
Copy.
Yeah, so this has been all day today. Numerous points all over LA. They're still out there. Let's go to our man on the ground. See if he's got anything going on tonight. Oh yeah, there he is.
On my Instagram to get people in here, and on my Snapchat to get people in here.
He caught you. He didn't catch me.
Sure.
Fuck? They're saying you.
This guy!
No!
This guy can't! No, I'm kidding. Imagine. Guys, you guys are making my mom have second thoughts. She's gonna give me a curfew. I don't want a curfew.
That's what we wanted to hear, right?
I know, that's what I'm saying. And like, want to be part of the channel where we send all the clips. So it looks like they went that way, right? Vandalize that or I'm not great. See, chat, I told you. I don't have a curfew. I don't know why you guys keep saying.
Look at the National Guard out here, guys. Look at all that they're doing. See how much they stopped them? Damn.
Saying all that shit. I'm like 22. I can do whatever I want.
So you want to interview these officers?
Sure.
I don't think these are officers.
Wait. These guys have a big truck. That's the first time I've seen this cool truck. Nice.
That is pretty sick.
Oh yeah, fuck. Wait, I didn't even see that shit. I didn't know they were calling me a pedo.
I sent it to you. I don't have
Good shit, Victor.
I don't have Discord up. You'll have to send it to the phone number. Or just tell me what her name is, because, yeah, I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember that girl's name. Wait, she commented on one of my videos. I think I can just click on her. I didn't send it to Discord. It's wild for me to come over to TikTok. Oh, that's right. She commented on and BA.
Do blackface, obviously. Like, that's something I would never do. I'm a leftist. Like, I'm against that. I don't think people should do it. I think it like offends people a lot. I made a joke in response to it.
After asking the person to take it down multiple times, I made a joke in response to it going, oh, LOL, like new hair color, like new hairstyle, new skin tone dropping soon. Because the joke is that it's so absurd and nothing I would ever do. Like, do you not get that form of humor?
I mean, I think just pedophilia in general is just
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, but the joke is, the joke is about the extremity of the thing that you wouldn't do. Similar to like, you know, like beating your wife joke, for example. Like, can't wait to go back to home.
Yeah, like, or like a joke where a Muslim makes it.
Hey, let me put you on hold for just a minute. I'm gonna listen to something real quick and I'll pull you on, okay?
No, I don't need to put me on, Tom. This is D Hoax in chat. Your boy Aaron, your mod, fucking ban me. Tell him to unban me.
D Hoax?
Yeah.
Why did you get banned?
I have no idea, because I hurt his feelings. He can't take a disagreement.
Aaron,
if you watch his actual modding practice, he doesn't do a good job. Just my opinion.
Aaron, why did he get banned?
They were gonna like reenact 9/11 or something.
I see, like, the problem is that I see you guys like do like taunt him and like talk a lot of shit, but I know that he talks a lot of shit back, so it's hard to tell. Like, if he's talking a lot of shit back, he can't really get mad about you guys talking shit either.
Like,
but
oh, there goes my credit score. That would have been
I don't know.
hilarious.
Exactly.
All right, I don't see him in chat. He's not responding right now, but I'll figure it out.
No, what about dead baby jokes? That's
Thanks,
like a
Tom.
whole
All right,
genre of
bye.
jokes is dead baby jokes.
That's so true. Yeah, those are some pretty good ones.
Oh my god, I ate the left!
Yeah, just need to see the evidence, and then I'll give my assessment.
No, literally.
You want to know something funny, Ruxter?
What
I spoke to you like 3 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, and I was so stupid. I had no knowledge on philosophy.
Was?
I was, yeah. I'm much smarter now. Or I would say I was way stupid.
3 years ago? Damn.
2 to 3 years ago.
Do you support the ICE protest? Yeah.
Oh, man.
And I was saying stuff like non-standard. You said a word, rational. And
were you and I having like a disagreement or something?
No, you were just explaining to me that even if somebody is doing bad stuff, that they could still be rational. What it means for somebody to be rational, you're explaining to me that what somebody being rational means that they're making the best decision from what they know. Right? And I was having something like...
That is not what rational means.
Like
rational is like a logical thought process, meaning there's a premise, conclusion that you're using, like, but it doesn't mean that it's sound rational or sound logic. And so you can have like a rational thought process that is still illogical, fallacious, is not sound, you know, but yeah, it's not that you're just doing the best thing.
Schmittler was not being dangerous.
I'm sorry, my brother, I don't remember that convo. But...
No, I don't expect you to.
Hopefully it was productive.
No, it was. It taught me.
So I don't know what I'm supposed to disagree with her on. It doesn't sound like there's anything happening. If nobody tells me what the argument is or what I'm supposed to go on and argue with her about, I don't really I don't know what the issue is.
Joe Romero tipped $21.
Let's
no
go.
comment, just bored lol.
Let's go. Let's get some W Joes in chat. Finishing up round 1. W Joe with 40 seconds on the clock. Let's see if I can get this set up before it beeps.
Educating me. In fact, it was on Bot by Bloods.
Some critique, like my defense of Z was crazy or outlandish or whatever. So if you want to come up here and talk about it, you said like the character limit in the comments was, too restrictive for you to kind of get out the critique that you have. So, and you can always join here and like talk about it.
I don't know anything about that.
Girl, ain't nobody bullying me. I feel like to be bullied, you have to actually be like hurt by it. Do you think that's like a case?
Or not? For sure not. You could be bullied, and the bullying would have no effect on you, but you'd still be bullied.
Aw, Dean scrolled out or something. Girl, it's so weird for him to like levy critiques. Like he did this publicly. Like he came up on the panel. He like said multiple times, and it's just weird that you're defending Z.
Yeah, but we don't want asshole mods. Like we're trying to make it to where we don't get asshole mods. We want to like allow people to be fairly like disagreeable, and especially if like if the mods are being assholes to the chatters, then it makes sense that the chatters are going to be assholes back. If it's like a mod that's just being like nice, like it's Allie or Naomi, and they're just being fucking dicks to them for no reason, then it makes sense. But when it's like Aaron who is like agitating and like calling them names and like poking the bear a lot, then like yeah, when they respond in kind, it kind of makes sense at that point. But I don't know. I wasn't watching, so I don't know what it is.
And then he has my DMs. I don't know if they're too far gone.
I think some of these people are like a slave to their audience, and so they end up like defending certain positions or attacking certain people because that's what's expected of them, not because they actually believe it. And I think Dean is one of those people.
I just like the problem is like
I also have good reason to think that that's actually like what's going on.
Like he doesn't. I don't think he cares. I don't think he cares. Like if people actually get elected or like any of that. It sucks too because I'm like I don't have any like personal qualms with them. I disagree with how they treated, which I found out. I got to talk to you, Namdir. I found out some shit about what's his name, Harry. We might not be on the Harry train anymore.
Who are you talking about? Who?
Harry Sisson, the player, the guy who had people on Snapchat.
That's like every guy's 19-year-old experience.
Really bad.
Wait, was I a part of it? I don't think I know who you're talking about.
I don't know if you were on board with the defending him. It was the guy who had like women on Snapchat and he was like playing them and he like was allegedly saying like telling them he didn't have a girlfriend and saying he wasn't like
Harry
committed
Sisson.
or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Which like okay, typical like 20-year-old like.
Mm-hmm. Wait, I'm assuming he did have a girlfriend.
He was lying about talking to only one girl. Essentially.
Yeah. He was lying about talking to somebody, and I think he did have a girlfriend eventually. Like they found out.
Oh, yeah, that's.
They're saying it is. You know what I mean? Like it was at least on the surface. Like no, I don't think people know the thing that I know. So yes, I think somebody said I was defending him, but is there something worse we don't know? Yes.
Was it Sissingate?
No. Oh, Sissingate? Yeah. I thought you said is Sisson gay?
Okay.
No.
All right. I haven't gotten anything to go argue with, so I'm just gonna move on. Yeah, here, I gotta run to the restroom real quick. You guys were asking if I support the protests. I definitely support the protests, and so
it's wild for me to come over to take.
Let me, I will pull up my quick video on this while I run to the little boy's room. I'm a liberal, not a leftist. So I'm going to explain why I support these protests. It's not because people need to work. It's not because they're taking away people from their families. It's not because it makes me feel bad. I believe in strong borders. It's Obama and Joe Biden who have the records in most deportation, because that's what liberals and Democrats believe in. I support these protests because in the beginning it started off as them getting in the way of ICE detaining immigrants. The Trump administration has been breaking laws left and right, especially when it comes to deportations. And then when they're told by courts that they're breaking the law, they refuse to remedy their mistakes. They've deported people who were here legally on green cards. They've deported people who were here legally like Abrego Garcia. They've deported people who were here legally just sitting in asylum detention camps waiting to be processed. And then they put people in prisons for who knows how long without ever charging them with a single crime. The Trump administration has been a lawless administration, and there's absolutely no reason why any American should allow him to continue gathering people up and doing who knows what with them. So while I do believe that if you come across the border illegally, you should probably be removed and maybe attempt to come back through the right processes, while I know that those processes take a very long time and they need to be fixed, that doesn't mean that we just throw away the idea of borders altogether. So while a lot of the people that you've been hearing speaking on this issue have been the most extreme, by far the majority of people who support these protests are people who do believe in borders, who do believe in immigration laws. They just don't believe in a lawless president who is held to a lower standard than some random immigrant who wandered across the border. If he's breaking laws, he needs to be held accountable before any of these other random people. And I don't think people should be violent or out there destroying their own neighborhoods or their own neighbors' private businesses. If you care more about that than the guy who took an oath to office and the crimes that he's committing, you need to get your priorities straight. I'm a liberal. Yup. When the guy who is taking an oath to office is held to a lower standard than the motherfuckers who are coming into our country and just random people here, you are truly fucked as far as your priorities go. You really, really need to reassess your priorities, because that is that is insane. But all right. Yeah, scary protests. Damn, this is horrible.
Destroy our community.
It's a brown woman!
Destroying America.
Ah!
That's what he's doing.
She's brown!
At Trump Tower yesterday, more than 20 people were arrested.
Trump,
after
come save
refusing
me!
to leave. And in Austin overnight, police fired tear gas containers and arrested protesters.
We were just out there peacefully protesting. We were not being aggressive towards the cops at all. We were just protesting as normal. Whenever they decided it was over, they just pushed us and used a lot of force.
Back in Los Angeles, demonstrators last night gathered in a small stretch of the city. Some came to protest in solidarity, even if they were scared to identify themselves.
I am a U.S. citizen, and that's why I'm here. You know, I'm here for my mom who can't be here. I'm here for my uncles and my family members who cannot be here today. But anybody could just look at me and be like, that's a brown guy right there. He must not be a citizen. So,
which is exactly what a lot of those people earlier were doing. They just kept turning to the brown people saying, go back home. What the fuck?
From
sound, motherfuckers.
Hey, sound, motherfuckers. You're on the Foolery show. How's it going?
Hey, what's happening? Hello, everybody.
What was the name again? I couldn't make it out.
And explain what happened to Fucknut.
Wait, what was the name? I couldn't make it out. All I heard was motherfucker.
Oh, D Hogue. H-O-A-G.
Oh, D Hogue. Okay.
I don't know if you know him or if he's been around. I don't remember him, to be frank with you. But he claims to have been around for a while last night. At least that's what he was saying last night. So,
wait, so this is you. Wait, you're Aaron. You're not D Hogue.
Yes, that's
okay.
Right.
I was asking your name.
Sorry, I'm on my phone. So
yes.
It sounds different.
Okay, I was asking for your name. Yeah. So okay. So all right. So what's up?
Oh, I just wanted to call and explain what happened to him. Last night, he was having a problem engaging actually with topic, or at least staying on it. And so he kept faltering to basically like throwing aspersions at you about drugs and your history and background. And then when I say, hey, man, that's not cool, because he was doing it in a real foul way, he'd basically say, but Tom has said it. And it's like, no, Tom has never said meth. Tom has never said stuff
Yeah,
like
I've never
that,
made fun of
are
people
these-
for having drug problems in the past, and I definitely never made fun of myself for having drug problems in the past. But it's like, yeah, 18 years ago. If you think that's a good insult, that it's a little weird that you would use things that I did 18 years ago while ignoring things that Trump did just a couple years ago. But all right, what else?
Yeah, no, that's kind of what the deal was. And then tonight, they like to do this thing, and I say they because it's a kind of a thing I'm expressing more for the chat. So those who are out there who are cowards who could have used this phone number and didn't will get the idea that it's one thing to engage in chat. We can call each other names. We could be real fucking shitty to each other in a lot of ways. But when you start throwing around the PDF stuff, or you start like casting aspersions on people very specifically, that's where I will draw the line and say, all right, get the fuck out. Simply because then tonight it was like in the midst of all this back and forth of, of course I prod. I'm going to always say I prod. Of course I challenge. Yeah, of course. It's part of the fun of this chat, actually. But, when it comes to suddenly throwing the PDF at somebody, specifically me or anybody else, that's when I got to say, no, bro. You've already been warned. So, that was the case with D-Hope.
Okay. Yeah, that's definitely taking it way too far. It's and on top of that, like people who do this, like you guys, when you throw around terms like that and try to make terms that are like really important, like these are like very like serious terms that we're throwing at people, when you try to like make those meaningless terms, when you try to use them as just an insult to throw at people instead of something that is like an important label and something that is a big deal. If you don't make a big deal about something like pedophilia, then yeah, like you kind of just need to fuck off. If that's not if something that bad's not a big deal to you, then yeah, it's not gonna happen
Which
here.
is kind of the wild thing is because they're so willing to defend horrible, insane actions like separating families and putting people in detention centers in other countries without due process and all these horrible, actual criminal, dehumanizing things. But when it comes to throwing out accusations that are unfounded, they just pop into the top of their head that are the nastiest things you can say to somebody, they're fine with that, which is, these are the same people, I got to say, be honest with you, and you can take it the same way you want, are the first ones to tell me that they're Christian or that they're righteous people who follow the law or that they're always righteous in some way in their own mind. And that's the part that's just disgusting to me. That frankly, that's why, if anything, I'll get trigger happy with that line right there. So yeah, sorry about that.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate it.
No problem. Peace, yo.
Later.
So even with my citizenship, I'm still fearful of being out here.
Kira Connor has lived in LA for 35 years. Yesterday, law enforcement and protesters.
Mantis, I don't know where you sent it to me at. I've looked all over the place. Unless you sent it on TikTok? I don't, I don't know.
Protesters stopped right outside her building.
How do you feel about calling in the Marines and the National?
This is hoax, isn't it?
From. To accept, press.
Why don't you ever say a name at the point for the fucking name?
Honestly, I'm not even listening at the beginning. I just hear it ringing, so my bad. I just heard your boy Aaron's response, and I'm just calling in for two things, right? A, I agree with what he said as far as baseless accusations that minimize serious issues because they're thrown around so wildly, right? I think everybody here, hopefully, can agree that white supremacy is a very serious issue, and it shouldn't be thrown around loosely, as he does, right? Baseless and very loosely, and it minimizes the effect that issue actually has in the world, right? So I do agree with what he said there. Second thing, I did not say that he is a pedophile. I said he probably supports MAPs. That is what I said, and it's probably true. But to be clear, I know. But to be clear, that is what was said.
Okay.
So just two things. That's all I wanted to let you know.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Bye.
I don't want to play the back and forth anymore. Yeah, I don't want to. This is not a fun game for me.
Guard. I have mixed feelings. I've lived here long enough through many, many riots, from Northridge to this, to Ronnie King, to all that. So it was bound to happen and need it. So I don't think the mayor or Newsom handled anything correctly. That's my opinion. Did Trump overreact? Absolutely.
She says Trump is right to deport undocumented criminals, but the way the raids were conducted is ripping LA apart and has struck some of the city's most vulnerable communities.
Instead of being the nice, showy president, someone has to make moves. At the same time, you don't go after 30 and 40-year-old, people in the garment district that have been working there, and I know that they have grandchildren and great-grandchildren. They make up LA. They make up downtown, and now they're gone. Their family is ripped apart. To do this right after our wildfires, this is insanity. We can't take anymore.
We believe that about 200 people or more have been detained during the past 3 or 4 days.
Jorge Mario Cabrera is with the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights. He says they've been inundated with calls from families, desperate for information about their loved ones.
We only know of probably a dozen or so individuals that we can actually talk to about their case, which means that the others could just simply be already deported or on their way or forced to sign, which is what we're also hearing, that people are being not forced, but certainly encouraged to sign their self-deportation.
How scared are people?
Today I spoke with a couple of workers that went into to do what they need to do to earn their living honestly. And I asked them directly, why are you here? Aren't you afraid? One of them said, what I do with my fear is I bring it with me, put it in my pocket, and go on. There's no other option for me.
Cabrera believes that this show of force is used as psychological warfare,
Oh.
and a provocation, an
Interesting.
attempt to show those who support immigrants as unruly and un-American.
Go back to Bill Maloogian in just a minute, but first, joining us with reaction, former IDF head Aaron Cohn is with us, former FBI special agent, Fox News contributor Nicole Parker. Nicole, I can't imagine. We see that they have pre-positioned baseball bats. They were handing out earplugs and gas masks. They have frozen water bottles. They're pelting cops with that and with Molotov cocktails. They're throwing fireworks at them. It's an untenable situation, also preventable, also predictable, and then you got handcuffs on local law enforcement. These guys are doing the best job they can under the circumstances. President Trump saw what happened in the summer of 2020. How many people would have to die? How many people would have to be injured before he would then act? At that point, it would be too late, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be. And this will not be summer of 2020 part 2. I guarantee you that. President Trump is coming in strong and he's saying this will not be tolerated. And Sean, this is a very different situation than we were dealing with before. I can speak for myself as a former FBI agent who was working for the FBI during that time frame. You fast forward to right now, you've got Director Cash.
I'm typing in the TikTok chat on my through my studio, and on my phone, I don't see any of my chats popping up. I even just asked in the chat, can anybody see my chats, and nobody's answering. So I don't think any of my chats are going through. This is weird.
Aramsan tipped $20.
Hey, yo.
Examples of semantics include understanding the difference between the words buy and purchase, or the various meanings of the word bank. These examples highlight the nuances and complexities of language and meaning.
Okay.
Patel, and he's saying there is zero tolerance for this. You have Attorney General Pam Bondi, zero tolerance for this. There will be harsh consequences. Under Christopher Wray, there was a posture of stand down, don't do anything. Merrick Garland, I mean, they didn't want to charge anybody.
So you guys don't see my messages on TikTok, right? You guys don't see any of my chats on TikTok. Because I've sent numerous messages here. You can see I posted here. Oh, on TikTok, then I said like the last place I'd look, LOL. Are messages showing in chat? And then I don't see none. W Aaron, also W Gen Max and text. Seems like there's a lot of tolerance. Nah, it just says host. Weird. Type in chat now. Hello. Yeah, it's not popping up. So I'm looking at it on my phone too, and yeah, it's just not popping up. Weird, dude. Freaking weird, bro.
Now you've got Pam Bondi, Kash Patel. They will be extremely aggressive. I do believe that this is highly orchestrated. It's not a coincidence that all of that was planted there. But again, the games will be over. President Trump saying we're.
Wait, what? I was hoping Hunter would go to prison too, but he wrote himself a pardon. You lefties love kid touchers. Bro, I'm sorry. That is just such an odd statement. Like, you got probably the majority of people getting charged with, or the largest group, or you know, subgroup of people being charged with pedophilic charges are going to be people in like ministry and priests and within the churches. And then like just the fact that like you guys are Christians, we could totally use this against you guys to say that you love kid touchers. Or the fact that Donald Trump was best friends with Epstein during the most prominent years of Pedophile Island. Or the fact that Donald Trump was close to P. Diddy, like he's one of the only people who was close with both P. Diddy and Epstein. Or the fact that there's clips of Donald Trump saying best friends. They were best friends. Both of them have said that they were friends for a very long time. There's tons of pictures of them together. There's tons of people who have talked about hanging out with the two of them and them wanting to like pick up chicks together. There's Trump was on the flight logs. You're lying again? Ozzy, get your fucking ass on here. Get your fucking ass on here. Get your fucking bitch ass on here. We will go over it right now. I will pull up Donald Trump himself saying that they're friends. I will pull up Epstein saying himself that they were best friends. I will pull up the fucking flight logs of Trump being on there more than once. I will pull up all of the pictures of them hanging out together. I will pull up all of the people who said that they hung out with Epstein and Trump together. We'll pull up all of this shit, but you gotta come and stand your fucking ground. If you think I'm a liar, you come stand on it right now. Call in. There's a phone number right here. You call in and stand on your fucking words. You're gonna keep calling people liars. You're probably some fucking loser who never had a father, who doesn't understand how to stand on his own fucking statements and, you know, have a backbone. But I will teach you, okay? I will be your father figure today. Fatherless behavior is no more for you. Get your pansy ass onto my show and let's fucking go. Today is a new day for you. This is the first day of the rest of your life where you get to act like a man. Let's go. Last chance. You know he was never on the island. I didn't say he was on the island. What the fuck? I didn't say he was on the island. What is wrong with you? What? Why? What? I never said he was on the fucking island. You just called me a liar like 5 times. Why are you moving on to something totally different? I never said he was on the island. Tom, can you please be careful? Yeah, sure. Yeah. You said he was on the flight list, I'm pretty sure. He was. It didn't say that he went to the island. The people, this is the dumb thing that you guys do, is you act like anybody who's on the flight list or on the flight logs means that they went to the island. That is not what it means. That is not what it means at all. His fucking jets go a lot of fucking places. To act like it only goes to the island is complete bullshit. That is not true at all. That's what you guys do. I actually have a brain, okay? I actually have a brain. I don't think he was never on a Lolita Express. Wait, what do you mean he was never on a Lolita Express? It was donated to him. Wait, did you not know that? That he got the Lolita Express? But yes, he was on the plane. That plane does not only go to the island. That plane goes numerous places. It went all over the fucking world. It did not only go to the island. Well, you left that out. Well, I'm sorry that you're not smart enough to know that just because somebody says he's on the flight logs and hung out with Epstein, that automatically means that they went to the island. I'm sorry that you're imagining I'm saying things that never came out of my fucking mouth. I'm sorry that you're not smart enough to know the difference between he's on flight logs and he went to the island. But I think the majority of people here can understand that if somebody didn't say anything anywhere close to this, that they're probably not saying this. I think that's pretty intuitive for most sapiens, but I can't expect that from MAGA, I guess. If you have a brain, it's a smooth one. You're the one over here who's arguing against something that nobody said. Give me a break, dude. Give me a fucking break.
We're going to take charge, and we're not going to have a replay of what happened in the summer of 2020. Absolutely not.
Yeah, I totally...
Anyways, the point is just to say that I'm not sitting here saying that you guys support pedos. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, the right loves PDFs. But that's because I'm not dishonest like you guys. So when you keep over and over trying to make it sound like, oh, the right or the left loves PDFs, they love them so much, you know you're fucking lying. You know that you're just insanely dishonest. But you do it to make yourself feel better about your own poor decisions in life. If you were actually consistent on those standards, you would be looking at the right with way more suspicion than you'd be looking at the left. Way more suspicion. The Democrat Party founded the KKK. That doesn't mean anything. A party is not an ideology. Do you know what ideology founded the KKK? Do you know what ideology did it? Are you aware? Do you know? The conservatives, of course. Just an interesting factoid there. The conservatives were the Democrats at the time. Progressives were Republicans when Lincoln got elected and started the Civil War. Very different. Very different. But at the time, the South, we were Democrats here. At the time, we were definitely Democrats here. And in Alabama, in Georgia, in Florida, we all voted for Democrats back then. But we didn't stop being conservatives when we were voting for Democrats. No, we were conservatives when we were voting for Democrats. There was no switch. Hold on. There's different things, okay? There's different things. You're doing it again where you're thinking I'm saying something that I never said. So there's the Southern strategy, which means that they tried to use racism to get the parties to switch, to make it to where all of the racists came over to the Republican side, right? That is the Southern strategy. There was a switch. Nobody disagrees that there was a switch. Literally everybody agrees that the parties did switch. They just disagree with whether or not there was a Southern strategy. But there was 100% a switch. Nobody disagrees with the fact that the parties did switch. So at the time, when the Democrats were founding things like the KKK and fighting against slavery, it was conservatives. Wrong? Okay, tell me somebody who disagrees. Give me a historian who disagrees. Give me one. Okay, give me one. I've been indoctrinated. Tell me who. Tell me if somebody who proves this wrong. Give me one. I'll pull up some conservatives that agree with it. Let's try Prager. How about that? Did you go to college? Why can't you answer fucking questions? You really are dumb. Do you not speak English? Are you one of those fucking illegals? Someone needs to get this motherfucker deported. He doesn't understand English. I've asked him the same question like 4 times now, and he keeps typing other random shit. Can you answer the question? Who argues against the switch? Who says that there was not a switch? Tell me one. Yeah, so you don't know. You have no idea what you're talking about. You've never even looked into it. You've never even looked into it. You have no fucking idea what you're talking about. All right, so here's PragerU talking about it. Thomas Sowell? No, Thomas Sowell does not argue that there was not a switch. He says that the Southern strategy did not happen. He says the same thing as me. Thomas Sowell says the same exact thing as me, that there was not a Southern strategy, but there was a switch. So he says literally the same thing as me. I've watched him say it 1,000 fucking times.
Once upon a time, every student of history, and that meant pretty much everyone with a high school education, knew this. The Democratic Party was the party of slavery and Jim Crow, and the Republican Party was the party of emancipation and racial integration. Democrats were the Confederacy, and Republicans were the Union. Jim Crow Democrats were dominant in the South, and socially tolerant Republicans were dominant in the North. But then, in the 1960s and 70s...
What? What? The tolerant Republicans in the North and Jim Crow Democrats in the South, that's fucking crazy.
Were dominant in the North.
What?
But then, in the 1960s and 70s, everything supposedly flipped. Suddenly, the Republicans became the racists, and the Democrats became the champions of civil rights.
See, she's arguing against who became the racists. That's not what I said. That's the Southern strategy. There was a switch. It just wasn't the Southern strategy.
Fabricated by left-leaning academic elites and journalists, the story went like this. Republicans couldn't win a national election by appealing to the better nature of the country.
See?
They could only win by appealing to the worst.
This is what I said.
Attributed to Richard Nixon, the media's all-purpose bad guy, this came to be known as the Southern strategy. It was very simple. Win elections by winning the South. And to win the South, appeal to racists. So the Republicans, the party of Lincoln, were to now be labeled the party of rednecks. But this story of the two parties switching identities is a myth. In fact, it's 3 myths wrapped into one false narrative. Let's take a brief look at each myth in turn. Myth number 1. In order to be competitive in the South, Republicans started to pander to white racists in the 1960s. Fact, Republicans actually became competitive in the South as early as 1928 when Republican Herbert Hoover won over 47% of the South's popular vote against Democrat Al Smith. In 1952, Republican President Dwight Eisenhower won the southern states of Tennessee, Florida, and Virginia. And in 1956, he picked up Louisiana, Kentucky, and West Virginia too. And that was after he supported the Supreme Court decision in Brown versus Board of Education that desegregated public schools, and after he sent the 101st Airborne to Little Rock Central High School to enforce integration. Myth number 2, Southern Democrats, angry with the Civil Rights Act of 1964, switched parties. Fact, of the 21 Democratic senators who opposed the...
From
Darius of Chicago.
to accept.
What's up, Darius? You're on the Tom Foolery Show. How's it going?
Hey, how are you?
Doing well. What's up?
Awesome. Cool. Yeah, I saw your number saying if I disagree to call. Now, I don't know if you're going to disagree with this or not, but I want to propose the idea that we're receiving a lot of the blowback with the current situation of tensions with Mexico and these riots in LA because essentially after America winning the Mexican-American War, we lacked the moral fiber to take our right of conquest and add the entire territory as we had directly conquered it right from the capital of Mexico City, and taking the whole thing, which we actually conquered all the way down to Panama,
And by not doing this and basically one of the, I think the biggest fumble in history, this directly led to the Civil War right afterwards, and this sort of weird gray zone apartheid between us and the Mexicans, when we could have actually integrated with them, and probably our center base of power would have also migrated south, and we probably, I think, would have had a much more amicable development alongside with them as together, if we had done the right thing. So what are your thoughts on that?
I'm not. What part is the bungle? What are you?
That we didn't annex the entire conquest territorially from the Mexican-American War going all the way down to Panama, to integrate that as part of our country.
You're saying that we should have.
Oh, of course, yeah. And by not doing so, it's the greatest fumble in all of history, and directly leading to all these horrible consequences and cultural rifts later down the road.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm echoing really badly back through your.
Oh, really? Let me take it off headphones and see if it's. Is this a little better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, great. Yeah, no, you're welcome to disagree.
Okay, so yeah, I definitely don't think that we should have annexed the Central America. Like, one of the bigger problems for them right now is the amount of intervening that we engaged in over there with helping regime changes while fighting against socialism and communism.
Well, see, that's the point. We were doing all that meddling, which I agree was totally a bad thing too. All these centuries now by this point.
Well, just to be clear, I don't think that the meddling. Just to be clear, I don't think all of the meddling was bad. I think that we should have been over there. We should have been fighting against drugs, and we should have been helping regime changes. We should have been doing all of these things.
I think we ended up leaving it to become a shithole.
Yes, exactly. We did it poorly.
And
yes, that's what I'm saying. Is we did it poorly.
They should have developed alongside with us as actually us together.
Wait, but that's the problem. That is the problem.
The entire thing.
Hold on.
That way,
that is the wait. Hold on. That is what I was in the middle of saying, is that is the problem, though, is that once we started helping with regime changes, and we're funding rebels rebellions in Central America, we are giving them a bunch of money to sell drugs and guns and shit like that, to where that's the business that they're making a lot of money in. And then even after the regime changes, now the people who are good at selling drugs and guns are in charge and are now. Hold on!
All right, my friend. Sorry.
And then they allowed them to these cartels to grow very big and very powerful, and then they are interwoven with the governments to where there's these huge connections. But we are the ones who started that process, right? We're the ones who did that. So it's not that they shouldn't have their independence. It's not that they shouldn't have their own ability to vote on their own leaders, or handle their countries the way that they want to. Well. No, because
but that's what states are for.
Obviously not.
Federal.
What is California currently doing things the way that they want to do them?
Well, they're totally resisting what the federal government wants to do.
Correct. There you go. Thank you. Yes. So it is not states. That is not what states are for, because there's the federal government coming in and trying to force them to do what they want them to do.
Yeah, and they're resisting because they have this state sovereignty to some degree, right?
Right.
Okay, that's what states. What I meant by that's what states are for is that, just like how the territory we did annex from the Mexican-American War, it broke into several states. It wasn't just one big thing. It was California, this and that, and it would have just been this continuity of this federalist system that they should have been developing along with us as brothers the entire time. What is this nonsense? Keeping it as a gray zone? That's taking advantage of very nefarious, underhanded ways. I'd rather be much more direct, you know, and like we did the deed, right? We conquered them outright.
I'm
Like,
sorry,
right down to
you're
into their
making very
capital.
like buoyant statements that just don't mean anything. Like I'm trying to like get into like the nuance of your statements, and you're just saying like people should not do bad things. They should do good things. It's like, okay, everybody agrees with that. Like you're just saying they should have developed and been as good as the United States. They should be great, like the only superpower in the world right now, the most developed nation ever. Like, okay, yeah, sure, that's like everybody should be that way. But that's like that doesn't really take into consideration like pragmatism
they
or
would have
reality.
been us. Oh, see that? Okay, they would have been us. You know, so this is not like we see the difference of the states that we did take. So
Hold on, I'm
not,
sorry.
This
One
is
second.
not like untested theory.
They're saying I'm quiet on TikTok. Am I quiet on TikTok, guys? My sound says that I'm up, but it does say that he's a little bit louder than me.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm gonna tone it down
No,
a little
no,
bit.
it's not.
I
It's
do
not.
get a little
It's
excited
not your
about it.
fault. No, it's not your fault. They're saying that I'm quiet. No. Okay. Yes, you are. Okay,
All
so
right,
it's just
so-
compared to
so this-
him, but I'm not quiet. It's just in comparison, I'm quiet. Is that what you're saying? He's way louder.
Yeah, I'll try to tone it down a little bit because I had to switch to speakerphone since my headphones are just cheap and stupid. I got to get better ones.
Okay.
So it's a little on my end. But so anyways, this is not a hypothetical thing, you know, where you're saying like, oh, if it would have been good or what, like we see the actual exact difference from the states that we did take from the results of that war versus right across the border in this like quasi situation we have over there that it's like we're supposed to be operating as neighbors, partners, and allies with this country, and we know that they're obviously being run by cartels, and then this is set up a lot by us as an underhanded business thing that's been going on for so many years, right? And so what I'm saying is not about good or bad. It's that I'd rather.
Well, I know you're not saying good or
transparent
bad, but the overall statement is about good or bad. You just saying that they should be as developed as us and developed along with us. Yeah, the whole world should have done that. Cool story, bro.
Yeah,
but like,
yeah,
that's not what happened.
Okay, so this is I'm trying to point this out as a very critical pinnacle point in history that is showing the direct results of the issue that everyone's talking about right now with all this blowback in LA. And I think it's actually so big that it's underestimated to the point where it's probably one of the biggest fumbles in all of history. You know, it's just something to consider. And it directly led to the Civil War, like almost immediately after. But, you know, we could have, with just this one decision, which we already had in our hand, right? It's not hypothetical. And we could have actually just had a whole different result, you know. That's why I want to put to the table and consider like this is the root of the issue. Is that
we weren't as big on colonialism and that we should have just taken over those countries even more than they had already been taken over.
That was already a country of colonialism, you know. It was the French.
That's why I said even
Spanish
more.
and
That's
French
why
government.
that's why I said even more than they had already been in the past. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They have so much colonialism as their foundation of their nation state. You know, they were alongside of us. They were also colonial result from the next generation after, and so were we. And that war really should have just unified us in the proper way, but we didn't have the moral fiber to do what was right, and just fumbled it, and it just got all nasty.
Okay.
Instead of being transparent and outright about things, we ended up doing all this underhanded shit across the, you know?
No, I don't think that the better thing to do would have been to take over their fucking country and then just force it down their throats. No, I totally disagree.
Well, you know, Okay, so can you expound on why you disagree?
Yeah, like the idea is that the whole world would be better off if we were just like more colonialists. If we had been colonizing more places. The whole world. We could have colonized. Hold on, wait. Hold on, wait. The whole world would be better off if they were all America, right? Everybody would just be so much better if they were just us.
Okay.
And I'm saying that, yeah, but we have like standards to where other countries are allowed to make their own decisions. They're allowed to vote in their own leaders. They're allowed to fight their own wars. They're allowed to have their own autonomy and run things their way.
No.
And
That's what state sovereignty right there. That was what we were going back to about.
Yes, that's
what that's for.
Correct.
It's a federalized system.
I don't. States. Hold on. Don't. Hold on. Wait. Okay. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Stop. Okay. When you say state sovereignty, you're talking about like colonies, right? Not like a state, as in like
no. I'm talking about one of the 50 states.
Yes,
that's
what I'm saying. Like a colony. Yes. Okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
So yeah. So again, like I don't. First off, that obviously they don't actually have sovereignty, as we just went over, like Donald Trump and the federal government.
They have a degree of sovereignty.
Yes, but
they have a degree of
yes,
sovereignty.
and I'm saying that degree is not justifiable when going and taking over other countries like Mexico and Guatemala.
All right. So you're using these words like colonialism. I'm wondering if you're really using by its real definition, because that means
I'm not saying white
there's
people.
A population of you're talking about like. I'm sorry. Come again?
I'm not saying white people. I'm saying that like a country goes in and kind of takes over and starts to like integrate their shit into this country with their control.
Right, and that's that indirect, underhanded bullshit that we've been doing. So I'm saying the opposite of that, which is to actually have direct, outright part of our country.
Do you think it was indirect
additional states
bullshit when the French came and helped us with the Revolutionary War?
I don't see how that's relevant. What are you talking about?
Because I don't think it's like what you're talking about is not indirect bullshit when we go and like fund different groups that we think are going to be more beneficial to our country rather than going and just taking over the entire fucking country ourselves. I would much rather that than just going and taking over the whole fucking country and annexing them. That is a much better option.
That's that weak moral fiber that I'm talking about.
Right, and so that's why I'm analogizing the French coming and helping us in the Revolutionary War because it was beneficial to them to stop the British from keeping the Americas. So they wanted to make sure that the British lost. So the French they had a big stake. That's crazy. Well, why didn't they just annex us then?
If they could have, they would have, and in many ways they did. But then as they were losing power on their own side, they eventually did the Louisiana Purchase because it wasn't tenable anymore. So that was their situation. Okay, but if they could have, they would have. All right, but in the case of America taking over Mexico, we could have and didn't.
Yeah, I think it would have been wrong, though. I think it would have been wrong if
that led right to the Civil War.
Yeah, I think it would have been bad, though, for the French to fucking annex America when we're in the middle of a war fighting for freedom. We are fighting for independence. That is what our war is about, is trying to get away from these other countries that are forcing us to pay all these taxes to them.
Step for them.
That don't represent us.
It would have been a good first step, and then if you recall, they had a regime change right after that, so their situation was no longer the same. Whatever vision they had originally for why they did it, to intervene on America's behalf, I mean, it no longer became relevant after the French Revolution anyway. Okay, so
I don't know how that applies. The point is that that if they had annexed us, we would have been in a much worse off situation, and you and I wouldn't even be sitting here talking about taking over Middle America anymore, or Central America anymore, because this is we would be in a very different
They even
scenario.
had a vision and plan during this American Civil War. The British and the French both had eyes like wolves on staking up America, and the Russians sent a navy to as a deterrent. So yeah, there's always outside things at play, right? So I'm talking about like the actual the way of doing things, right? Like this was such an idiotic thing that it led to basically a train wreck of results that would start first the Civil War, which, like I said, if it was all united as one country, they would have moved their power base naturally south, and we'd have some kind of creolized empire, and we would have naturally integrated together. Probably
Mexico.
Everyone would be a little bit more mixed. Pardon?
We got Mexico. Sorry, like a Texas.
Part of it.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Now you see the results right across the border. We should have taken the whole thing because that was ours by right of conquest. We got it all the way down to Panama, and now it's shit.
Yeah, but that applies to that applies to the British in like the whole fucking world, like by right of conquest. The British were holding almost I think it's like 60% of the fucking world.
Have you ever seen the movie Starship Troopers? Maybe everyone's vision should be to take over the entire world, and then when we're done with that, we'll move on to space bugs. You need war and fight in your heart to move on and transcend as the human race. You can't just not integrate that.
No, the reason that we are currently in the most peaceful time in human history throughout all of humanity, all they've ever done is just fight wars and conquest. But now the reason that we're not doing that is because the United States winning their independence and then becoming a superpower has used that power to make the world a more peaceful place. And with principles like don't just be Russia and go and fucking annex other countries like this just because you can.
Police the world. I agree. We should police the entire world as a federalized system.
We are.
Bingo.
Just not.
Yeah, but it needs to be done like fully, not this half-handed shit.
No.
This is garbage.
No.
This is a terrible result. And, you're talking about like you're against what Trump's doing in LA. Isn't that what you believe in? Democracy? 65% of American citizens believe in deporting every single illegal status person out of the country, violence or not.
It's more than that.
So that's what democracy looks like.
The last one I saw was like 89%.
So it's a very high number.
Yes. No doubt.
The majority of Americans want illegals gone out of the country. Why do you have a problem with that?
I don't. What the fuck did I say anything? Like nobody has a problem with that, bro. You're like.
I thought you want them to have amnesty and all this stuff. That's maybe I misheard.
No. I was just arguing that like they were talking about the fact that like illegals have always been that like we've always had these strong borders, that we've always been a nation of borders and blah blah blah. And I'm saying like no, like that's not true. That's like a much more recent phenomena where we have like much more stringent borders, which I am in favor of. But it's that is not like I'm going back to just Reagan, which is 2 Republican presidents ago, where he was like giving it wasn't really mass amnesty, but it was close to it. It was Bill Clinton who ended up implementing Reagan's policy, but it was but that is what Reagan fought for to fight communism and all of that. But no, I'm totally in favor of like deportations and like holding illegal immigrants accountable if they come into the country illegally. That this is not just me. This is as you said, as I said, this is the majority of the country. This includes Democrats. Like Obama and Biden have the records in deportations. Like we are not the ones who are against this. It is just propaganda that makes people believe that we are.
Wow. Yeah, crazy, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Gee whiz. Yeah, sorry about that. But what's your strongest opinion right now on current news today?
What's that? What's current news?
With what's going on in LA.
That like Trump is somebody who is breaking a lot of laws. He is getting told by courts that the way he's doing deportations is illegal. After he's told, he refuses to remedy those and refuses to fix the situation, refuses to abide by court orders, and has been engaging in illegal actions by refusing to listen to the courts. And so now we don't trust him to detain immigrants and deport them legally and give them due process and all this shit. We think that he's just going to keep trying to find ways around giving these people legal due process, and so nobody trusts him to deport people anymore.
Well, my understanding is that if they are not here by legal status, they don't have the same rights. They don't have a right to
Wait. Hold on. When you say that's not true, but when you say legal status, do you mean like a citizen or do you mean legal status?
Someone who's here illegally, that they don't have that right.
So
this is
how do you know that they're here illegally?
Yeah, I see your point.
Mm-hmm.
You have to determine that somehow in a court.
Yeah. Now it doesn't always have to be in court. There's other processes that we use sometimes to make these things a little bit swifter, but it doesn't always have to be a court. But there is a process that is due. That is the point, is that there are already legal processes that are set up for these sorts of things. Those are the processes that are due depending on the circumstance. So if I go out and I speed, I have a very different type of due process than if I go murder somebody, right? Those are not the same types of, the process that is due is different in these scenarios. So it'll be the same with like, depending on their status, depending on how they came into the country, depending on how they got caught or detained, like all these things can change what process is due in these scenarios, but they weren't doing any of them, so.
Oh, I see. So it doesn't have to be this huge bogged down thing clogging the entire system.
Right.
Judicial system.
Right. Well, and that was even like what the courts told Trump with the Alien Enemies Act, is that all he had to do was just give them a habeas petition, which means that normally when you detain somebody, there's immediately like a court date that's scheduled. But in this case, they said, once you detain them, you just have to give them a reasonable amount of time to challenge their detainment. If they don't challenge their detainment, then you just deport them. But if they do challenge their detainment, now you're going to start the process. That doesn't always mean that it goes to court either. Sometimes that can mean that they just, like they challenge the detainment, a judge looks at it, says there's no like cause of action here, and then throws it out, and then they still end up getting deported right away. Or it can mean that yes, they do end up going to court. But it'll be case by case basis depending on. But it's that they just need to follow the processes that are already put in place.
And probably this thing about bogging down the entire judicial court system.
It's not a real
like
concern.
a little exaggeration.
Yeah,
there,
it's
right?
not a real
because
concern.
only like the select few that really need to go to court would go to court.
Right.
Hopefully.
Yep. Well, I mean, so the problem is that they might actually be correct because of what they're doing. So it may actually bog down the courts. When Trump is deporting a lot of these people, they're not just deporting them like normal, where we just take them to the other side of the border and drop them off. He's putting them in prison for who knows how long. Like CCOT is a lifelong prison. It's not, nobody has ever gotten out of CCOT before. So
in El Salvador.
Yes. So they are putting people in prison. The 75% of these people have no crimes anywhere in the entire world. Not in any country, nothing. Not a misdemeanor, not a felony, nothing. 75%. Now, some of them do have violent crimes and have things like that, but 75% of them don't. So if they actually did go to court, and this was being challenged on whether or not they were going to deport them, they would probably bring up the fact that it's not just a deportation, but it is an imprisonment. And then the courts would probably rule, yeah, you can't imprison somebody just for like being here illegally. For an indefinite amount of time.
That's like that's cruel, like
right.
It just for being here illegally, like that's.
Well, and there are some people who do get charged with crimes. So if you look up the law, it does have contradictory statements in it. Some say that it is a criminal action and a misdemeanor to come into the country illegally. Then other parts say it's a civil violation. By far the majority of people who come into our country get charged with civil violations and then are just taken to the other side of the border. If you do get charged with a crime, then normally you will do the time in our country, or they'll just charge you, and then if you come back over the border a second time, then they'll charge you with a felony and detain you. But even if we were going to detain people, we ought to be detaining them in our country where they get our, like, humane laws and our, you know, our due process and all of those things, instead of just giving them to somebody else who's not giving them any of those things. And so, yeah, it's just that, like, this is the problem. This is what people are standing up against. It's not against all deportations. It's pretty obvious Democrats are not against deportations. It's yeah, more so just illegal action.
Oh, I see. Now, what do you think about these power brokers in the background, like George Soros, who are supposedly funding rioters and supplying them and organizing them, things like that, as measured tactical counters? You say rioters. I have seen no evidence that he's funded anything having to do with riots. I've seen a lot that he funds protests and helps organizers and crap like that, but organizers have been pretty clear that they do not want people engaging in anything violent or any sort of rioting, that this ruins the movement, this ruins the message. This is organizers have been staunchly against any sort of acting out in this way. No, but has it actually happened? You're saying that's just not happening? Because no. There are some people who are doing that. There's no evidence that Soros is funding those people. He's funding the people who are organizers, protest organizers. I'm just remembering where the reports of that one summer of riots and protests, there would be pallets of bricks just put on corners and stuff like that. They set up this whole thing where they've, they have. But there was no evidence that came from Soros. Right. So even today, I heard a lot of. Well, just real quick, even today, I watched people pull up videos saying, "Look, they're putting out bricks," and they don't zoom out. Other people showed that where the bricks were was at a Lowe's. Do you know what a Lowe's is? No. It's the same thing as a Home Depot. Oh, yeah. So there were protesters out there, and there were bricks in the parking lot, but the parking lot was a Lowe's. That's where you would expect bricks to be. They sell bricks. Yeah, and totally. So yeah, a lot of times people will so there's times where people are protesting near a place that actually does have bricks on pallets, and that's not a wild thing. But in all the videos that I would see, you wouldn't see exactly where the bricks were, who put them there. You don't really have any evidence one way or the other. And so, yeah, I never saw, it's not that I disbelieve that this would ever happen. I don't doubt it. That's totally, it's probably even a good strategy to use to try to make people do things that they might not otherwise, but it's still, I haven't seen direct evidence linking any government or any police or any I'm just always skeptical because it had this kind of thing ended up overthrowing my father's country, which was Iran, in 1979. So it's just maybe it's just the Iranian paranoia in me, but after seeing the results of the experience of the next generation of what happened from a revolutionary regime change, that really is a deep conspiracy. Yeah, you don't sound skeptical at all. You do sound paranoid, though. I might give you paranoid, but skeptical means that you wouldn't be easily convinced of anything, and it sounds like you are easily convinced of something without any direct evidence of it. So. Are you talking about the Iranian Revolution? No, I'm saying that you're saying that you're skeptical because of the Iranian Revolution, that you see bricks of stacks of bricks and things, and right. But I'm saying that's not really being skeptical. Skeptical would be more than just a pattern recognition, right? I see lots of people commit crimes. It's always a human that's getting arrested for committing crimes. It doesn't mean that I think all humans commit crimes now.
No due process has been denied.
Because
These
because this
protests are
happened and
moronic.
my experience and
Tom is so
everything, it
rude,
just wouldn't
LMAO.
surprise me, because there's a certain methodology and like you were saying, hey, that would be a smart tactic. Remember you just said that? I mean, that kind of thing is implemented like for those purposes, and it it does happen. And when you haven't tasted the results of it, maybe you're just a little oblivious. Just a thought.
I
Well,
don't
anyways,
think
that's my
it's
2 cents,
oblivious.
man.
Again, like oblivious would mean that the evidence is there and you're just ignoring it. Whereas if you
Sure.
have the
Yeah, I just
evidence, I'm
wanted to
happy
bring
to
it to
look at
the.
it, but I'm not oblivious. I'll look at the evidence if it's there. It doesn't seem to exist.
Okay, yeah, but just keep it in mind, like don't keep it in the back
I
of your
said
mind.
earlier that
Don't
I'm not
forget.
like
Don't
against
forget.
this being a thing. That like it would be a good strategy. It would be like a good
Yeah.
idea.
Yeah,
There's no evidence
it's
that
totally
actually says
plausible,
that
and
it's happening.
it.
And so
Yeah.
it can also be just as likely that there are bricks around places as they would normally be, and then people happen to grab them and use them, and it wasn't anything malicious. But both are plausible. It's just that in order for me to say this is what happened, I would have to have evidence that that is what happened, and I don't have that evidence.
Sure thing. Yeah, but there's like there's a method and there's a means to do it, and it's always good to be aware of how it's done and how it could be implemented, and just like keeping an eye out. But yeah. Anyways, my friend, I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take leave, and you have a good
Real
night.
quick, before you go, somebody wanted me to ask where. I don't know what. Mantis, I need you to clarify what you're asking, because I have no idea what she says. Can you ask him what he watches? Like where, but she's
What I
asking where
watch?
he gets this information from, and I don't. Oh, the
I'm
Soros
a
stuff. She's asking where you got like the
Oh, that's like
the problem.
like Alex Jones.
Okay.
Let's throw it. Let's throw it to him.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I would expect.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alex Jones has like a much lower threshold for evidence than I do. So he does
Sure.
like the pattern recognition thing. Whereas for me, yeah, I need like
Right.
more direct links to things. That doesn't mean that I need like full on proof. There's times where like I can lean in favor of something like 65%. I'm not fully there, but I'm like, this is probable. This is the most likely case. Like there's a lot of that with like a lot of Trump's cases where he hasn't actually been to court for it yet. But when I read over all of the indictments, there's so much evidence in there to where I'm like pretty staunchly sure what happened. But I'm not like, I know he hasn't been convicted yet. And so I'm still like, have like a small window open for that to be a possibility. But there's just enough evidence. So yeah.
Yeah, well, you're a very reasonable and normal person, and you go by data and all those things, So I don't fault you for any of that, and I'm more of like an instinct person with everything I do, so it's just a personality thing.
Yep. Okay. Well, I appreciate you calling in.
All right, have a good night. Take care.
Later, man. He was right. The frogs are gay. No, the frogs are not gay. The frogs are trans.
From
Suki.
To accept, press 1.
Hello, Suki. You're on the Tom Foolery Show. How's it going? All right, that's what I expected. But yeah, there was somebody in chat who was saying that I was wrong a minute ago about something that I was kind of blown away by. They said not a single citizen has been deported. No due process has been denied. These protests are moronic. Tom is so rude, LMAO. So we can go over many Supreme Court decisions saying that due process has been denied. What is unconvincing about the Supreme Court decisions to you? Polak talks. Where'd the Polak go? No one cares. People are tired of it. I know that. No, that's the fucking point. That is the point. Is that nobody cares that they voted for a fucking criminal and that he's continuing to commit crimes as president and deny people's due process. That's the point. That's why the protests are happening. Exactly. We know that you guys don't give a fuck that you're voting for criminals and that you're willing to vote in authoritarianism, that you don't have American values, that you don't actually uphold the Constitution, that you don't care that we are a country of laws and we have a rule of law that controls our entire institutions, and you don't care. We get it. That's our point. That is our issue. He's not a criminal and he's not committing crimes. He literally has felonies on his record, and he has been ordered numerous times by courts to remedy situations and has straight up said, we're not going to do it. Send Mexicans home that are here illegally. Yeah, nobody disagrees with this again. Like, it's not, this is not a controversial issue. Yes, he is wrong, but it's his opinion. Okay, well, this is my opinion. Whatever. Anyways, there was that loser in chat earlier who kept saying that there was no switch. There was no party switch. And then later when I said, so you're saying that the South never went from Republican to Democrat? He said, no, that's not what I'm saying. So I don't even know what he's arguing against anymore, because this is that I feel like he's changed his entire fucking position. I said at the very beginning that all the great switch is just saying that the southern states went from Democrat to Republican, whereas the Southern strategy says that they did it because of racism, that like they had this racist strategy to get them to switch. And I said, I don't believe in the Southern strategy, but the great switch did happen. The party switch did happen. That is just an objective truth. Everybody believes in the great party switch. And yeah, now he's go. It looks like he's gone, so. It's amazing to me how many Trump supporters have no clue that a lot of people being detained are citizens, green card holders, visa holders, etc. Yeah, this is, I mean, if you think that they would have understood after the Abrego Garcia case that was blatantly like right there out in the open, that this was somebody who had legal status in our country. They deported him. They said it was an accident. Okay, fine. It was an accident that one time that they deported him. But then it was not an accident for the next 2 months that they refused to bring him back by court order. That was not an accident that they spent the whole time saying, no, we're not going to do it. We will not abide by the court orders. That's not an accident, okay? So now it's just on purpose. Every single moment, every single day, every single hour of the day that they're not choosing to go and remedy this mistake, it is no longer a mistake. Now it is on purpose.
Civil Rights Act, just one became a Republican. The other 20 continued to be elected as Democrats or were replaced by other Democrats. On average, those 20 seats didn't go Republican for another 2.5 decades. Myth number 3. Since the implementation of the Southern strategy, the Republicans have dominated the South. Fact, Richard Nixon, the man who is often credited with creating the Southern strategy, lost the Deep South in 1968. In contrast,
also, how conveniently they started to get rid of student visas too. Yeah, well, and this is one of the problems. Like, when we talk about like Trump being racist, nobody's talking about him being racist as this like cartoon character who's like walking around like burning crosses in people's yards and shit. We're talking about him being racist in the fact that there's tons of brown people in tons of very bad situations in their countries that were given refugee status in our country because of the situations in their countries. And while those situations are getting worse, Donald Trump revoked all of these people's refugee statuses and then gave refugee status to South Africans. Now, if all he did was give refugee status to South Africans, I would have been fine with that. That makes sense. It's perfectly fine. If there's people who are in danger there and they want to flee for their lives, go ahead, give them refugee status. No problem. That's cool. But when you give it to South Africans who are not in nearly as dire situations as all of the other fucking people like Nicaraguans and all them, now you have taken away all the refugee status from all people who are brown and then given refugee status to a bunch of fucking white people. That is insane. That is there is no way of explaining this away if you're actually using any sort of standard for danger to determine who does and doesn't get refugee status, there's no fucking shot that South Africans would get it and all of these other countries wouldn't. But he took away all of their refugee statuses and then gave it to fucking white people. It doesn't make sense. There's no way of explaining this. So when we say he's racist, I don't mean he's like running around calling black people the N-word over and over. But I mean that he's doing things that just seem pretty obviously racist. Then on top of that, they're deporting all of these people, and lots of them, they're putting them in prisons. Lots of them don't even have crimes. Never even been charged with a fucking crime. And they're putting these people in prisons. They're deporting people at such high rates to where they can't even keep up with whether or not they're supposed to deport them or not. They've deported numerous people who have visas, who have green cards, who have legal status, and they just aren't even going to court. This is not something that's like being fought on the fact that people don't want illegal immigrants to be deported. That is not the issue. That is not what people are protesting. That's not what we're fighting. We're fighting against illegal deportations. So while you guys keep coming in here saying, we don't want them Mexicans breaking the law, we want this law to be upheld. No, that's our issue. We want the law to be upheld. We're the ones who are on the side of the law. You guys are on the side of lawlessness. You guys want the fucking wild, wild west to come back. We're the ones who want the fucking law to be followed. And we're definitely not going to hold random immigrants coming into this country to a higher standard with civil offenses than we're holding the fucking president of the United States, the most powerful country in the fucking world. We're supposed to hold him to a lower standard. He's the one who took an oath of office. And we're supposed to hold that dude to a lower standard than some random immigrant who just wandered across the border and committed a civil offense. But we're going to hold this guy who's breaking court orders, who has a bunch of felonies and is the president of the United States, we're just going to, oh, no worries. Don't mind him breaking the law over and over and over. And then once he's ordered by courts to fix his issues and remedy the situations where he's broken the law, he refuses to do it and breaks court orders. But these people, oh yeah, they're the real issue. They're the real problem. Fucking shit. Give me a break, dude. Give me a break. You just don't care about law and order. Like, don't pretend. Don't pretend. You just don't want brown people around. That's it. That's all you guys say. We just don't want brown people around. That's it.
Contrast, Democrat Jimmy Carter nearly swept the region in 1976, 12 years after the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And in 1992, over
from
Andy-san.
You're on the Tom Foolery Show. What was your name again?
It's Andy.
Andy?
Yeah.
All right, what's up, Andy?
Hey, I just seeing the live stream, and I just wanted to say, like, I kind of disagree with you with this whole idea that Trump isn't racist.
Wait.
Or that he's not the comic book version of racism. Just for the simple fact that him and his father got sued back in the 1970s for not allowing black people to rent in their, his apartments.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you know the fact that, that song that we used to sing as kids, "This Land Is Your Land"?
Yeah.
By Woody Guthrie. I mean, that song was for Trump's father, who would racially discriminate against black people and not allow them to live in his New York City apartments. So I think there's some historical context behind those things that he is, in fact, racist.
Yeah, again, my point is that, like, people hold this, like, really high standard for somebody to be a racist as though they have to be wearing a white hood, pointed hood and be burning crosses in people's yards. They have to be yelling the N-word at people, or they have to say, I hate black people, or something like that. But that's not, right, like, what real racism looks like. That it's, like, much more, like, you look at the actions, you look at discrimination, you look at the disproportionate outcomes from their actions, and then you see that they just have a bias against those people. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and like I said, I agree. I think there's some subtlety behind it, but to say I think he's racist. I personally think he's racist.
Yeah, that's what I.
Okay, cool. I'm glad we agree. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Appreciate
Have a
it.
good one.
Later. Yeah, sorry, I'm saying I'm saying he is racist. It's just that yeah, people expect this like cartoonish version of racism when I don't know, I mean, they're eating the cats and dogs kind of is a cartoonish version of racism. I'm not gonna lie. That is pretty close. Like or continuing to call these people rapists and murderers is probably like he's getting pretty close to the actual cartoonish version of racism, just a full-on caricature of a racist. But yeah, he's it doesn't have to meet that level in order for us to call him a racist.
For 28 years later, Democrat Bill Clinton won Georgia, Louisiana, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, and West Virginia. The truth is, Republicans didn't hold a majority of Southern congressional seats until 1994, 30 years after the Civil Rights Act. As Kevin Williamson of National Review writes, if Southern rednecks ditched the Democrats because of a civil rights law passed in 1964...
Well, yeah, I don't know why I'm playing this now, because the guy who initially disagreed ran away, so... Whatever.
Agreed. Aaron, let's get your take on this. You understand tactical strategies in situations like this because the IDF deals with it, unfortunately, on a regular basis. I don't see any other alternative, but
Great. Yeah, let's go get the fucking IDF to see how they would deal with things. Let's go get the fucking most stringent group of military people and say, hey, this isn't that bad, right, guys? Right? You guys agree with us, right? Let's go get the fucking... Great. This is a beautiful idea, Fox News. Great fucking idea. Let's go get the IDF to say that they agree with Trump. That'll make him look awesome. Everybody will realize, oh, wait, the IDF agrees with Trump? Wait, well then he must be right. Oh, shit. Didn't realize the IDF agreed with him.
If local law enforcement don't have the authority, if they can't even ask the legal status of somebody they encounter, how could they possibly use proper law enforcement technique that is necessary in this moment?
Well, Sean, you're absolutely right. Excuse me. Law enforcement is using an incredible amount of restraint. These are from sources of mine on the ground, actual cops who are on the streets, who have been justified in several different instances where they could have used lethal force but didn't. They're under constant duress and they're under constant threat. So that's one. But I want to speak to the bigger picture with this here from the counterterror angle. This isn't a protest problem here in Los Angeles, Sean. This is a counterintelligence problem. And what's happening in Los Angeles isn't free speech. This is coordinated insurgency, which is what everybody understands, and what Nicole.
This is coordinated insurgency? What the fuck, dude? These people, they're trying so hard to fucking scare you guys, and a lot of you are very easily scared. This is all fear-mongering. They try to use all these big words that they don't understand, like invasion and shit like that. And they're hoping that you guys are going to go hide under your fucking beds and say, Daddy Trump, please, come get the immigrants. Help me, Daddy, please. And they're just going to sit there and wait until Trump comes back and says, the streets are safe, guys. Streets are safe, I did it. Which Trump did already do. Just FYI, Trump did already do this. He already claimed that he saved the day. And that the National Guard already fixed everything, which the National Guard hadn't even gotten there yet. And Trump was already claiming that he fixed everything and that it was done with. So, yeah. But nothing's changed. Like, it's all the same. There's no big difference here. Trump is your wartime president. Yeah, he is somebody who is consistently starting new wars.
Just alluded to, we've got political backed money, digital organizing on platforms, masked agitators who are flooding the streets right now again with the Palestine flags, every other flag but the American flags, and politicians who are quietly standing behind this all.
See, they always there are American flags all over. We've shown them over and over and over. There's American flags all over these protests. But they all get so triggered every time they see a Mexican flag, right? Every time there's a Mexican flag, they all get really upset about it. But if they saw something that was like an Israel flag, an Israeli flag at a pro-Israel protest, they wouldn't give a fuck. They wouldn't say anything about this. But every time that there's a Mexican flag, now they're like, oh, they hate America. Oh, they hate us. Why don't they go back to their country? Why don't y'all say this when you're watching a bunch of people flying around Israeli flags? That's a lie. There's hardly any American flags compared to Mexican flags. Yeah, well, I'd say that there's definitely more Mexican flags, but there are still lots of American flags. Like, we have seen tons and tons. We had a live stream up earlier of the protest. So there's one. There's a American flag right there. There's an American flag right there. We haven't even seen a Mexican flag yet. Yeah, I would agree that there's probably more Mexican flags. It's just that to keep lying and saying there's no American flags, that's just bullshit. It's just bullshit. It's just a lie. There's the first 2 flags that we just pulled up. I didn't even know. I hadn't seen any of this yet. I pulled it up on stream. Hadn't seen any of this yet. And I just went and clicked on 2 random places, and we've only seen American flags so far. So it's just showing that there are flags. There are American flags all over the place. I've seen something that's actually kind of cool that I keep saying, where from corner to corner, it's on one corner is the Mexican flag, and on the other half is the American flag, to say that they're like a Mexican American. That's something I've never seen before. But yeah, we've seen a lot of those as well. Yeah, I just don't really see a whole lot of protesters out there right now. Let's see. Let's check in on Kick, see.
Yeah, he drove all... How far is the drive?
Is his stream over?
Yeah, he drove all... How far is the drive?
Like, this is what all of the protests have been pretty much all day, is just people walking around. Most of yesterday and the day before, it's just a bunch of people walking around. They were burning American flags. When you say they were burning American flags, do you mean like a person burnt an American flag? Is that what they were burning American flags means? Yeah, I don't see any flags on his stream. Oh wait,
Damn, they cut it off on those other people.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Their sweater made it.
Wait, that was a flag. What was that? Was that Argentina? Oh, there's there's a Mexican flag there. So there's the first one.
Damn, they cut
oh no, yeah, that's one of the half and halves. That's half Argentina, half American flag.
Off on those other people.
Yeah, you can see the stripes.
I wonder if sweater made it. Where the fuck's JoJo?
I think it's Argentina with like the... Is that what it was?
Damn, they cut it off on those other people.
No, that's not what it is. What is that? What is this flag? Because this one, the Argentina one, has the sun in the middle. Let's see. Light blue, white, striped, up, down, flag, circle in middle. I don't think it's any of these. It looked like the stripes were going up and down. Chat, help me out. What the fuck is this flag? I'm not moving on until I figure out what this fucking flag is. Vertical stripe flag, white, blue, and white. Wait, maybe this is it. No! Where'd it go? Guatemala. Yeah, okay, that's it. Guatemala. That's definitely it. Flag of Argentina vertical. Well, I just don't think, yeah, I just don't think it's the Argentina flag. It didn't look like it had the sun on the...
Your sweater made it.
In the center.
And they cut her off on those other people.
See, it looks like it has like a dark blue circle in it.
On her sweater made it.
Fuck. Yeah, I can't even see what it is well enough, but it doesn't look like it has the sun.
Wait.
There's an... Oh no, that's the same Mexican flag that the other kid was carrying. Yeah, it's the same person in front of him. There's another American flag.
We're just following the crowd.
There's another Mexican flag. So we got 2 Mexican flags and 3 American flags so far. Wait, what is this?
They're coming from that way?
Yeah, it's got to be Guatemala.
They're trying to trap people in.
But yeah, there's another American flag there. What? What? Mantis, what the fuck? Oh, Guatemala. Oh, thank you. But yeah, so again, to keep saying there's no American flags here, it's just a lie, okay? It's just a lie. We just skipped through just a little bit, just skipping through fucking streams. We've already seen more American flags than we've seen of anything else. Now, I will agree, there's probably more Mexican flags there. There's probably more other types of flags. But that's one of the cool things about living in America, is that we have a lot of people who are from other countries, who are from other places. I don't know if any of you have ever lived in New York City, but I lived in New York City for a long time. Everybody there is proud of where they're from, and everybody kind of groups based on where their ancestors are from. So even tons of people who are just Italian will live amongst a bunch of other fucking Italians, and they have Italian flags all over the place. They go to Italian restaurants. They have Italian, like a culture there, that everything is very Italian, and they're always all about their fucking Italian ancestry. Just the same as somebody who's from Ireland. Those people are very staunch about their fucking Irish flags and their Irish cuisine and all of the Irish shit. Like, this is a normal thing that is not just specific to people who are from other countries, but this is something that is just normal in America. We have a diverse country, and it's cool. It is one of the cool things about living in America. Okay, so... Oh, fuck! Why did it do that, you bitch? You fucking bitch! I had it! I had the fucking flag. It was this. It was this. It was Guatemala. I win. You lose, Mantis. Sorry. You didn't guess it. Sorry, Mantis, you're too late.
Everybody understands, and what Nicole just alluded to, we've got political backed
What up,
money,
Lacey?
digital organizing on platforms, masked agitators who are flooding the streets right now again with the Palestine flags, every other flag but the American flags, and politicians who are quietly standing behind this all.
Yeah, see, he's just lying. I haven't even seen a Palestinian flag I haven't even seen one today. I think that he thinks because he sees, like, I think the Palestinian flag is also red, white, and green. So I think he keeps seeing Mexican flags and he thinks they're all fucking Palestinian flags. I'm pretty sure that's what's happening here. Yeah, yeah, see? These are the two fucking flags. He doesn't know the difference between these two fucking flags. So he just keeps seeing, this one's green, white, and red. This one's red, white, green, and then black at the top. And so, yeah, he thinks that they're all fucking Palestinian flags when they're Mexican flags. Oh, fucking shit, dude. Look, dude, I am surprised that I even, like, was close enough to guess the colors right on the Argentinian flag, okay? I don't know shit about this stuff, but when I know more than this motherfucker, he's really fucked at that point, okay?
Dictators who are flooding the streets right now again with the Palestine flags, every other flag but the American flags, and politicians who are quietly standing behind this all. You just spoke to Newsom. No one's doing a thing. Bass isn't doing a thing. And so this has nothing to do with immigration. This is about control, Sean. Control of the streets. Control of the algorithm, and ultimately control.
What are you on? Palestine flags are everywhere. Okay, well, we just went through a bunch of footage and we went and found a bunch of flags. None of them were Palestinian. Okay, we saw maybe Argentina, but we saw Guatemalan flags. We saw 2 Mexican flags. We saw 3, maybe 4 American flags, and I think that was it. Yeah. Those are so out of like 10 flags that we saw. Yeah, there wasn't a lot of footage though. Sure, it wasn't like it was, but it was very randomized, right? Like I went and clicked on 2 different things, 2 different coverages of the protests, and went through it. I mean, what is happening right now? Everything's closing down. Let me find like a spot where there's a large group of people. Let's see. Like during the day, so we can see it a lot more easily. We'll get like a overhead view or something. Oh wait, there's some flags. This motherfucker here. So even here, we still got another American flag here. We got a Mexican flag here. And then this motherfucker with his hammer and sickle over here. What the fuck, dude? These losers, bro. What the fuck? You leftists are embarrassing. All right, let's see if we can find another spot with more people. There's 2 Mexican flags here. Another Mexican flag, Guatemalan flag, 2 Guatemalan flags. I think that's another Mexican flag. I think this one's different. I don't think we counted this one yet. There's an American flag right there. I still haven't seen any Palestinian flags though. Okay. Well, yeah. I don't think I have any other like coverages of the protests like this, so this is there's 2 American flags there, 2 Guatemalan flags, another Mexican flag, another Mexican flag, another Mexican flag. I think these are the same people that we were just looking at a minute ago, though. There's another American flag, 2 more Mexican flags, another American flag, 2 more Mexican flags, another American flag. So yeah, there's a lot of fucking American flags there, and I have still seen 0 Palestinian flags. I haven't seen any. So to say that they're all over the place, and to say for this guy, this is the point that I want to make. Okay, there probably are some Palestinian flags there. I haven't seen them. I'm not going to deny that there are some there. But for this guy to say there are no American flags at these protests, but that there's Palestinian flags all over the place, he is fucking delusional. He is a fucking lying piece of shit, or he thinks that Mexican flags are Palestinian flags. But these are the only options that we have left here, because there's no way that you can look at all of these fucking parts of the protest where here's an American flag here and a Mexican flag here and think that there's no American flags and that there's tons of Palestinian flags. I don't know what that one is. What is that one? 4 squares? Blue, white, and red. Okay, I don't think that's a country flag. Panama? Oh, okay. Shut up, Mantis. I'm looking at it. Chill. Okay, yep. Panama. Maybe it's the trans or bisexual flag, yeah. Yeah, those are just all over the place, dude. They're just everywhere you look. Another trans bisexual flag. There's another American flag. Another American flag. Oh, that one's half American, half Mexican. That's still no Palestinian flags. Let's go to another part of the city. There's nobody here. Thank you guys for stopping all of these people. Thank you so much. Must be horrible. Oh man, that's gotta be rough. Oof. They're having a fucking cookout out here. Look at these cops, dude. This is fucked up. They're all blocking the street. This is so fucked up. That's not right. You can't just block the streets like this. Sheesh, dude. But yeah, okay. So yeah, that's all the flags. We haven't seen a single Palestinian flag. I think the majority of the flags that we saw were American, then Mexican, then Guatemalan. But we didn't see any Palestinian flags. This guy is a lying piece of shit. We all agree.
Thing. And so this has nothing to do with immigration. This is about control, Sean. Control of the streets, control of the algorithm, and ultimately control of the country, which is what they're trying to.
He's right. It doesn't have to do with stopping immigration. He's at least got that part right. It has to do with the Trump administration no longer engaging in illegal immigration. That is the point. They don't like people breaking the law. They're okay with people being deported. They're not okay with Trump breaking the law over and over.
To do, and this is low threat domestic intensity is what this is. Insurgency. This is what this looks like. And if this was overseas, and we saw this happening right now with U.S. troops, mobs trying to overrun Marines outside of an embassy, torching vehicles, and trying to breach perimeters, this would be terrorism, Sean. And the ones who are paying.
Look at all those Palestinian flags. Oh my goodness.
In the price, law enforcement on the ground. And so Donald Trump was right to send in the Guard, to activate the Marines, and now it's time to start following the money and prosecuting. And that's where I come out with all this. It's all nonsense, and there's a lot behind it.
Follow the money.
You know, when you think of
Soros, it's got to be Soros. Oh man, Soros is doing it, guys.
And Gavin Newsom, and you think back to the Pacific Palisades and the fires, by the way, predictable fires, Santa Ana winds that are predictable also in the area, and we had fire hydrants that had no water, and we had reservoirs that had no water, and their answer was, oh, you have to ask the local officials. That's not my problem. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click.
Yeah, even in their own clips, where they're trying to make it look as bad as possible, they don't have any rioting happening. They don't have any Palestinian flags. They don't have anything horrible going on. It's just it's kind of wild.
Focus on this guy right there. Look at him. Trigger happy as fuck. So I just showed you him, right? Look at that. Oh, what's passing by? Where's our money going, right? Where are our tax dollars going, right? Right? Yeah. So we've got trigger happy fucking bitch over here. Look at. They're telling her to move, but that's a public sidewalk. They're telling her to move. Watch, if they shoot her.
Ah, fuck. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Fuck, dude. Normally I try to, be fair. I try to, think of a way to, make this make sense. I try to think, this could make sense. It's possible that they were, doing this, or it's possible that this happened. It's possible. This does not, this is fucking, what the fuck do you say to this? It looks like there's I don't know, a college here or something like that. There's a passway up here. There's stairs going up. It's big signs here. It looks like she's trying to get somewhere in here that they have blocked off. And so she's just trying to get past there. And if they're blocking it off, does she have to walk around? It could be a fucking mile or two to walk all the way around the block to come back around. And so she's like, I just want to go right there. It could be that she's just trying to go right there. Or it could even be that she's asking them okay, so which way do I go? What's the fastest way to get to where I'm going? If you guys are blocking this off and I can't go this way, am I going to walk down that way and get blocked off too? Where can I go to get to where I'm going? And then they just shoot her. There's a whole lot of possibilities here. None of them would fall on their side. Even if she's sitting there you guys are a bunch of dumb fucking bitches, fuck you pigs. Even if she's saying that, it still wouldn't justify this response. She's standing this far away from them. She's just standing there. It looks like she's talking to them. She doesn't look like she's got a whole lot of energy going, or she's yelling or anything. It looks like she's just chilling, just trying to talk to them, and then they just fire off.
Watch, if they shoot her.
Like, there's a time where I'm sympathetic towards cops.
Oh shit!
Making bad.
I forgot. I forgot he was there.
Bad choices and like super heated moments, like in the Rittenhouse stuff. Like people were riding. There was like that was some crazy shit. But like, there's nothing going on here. This woman, she doesn't have like a tack vest on or like a backpack. Like, what are you doing? Like, do you think she's about to come and like UFC take out the line? Like, it's Captain Marvel? Like, why? What are you doing? What's happening here?
They're telling her to move.
Maybe if one cop wished me, it's like, that's my bitch ex I was talking about. I'm never, ever going to have another opportunity in my life to shoot a paintball at this bitch.
Watch, if they shoot her.
Like, it looks like this guy's even talking to her. Like, you can see he's like moving his hands and like doing this. He's not like, now get the hell out of here. Like, he's just standing there just like kind of talking to her, and then this other guy just walks up and fucking shoots her, dude. This is wild, dude. This is wild. Like, you guys saw the video yesterday we showed of the Australian reporter getting shot. That is insane.
After hours of standing off, this situation has now rapidly deteriorated. The LAPD moving in on horseback, firing rubber bullets at protesters, moving them on through the heart of LA. You just shot the.
You okay?
Like, this one, when I first saw it, my first thought is like, okay, so there's a red car who's turning here, and it looks like, you know, the guy, you can see, he looks over where the red car is and sees it coming and then looks at her. The problem is that as soon as he raises his weapon to shoot at her, she turns around and looks at the red car too, and looks like she's going to start moving. If she turns around, sees the red car, and then just goes right back to standing in the middle of the road, then yeah, like, it kind of makes sense that he would shoot her. But there's a whole fucking crowd standing behind her. There's a whole fucking crowd standing there. Where, yeah, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It's,
Moving them on through the.
So yeah, you can see he just looked over here. This red car's coming.
LA.
And so now he sees the red car. Yes, and then turns and just fucking fires, bro. Right in the back of the leg.
You okay?
But you see all these other people who were in the road here. Like, it just seems so weird. They shot her on purpose? Oh, yeah, nobody's going to say they didn't shoot her on purpose. They obviously shot her on purpose. Wait, oh, wait, there's black on this one. Do we have a Palestinian flag? Red, black, white, green. I think we might have a Palestinian flag here. We might have one. I had to catch that one, bro. I had to catch that one on the fucking real quick.
The chaos unfolding in LA is sending shockwaves across the globe. A very unusual US correspondent, Lauren Tomasi, was caught up in the mayhem, shot with a rubber bullet. Take a look.
Up close and personal,
Standing off, this situation has now rapidly deteriorated. The LAPD moving in on horseback, firing rubber bullets at protesters, moving them on through the heart of LA.
You just shot the. You okay?
I'm good.
Doesn't matter how many times you watch it, right? Lauren joins us live now from LA. Lauren, I mean, I think we were all so shocked and so deeply troubled by what happened to you yesterday. How are you feeling this morning?
Morning, Sarah and Carlos. I'm good, thank you.
I want to see a picture of like a bruise or something. I don't believe her. I think she's fucking lying. What about you guys? I think she's a fucking lying bitch. I think that was just sound effects that they put on. I need to see a bruise to believe it.
I have a bit of a bloody big old bruise and it's a little bit sore, but I am all okay, thank you.
Hey, can you talk us through just, you know, it was obviously, it's been a big couple of days, but it seemed to me that escalated. And talk us about to what happened before and then during and after.
Yeah, I mean, we were reporting on the Today Show all morning the situation on the ground in downtown LA. My cameraman Jimmy and I had started by that detention center in downtown LA, and there was, you know, a few skirmishes here.
She got hit. What the fuck do you mean? How do you know? I didn't see it hit her. Did you see it hit her? No. How do we know that?
Here and there, and a little bit of chaos moments as we went throughout the morning, but it was about 5 o'clock local time when there were suddenly just thousands of protesters on the streets of downtown LA, and we felt that presence of the LAPD and law enforcement really ramp up. Jimmy and I went live. We were doing a cross into the program. And police started pushing their way up the street. They'd begun firing tear gas canisters and those rubber bullets. And we moved onto the sidewalk and really tried to stay out of the way. What you saw, that report, was at the end of that live cross. We'd moved off to the side of the road. We were at the side of police. I had my back to those LAPD officers. I was really focused on the camera and, you know, finishing that report, telling what was happening. Yeah, and I got hit. Jimmy scooped me up and we made our way out of there as quickly as possible. Yeah, bit of a shock.
I don't believe it.
Oh, I mean, it's a tremendous shock, Lauren. And you were just doing your job, right? And we've been in all...
That fucking smoke is CGI, bro. You can tell.
Oh, I mean, it's a tremendous shock, Lauren. And you were just doing your job, right? And we've been in awe of your coverage for the past few days and how incredibly difficult those circumstances are for you. We know it was tense. I mean, those circumstances that you found yourselves in for that report specifically seemed to be somewhat calmer. And then all of a sudden, you know, he turned and fired at you. It just seems so out of place.
Joe Romero tipped $5, crying about flags while Trump continues to break the law and wipe his ass with the Constitution. Need to shut the fuck up.
Well, true. All right. I feel like I missed a couple of donations here. We got 4 from Arian, 21 from Joe Romero, so that's 25. Then 5 is 30. 20 is 50. Then 27. We got the 7 from Darren H. Thank you. So wait, what is that? 57. Then 5 from Polak. 62. 67. Yeah, those all came in while I was on the calls.
And so bizarre. Have you managed to, has there been any explanation? Have you been able to sort of gain any intel on how that happened, why that happened?
No, I mean, where we were standing, it felt like things had calmed down a little bit after that big, you know, chaos of moving up the street. And we found a moment where police were still standing off there, but you know, it had calmed for a moment. The police were standing still, and that is why we stepped off to the side. We weren't in a group of protesters or anything. We were with other media. I think you can see a cameraman walk behind me in the middle of that shot. So, look, we were doing our best to report what was happening from the scene.
She kept walking towards the line of guards.
Felix 954 tipped $5, 8,647. Face fuchsia tongue out. Face fuchsia tongue out.
All right. Thank you, Felix, for the $5. Let's fucking go. And over on TikTok, they're fucking killing it. They just got to 50,000 likes. By far the majority of those are from Mantis and Mike Jones. Appreciate you guys. If you're over on YouTube and you want to head over to the TikTok side of things, you're able to request up to the live and come on and talk if you have any disagreements. We got some people hanging out over there. And they have gotten so much sent over here. I appreciate you guys so much. So yeah, there's a lot of gifts as well that I can't even keep up with these. There's 2.3 thousand diamonds over on this side. Thank you guys so much. This is I think 1,000 diamonds is $1, right? think it's about 1,000 diamonds is $1. And then I think TikTok takes half of that, so I think I got about 50 cents out of that. It's awesome. Thank you guys so much. But yeah, okay, so somebody chatted a second ago. Fuck, where's their chat? It was so bad. There it is. This is from Fallon Shadow. They said she kept walking towards the line of the guards and surprised she got hit. Dumbass, sorry that happened, but what did she expect during a riot? During a riot. I'm sorry. What video were you watching? What rioting did you see fucking happening? What are you talking about during a fucking riot? Where did you see a fucking riot happening? What the fuck? You guys just see people out in the streets. Like, I think you guys have been outside so little that you just see people standing outside and you think it's a riot. You're just like, oh, people are outside. Nobody would ever go outside unless it's a riot.
In the safest way we possibly could, and Jimmy and I were listening to everything the LAPD had been saying to us.
But also, you're balancing a lot there, and you've also got protesters.
Canadian here, this hasn't been reported on here. What happened? We've been having protests for the last 6 days. Pretty major protests all over the United States, but mostly in LA. There were protests in New York and Atlanta, Chicago, Philly, but pretty widespread protests all over the US. There's been small pockets of damage being done where people are burning like trash cans in the middle of roads and graffitiing shit, but it's like been very, very small amounts of damage here and there. But yeah, it's been hundreds of thousands of people in different places, very large groups all over the place protesting against the illegal immigrations from the Trump administration.
Who are furious with you, and for the most part over the last couple of days, I've seen you in every circumstance be calm and talk to these people. You've also been fearlessly unbiased, so that's reporting both sides of it. And then out of the blue, you get lined up. Yeah. Is that how? I mean, you're loath to. I know you. You're loath to be part of this story, but in a way you are, and it's going to have reaction and ramifications across America. That's how bad the situation is in LA right now.
Look, I feel embarrassed, quite frankly. I really don't want to be the story as part of this. We were just on the ground trying to do our job. I was there. You know, Jimmy and I were doing our best to bring to Australia what is unfolding on the streets of LA, and it's a really unfortunate thing that has happened. And I think, you know, as a journalist, we want to be there telling the story. I think, you know, it's a really crappy thing that's happened, but I really don't want to be the story here. It is, you know, a really chaotic situation that's unfolding in Los Angeles.
I mean, Lauren, you've got so much grace, and as Carl said, we know that about you, and none of us ever want to be the story. You want to be reporting on the fact and what's unfolding in front of you, and you do that so well, and you've brought that to our audiences, as we said, for days now, and we take our hats off to you because you've been doing an incredible job, and yeah, just the way that officer turned and pointed at you and targeted you, you're back to him. I mean, it's unforgivable, and we really feel for you, and, you know, we thank you for your grace, frankly.
Lauren, you're going to be part of this story now ongoing. Do you have any reservations?
I mean, I think that it's so important that, you know, journalists are out there doing our job, and we've got to keep on doing that.
Thank you very much for being here. We're going to talk just briefly about the wildfires that have sort of taken over our country because of bad management, and we'll be doing a briefing and talking about preparations for the upcoming hurricane and wildfire season. I don't think any administration's ever done this. We did it to a certain extent for 4 years, but we're doing it much more so now, and we can save a lot of lives, but a lot of cost, a lot of damage, a lot of everything. And with me, as you know, Marco is doing something very, very important right now, so I'll take a pass on Marco Rubio, but he's with us in spirit. Kristi Noem, Doug Burgum, Brooke Rollins, and a couple of other very well-known people are standing behind me. They're going to say a few words as to what they're doing with respect to response on wildfires and stopping wildfires due to proper management, proper forest management. And I just want to thank you all for being, and maybe, Brooke, I'll ask you to start.
That sounds great, sir. And then Secretary Burgum, first of all, thank you, Mr. President, for inviting us here to the White House to provide an update on our coordinated efforts across your federal government to ensure our nation's wildland firefighting system is focused on fighting wildfires quickly and effectively. Sir, you have made it clear from the beginning that strong leadership and...
All right, hold on. I have to solve a puzzle for TikTok, and the TikTok thing is lagging hard. So give me a second. It's okay. There we go.
Decisive action and the protection of American lives and communities are the top priorities for both Secretary Burgum and for me this fire season. As you can see from the red areas on the map over here on the President's left, this is going to be an above normal fire season, which is why we wanted to, sir, ensure that we were taking direction from you and moving forward. This means that a higher likelihood of large and intense wildfires than typically expected for this time of year for the next few months. This means that people, homes, communities, and landscapes are at risk, and the need for firefighters and fire support personnel is clear. America has the largest and the most well-respected wildland firefighting force in the world.
So we want to wean off of FEMA, and we want to bring it down to the state level. A little bit like education, we're moving it back to the states so the governors can handle it. That's why they're governors now. If they can't handle it, they shouldn't be governor. But these governors can handle it, and they'll work in conjunction with other governors. They'll give each other a hand. But the FEMA thing has not been a very successful experiment. Very, very expensive, and it doesn't get...
So fucking stupid. You got to be kidding me. You've got to be fucking kidding me. The states already pay a very large percentage of the cleanup that goes into these natural disasters in the first place. But they're also paying into shit like FEMA, and they're already using, like, these are federal funds that are supposed to be there for these sorts of things. And Trump always takes the fucking emergency funds from FEMA and uses it for other things because he just doesn't actually give a fuck about people who are getting hurt by hurricanes or wildfires or anything like that, which is why he's the one president who continuously takes away aid from states when they really need it. It's obvious they really need it, and he'll still refuse to give it to them. It's an unprecedented thing, and now he just wants to get rid of FEMA altogether. This is wild, bro.
To get the job done. You saw what happened in North Carolina under the past administration. And when we got in, we did a great job for North Carolina, brought it back, but it was a disaster, FEMA.
Yeah, we just showed a little bit ago that North Carolina is still asking for aid, and the Trump administration is refusing to give it to them.
And it has not worked out well. It's extremely expensive. And again, when you have a tornado or a hurricane or you have a problem of any kind in a state, that's what you have governors for. They're supposed to fix those problems. And
You're supposed to fix those problems.
They'll develop a system, and I think it'll be a great system.
MW,
and,
what it
also
do?
when it comes to forest fires. So for years, I've been meeting with heads of other countries, and they are forest countries. They call themselves forest, Austria.
Don't the majority of states vote? Oh, I'm pretty sure all of them did. It's Georgia, Virginia, North Carolina, and Florida. I'm pretty sure. The only one I'm not positive. I think Virginia did. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, Virginia's the only one that I'm not sure on. But yeah, the rest have Republican governors for sure.
And others. And they say we're a forest nation.
Really didn't the stooge Biden administration pass up hurricane damaged homes because they saw pro-Apex President Trump signs? No, that did not happen. Nope. There was a text message that went out telling people to do it. That person was immediately pulled off the project, and they told everybody not to listen to that message. There were no homes that were ever passed up. Nobody ever got passed up. That never happened. So just saying that somebody sent out a message telling people to do it is not the same as it actually happening. Those are different things. No houses got passed up.
We live in a forest, and they don't have forest fires.
And again, even if they did, you're talking about one fucking person. One person with a team of 13 people. There is one person who wasn't even in charge of that team, but she was on a team of 13 people, and she sent out a message in the group text telling people to pass up the houses. She's not in charge of them. She can't tell them what to do, and she was immediately pulled off the project for saying it. So there's not only did, like, even if she did say that and they did see it, there's no reason to believe that they would have listened to her. And even if they did listen to her, it was one team of 13 people when we had hundreds of people out there for FEMA. So it was just, yeah, it was not like a massive issue, even if that did happen. But there's no reason to believe that it did.
One case, he said, our trees are much more flammable than California, but we don't have forest fires because we clean the floor, we sweep the floor of leaves, of dead debris, of trees that fall, because after 18 months, the tree is it's like kindlewood, and it goes up, it virtually explodes. Well, we don't take the trees out. California is a disaster, what they've done in California. They don't do anything. And if you did, you almost would not have forest fires. And you could say, in theory, you shouldn't have any forest fires. And we spend billions and billions of dollars a year because people don't clean the forests. And we're going to clean the forests. We're going to start cleaning them. We're going to get rid of dead wood. The environmentalists say, oh, no, let it regenerate. It doesn't regenerate. It just sits there and it usually catches fire. And we're going to have a whole new system, and it's called forest management. And if you look at some of these countries in Europe and other places that literally live in forests, very flammable forests, and they don't have problems. And they call me, they don't even know how it's possible that we can have the fires that we have. And the people behind me know that very well, and we're going to start working on that system. And we're going to save a lot of trees. We're also going to cut down trees and replant new trees, and that whole industry is going to be growing. We don't need the help of anybody. We have just about more, or as much, but more than almost anybody else in terms of lumber and wood. So we're going to be doing some great work having to do with forest fires. It's going to start effective, really, it started a few months ago, and it's forest management. And Doug, I think you're really the head of that. Interior is, I guess you're the largest landlord perhaps anywhere in the world. I understand that's a nice position. You may want to just give a few words on the cleaning of the floor of the forests.
Well, happy to do that. And of course, as President Trump had said, yes, between Interior and Forest Service, it was just part of the USDA, 700 million acres of surface area, much of that is in forest land.
Yeah, the major reason why we have so many issues with this is because we don't have evergreen forests, as MW pointed out. So our trees during the winter, during the fall, like these go dead and come back. They regenerate during the summers and then die during the fall and the winter. And this leaves a lot of leaves all over the floors and all over even dead trees that fall over, that it is beneficial. So this is part of the problem, is that even raking leaves off the bottom, leaves are supposed to go in decompose into the soil. It's good for the animals, it's good for the soil, it's good for all these things to really keep everything healthy. But it's also beneficial to sweep it up to an extent to make it to where there's less dry shit that can catch on fire. And so we have a bit of an equal medium that we're trying to balance there. It's not easy.
Is a tremendous resource. It's part of America's balance sheet. When we let it burn, then we actually have to spend money coming through FEMA and other places. So we spend taxpayer dollars cleaning up a mess that could have been prevented. Under President Trump, when we get back into the timber business, which up to 30 years ago,
install sprinkler systems. Yeah, that's probably what they should do.
We were one of the great timber producers in the world. The communities thrived in these rural communities. We had lumber mills. We had manufacturing. We had furniture makers in this country. All of that went away when we stopped harvesting our own timber. And today we import about as much timber as we used to harvest ourselves. If we can get back in the timber business, that can help on the balance of trade, reduce imports from foreign countries, and have American jobs. But to make that all happen, again, under President Trump's leadership, we have to get back in the timber business and get back in the game. And when we do that, we have to make sure that we're doing prevention, not just fighting fires after they all get out of control. And so again, working with OMB and others to make sure that we've got the budget for doing the prevention work and the forest management upfront reduces the expense and the cost on the back end of fighting these massive fires. But again, coordinating across all of our 5 different major firefighting groups today, it's like having 5 generals in the field. They may have different strategies and different tactics. They even have different pay levels. Brooke and I are working to make sure that regardless of which service and branch that you're in, that you're going to have similar pay, that we're going to have everybody equipped with the right technology to protect them when they're out in the field. Just basic stuff that they don't have today that we were giving our military 20 years ago in terms of, and then using technology to be able to identify fires when they first start. I mean, with infrared, satellite, drones, I mean, there's technology where we can pick out a fire when it just barely begins and it costs us nothing to put it out versus when it scales up and becomes these massive fires that endanger communities, lives, and our firefighters. So President Trump, of course, has got a common sense strategy. He's empowering all of the leadership that's standing up here today for us to go get this job done. It's going to get America back in the timber business. We're going to put out fires when they're small and as opposed to when we can't control.
I got restricted for vaping. Yeah, I'll pull it up. I'll pull you up. Sorry, I wasn't looking at TikTok. JPack.
Yo, yo, yo.
What's up?
What's going on, man?
What you got for me?
I just want to, I guess we can start on stances. I mean, so a liberal, you're a liberal, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I guess let's start with, I mean, why are you a liberal?
I
What are your values at, I guess?
Liberal values, yeah. I believe in like the Constitution. I believe in having as many freedoms as possible. I believe in capitalism. I believe in regulated institutions. I believe in the 3 branches of government, democracy.
Yeah. Okay. Who did you vote for?
Kamala Harris.
Okay, I figured. Okay. All right. So, I mean, I want to disagree with you in the beginning. I mean, I pretty much believe in all that same stuff. You know, I love, the same thing as you. I think we'll start off by saying, I mean, I guess, I think Kamala was a horrible choice to vote for. I'm Republican. I'll start with why I voted for Trump. I mean, honestly, this is probably one of the hardest votes. This is only my 3rd time voting. I'm 24, but I kept up. I did my fair share when I was 18, 19, but I wasn't really too filled with it. I didn't really care too much. I kind of just played the part, right? Did what the friends did. Didn't really do my own research and whatnot. But I know this year, me voting was probably the hardest decision I ever made because me personally, I think it was going to go bad either way, and for a lot of reasons. There were so many cons on both sides, and not as many pros as there should be usually. And I think for Trump, he had a lot of values in the beginning, but I'm starting to regret a little of the things he's doing. Like I don't really support the mass deportation stuff he's got going on right now. I regret that. I don't think that's helping in ways I thought it would help. I do support some of the things he's saying. He was going to defund schools from the Q community if they were teaching certain ages and stuff. Because I don't agree with some of the values when it comes to the LGBT community. Also on the 47, most of that too was pretty good. And then most of the stuff with Biden, like wanting to open the border, I thought was insane. Like I get why you would want to open the border, but to open it would just cause so many problems. And
What does that even mean? He wanted to open the border. What does that mean
he was
to
having
open it?
talks with him and Kamala were having a talk in a speech. I think down in there. I think they were at Louisiana. It was in Louisiana or something like that. They were having some little meeting. They were talking about opening the border for a certain amount of time. I mean, the border was open for a while, And
I'm sorry. What does that mean? Open the border. Like, what does it mean to open the border?
well, just let people in and out, free will. I mean, not having to check in, check there. You mean just open the border? Like you can come in when it doesn't matter if you're legal or not. You can come up. You can come into the states, regardless of having papers or not.
No shot, dude. No,
Do you
absolutely
know how
no
many
shot.
people? Do you know how many people came in from Texas within the span of a month?
No, but I know that there was like a little bit less than like 2 million illegal immigrants that came into the country throughout the entire administration, and that they did have like a lot of people come in legally, but not that they would ever just open it up and just allow anybody to come in all
But they
willy-nilly.
did. It was open for like 3 months, over like hundreds of thousands of people.
What? Hold on, bro. What? That doesn't even make sense. Like he literally set a record on deportations for a 4-year period. Like what? How is that
You know what I'm
possible?
talking about, right? In Texas, you do know what I'm talking about, right?
No, are you saying that they got rid of the wire fence? Is that what you mean by open? Like, what does it mean to be open?
That is why so many people came through.
Because they got rid of the wire fence?
No, he opened the border. The border was open.
Again, I'm sorry, I don't. This just
They weren't.
this
They,
just
you
doesn't
didn't have
even.
to have papers to come.
I just don't even know what this means. Like, open the border. Like it's.
I mean, I can get the actual definition if that's what you're needing from me. Or
Okay. You said that they gave a speech in Louisiana saying that they were doing this.
it was a while ago. I don't remember. Yeah, it was. They were talking about. Well, they were talking about just doing open border with Mexico, and letting them come and go at free will.
Yeah, if
Something
you
about
have anything saying anything remotely close to this, I would love to see it because that would be news to me after like.
Okay, give me 1 second. I got you. But like, you do know what an open border is, though, right?
Like, I know that there's like a concept of an open border where, yeah, you just
Well,
like don't have any border
concept. It is
regulations.
an actual thing. It's just free movement.
When you say it's
what
an
it is.
actual thing, like most countries in modern day do not have anything remotely close to what the concept of an open border is. And I know for a fact that the Biden administration never had an open border where they were just allowing people to come in. They were full the entire administration in the border detainment camps. They were overflowing. They literally had a humanitarian crisis to where they had more people than they were legally allowed to have by international law within these containment centers because they were overflowing with people the whole time.
Yeah, but an open border is where you can come and go with free movement. There's no restrictions.
Yeah, so why are we detaining people at record rates and why are we deporting people at record rates if that's what they're doing?
The border was open.
Hold on, that doesn't.
Open
Hold
the
on, you
border. There
can't
was
keep
no
saying this.
restrictions.
Hold
There
on,
was
hold
free
on, hold on.
movement.
That.
made it
Oh,
for
hold on,
people
hold
to come
on,
and
hold
go.
on, hold on. You understand that if they are detaining and deporting people, that is not an open border. That does not meet the concept of open border. So these three things cannot be true. They are setting records in detainments. They're setting records in deportations. They're also doing open borders. These cannot be possible. These are contradictory things. You're teacupped on my side, just so you know, but you can finish looking for what you're.
I don't know how to pull stuff up here, but the border was open.
Just tell me what you have up, and I'll pull it up.
I think
I'll
for
go look it up.
37 days. But I can't find. All right, that's pretty funny though. I think Biden actually tripped on the open button.
But yeah, if you just tell me what you're looking at or what you see, I'll pull it up on my side. But yeah, like I just there's maybe the closest thing that I can think of is that they got rid of the wire fencing that was in Texas, and then There was the lawsuit with Florida over what they called the catch and release policy. But none of these were ever open border policies. They were still detaining people. They were still vetting everybody who came through. They were still going through all of the legal processes that they were supposed to go through.
Okay, well, I will say I was wrong because it wasn't due to being open. It was because I already know he didn't cause the big old crisis that was going on down there or whatever, but he did try to lock down some stuff, I guess. I didn't know that, but fucking
Yeah, well,
why is
not
it?
only that, but they also like pushed border bills that were supposed to like lessen immigration. They were trying to get like a lot more funding to put a lot more troops at the border to secure it more. They were trying to get more judges to make it to where they were able to vet people faster so that they didn't have so many people piling up within the immigration facilities. Like they were trying to do so much to lower the amount of immigration that was coming over. But every time these bills were put up in front of Congress, it was only Democrats who were voting for it and Republicans who were refusing to vote for it. And so it was, yeah, just like time after time, they kept like asking Republicans, okay, what do you want us to do with the bill? We'll do it. They would make all these requests, they would change it, and then come back with it, and they again wouldn't vote for it.
My question is I was trying to find what then if Joe didn't cause the crisis, the border crisis, then what caused? I mean, to your knowledge, what caused the border crisis?
It was inflation was one of the biggest reasons. Was like right after
That's all it
COVID.
was.
So right after COVID, the whole world was dealing with record-breaking inflation. Every country, everywhere was dealing with massive inflation because of transportation issues, and that was one of the bigger reasons is transportation issues. And so our country like had a lower ratio of inflation, and we recovered the fastest. And so as we're recovering quicker than everybody else, all of these countries, all of these people in these countries are trying to flood over here because they have like businesses closing down and all of these businesses going bankrupt and shit. And so, yes, they're trying to get over here to where we actually still had a functioning economy. And yeah, it was us and Canada were the two countries that had the fastest recovery from the inflation. And yeah, we ended up getting by far the majority of immigrants flooding over to our countries, and yeah, it just ended up being a big fiasco.
Yeah, that's crazy because
And there was a number of other things that were like
the
compounding the issue.
reasons.
Like these are not like problems with anything that Trump did. I'm just saying these are some things that like added to it. Was that Trump also, when he was president and COVID started, he gave these passes to where nobody was supposed to be coming in and out of the country. But he was saying if anybody immigrated here and they want to go back to their families, then he'll give them a pass to be able to leave the country. And that's like a fine thing to do. It's not like a problem or
Yeah,
anything.
speaking of
But
just
tons of people left, and then we totally shut down the border under Title 42, and just like
I
straight
saw
up
that.
nobody in or out. And so then we have like compounding, like tons of people building up who would be coming over here during that period of time, but because the border is closed, nobody's able to come in or out. So then we have all of this like backup of like normal natural flow of people who were coming in, and then we have on top of that the people who are coming back who were who were allowed to go home. And then we have all of these people who are rushing over because of the inflation. And so it was just more and more problems kind of all
Did you see
compounding at once.
the countries they're trying to ban us from going to right now?
Who's they? Who's
I got
You're teacupped again, just so you know. Trump has a travel ban. I sent it to you. Where did you send it?
Yeah, I saw it on this page I follow on TikTok yesterday. I was trying to find it. Like it was like Cuba, fucking Iraq, or not Iraq. Cuba. It was like 7. I don't remember. The only one I remember seeing on there for sure was Cuba. It was like they're trying to travel ban for
Let's see.
right now.
Trump's travel ban is now in effect. Here's what to know. President Trump's extensive new travel ban took effect just after midnight on Monday, barring nationals of 12 countries from entering the U.S. and partially restricting those from another 7. Trump announced the policy last week after a firebombing attack in Colorado, saying it is necessary for national security. It revives a controversial travel ban that Trump enacted during his first term and promised to restore while on the campaign trail. What countries is he? Is it really?
I know Cuba's for one. That's the only one I remember, though.
The ban mostly affects countries in Africa and the Middle East. The man charged in the Colorado attack is from Egypt, which is not on the restricted list. Trump says countries can be added or removed over time. So these are literally a lot. Like, these are all the countries that he took away refugee status for. So this is what I was talking about earlier. It's like, this is a fucking problem. Like, when people talk about, like, oh, he doesn't do or say racist things. Like, I'm sorry, but when you go and take away refugee status from a ton of countries that need it most, and then you immediately turn around and give refugee status to fucking South Africans, white South Africans, that are not in nearly the same dire scenario as everybody else. If he just gave it to South Africans and didn't take it away from all brown and black people, that would have been one thing. But he took it from those people and then gave it to white people afterwards. It just seems weird as fuck, dude. That is sus.
You just go with your words. You just say it better than I. You can't even think about it. But no, that's exactly what I was saying when I came up in here. Is like, I think I made the wrong decision. I genuinely believe I think I made the wrong decision. But because at the same time, especially like with the tariffs and shit, I don't understand how I don't understand how you can see these first of all, these mass deportations they're doing, like the shit that's going on in LA right now, man. Like, I don't understand how you can't see the shit that's happening and what you're about to do to your country. Like, it just blows my mind away to know that you are doing that and you see what's about to happen and you're just continuing to do it, because I genuinely believe there's some crazy shit that's about to pop off, and we don't even know what's about to pop off yet, because they're showing how angry they are and how angry their people are. And we haven't seen riots like that in a long time, and they're only going to get worse. But I just and then with the economy, I sell cars for example, I sell cars for a living. So this is where it's really irritating me, because I remember, I think what it was at the beginning of the year, the tariffs, they were supposed to be better for us for my line of work, because I sell trucks for a living. I work for Metro Ford, and
Yeah.
I'm a salesman, bro. That's my main thing is that's I make great money, and the tariffs weren't supposed to affect me in a way. They were supposed to help me.
Yeah.
It's about to destroy me, because it's going to affect people's jobs like mine the most. Only for like a lot of imports and stuff,
Mhm.
like especially for the EVs and the Bronco Sports, they're going to get hit real hard. So I'm going to have to explain to people now why the tariffs are not giving them a better deal, because it was supposed to help. Apparently, the tariffs were going to go down.
Well, we knew it
Now
wasn't,
they're all
because the problem is that even American-made stuff and American factories and a lot of this shit, they still get parts from other countries. They still get machinery from other countries. They still get, like chemicals and all, robotics and all sorts of shit from other countries. And so, yeah, it's still going to affect them as well.
I also think he just flat out lied. Like, that's how I really genuinely feel. Like, he just like straight up told me a lie to my face and said like he was gonna help be better. But I
Well,
think
bro,
at the
the
same
whole
time,
time he
like,
kept saying the other countries were going to pay for them. He said that the whole time.
That's exactly what we were saying out. That's exactly what I was saying at work yesterday. Is like he was saying that he was gonna make them pay our taxes and pay our imports and stuff like that. And I thought, okay, well, that's gonna help me out tremendously, because that means more money for me on gross, more money for me on my tax benefits. Everything's gonna be great. I'm happy. I'm wonderful. But everything's getting reversed, and he's doing stuff in a way to make it seem, I think, This last week for me, what it seems like for me is that he's doing stuff in a way for it to make it seem like stuff is getting better for I think it's only getting better for higher class people, really, in my opinion. But like the tariffs are gonna hit when the tariffs hit, which are they're starting to hit right now real hard. Like they're just like I'm gonna have to explain to people when they come in to buy a truck that I gotta sell them a truck 15 grand more than what it is online because yada yada yada, and I'm gonna look like I'm a liar because we car salesmen already have horrible names, bro. If you don't
Yeah,
know,
yeah,
but people hate us. People hate us already. Okay,
yeah.
so
Well, I mean, there's
we're
a bunch
about
of
to
people
be.
in my chat saying like that's not the case. So I'm gonna read this real quick. This is just the Google AI overview, but it says tariffs or import taxes can significantly increase the price of imported goods, affecting a wide range of products. Specifically, shoppers can expect to see price increases on items like clothing, textiles, appliances, cars, and certain imported foods such as seafood, coffee, wine, and cheese. Additionally, products containing imported material or packaging like plastic and aluminum are also susceptible to higher costs. And then the top products are clothing and textiles, electronics and appliances, cars and car parts, imported foods, toys, and other goods. And so these are
Yeah,
already being
and
affected. These are
and
not
then I
things that
hate
are
it too
going to
because
come.
like
These are things that are being affected right now.
Like, and it's crazy because not only that, some of these higher end people, like especially this is what and this is where like the for me the conspiracy the conspiracy starts for me because it's like, okay, all these tariffs are gonna go up, right? And it's not gonna affect everything. Like example, so for Fords, and just remember I say this because like example for Fords, it's really not gonna affect your F-150s and stuff like that. It's gonna affect your Bronco Sports and EVs and stuff like that mostly. But this is where like and that's going to be for a lot of stuff like the restaurants. It's going to affect most of their stuff, but there's going to be a couple things where it's not going to affect at all really. But they're going to take advantage of this and their stuff they sell most of. Like example, we sell most of our 150s of what we sell most of, and they're not even going to get affected by it. But
Mm-hmm.
you know damn what they're going to do. They're going to skyrocket that shit and take advantage of it to make money. And I think this is where the conspiracy starts as to why he's trying to help people who are already well off and make it seem like he's trying to help lower class people because I think he's trying to keep the rich rich. That's really that's really how I feel. That's really what I'm starting to feel like. And I don't know if it's just a conspiracy I'm bringing up in my head or if it's really on paper, but I guess I'll see it later on. But that's how I'm genuinely starting to feel because I mean I think the only people are going to start like because the tariffs are not going to hurt any of the people who are already well off. Seriously, it's only going to hurt people and especially people on tax. Oh my goodness, bro, I can go on and on about the tariffs, but I mean, especially for my line of work, it's horrible. And then like the fucking what's it called, like the TikTok shit they're doing. Like I don't even understand the TikTok shit's a whole fucking charade. Uh, the whole charade. He keeps saying like he's not gonna ban TikTok and that he keep banning TikTok. He just wants control. There's no problem with us having TikTok. They've already debunked it so many times, and he keeps saying that he just wants to own it because he wants to make money. That's all it is. It's all about money. He wants to be well off because he doesn't want other people to be well off. So I mean, that's like it's just not for the people. And then Farm Bureau, I got a lot of family who own farm. The farm taxes, my buddy's farm just taxes went up $480 in 3 months. Crazy shit. So it's just like I don't know, man. This is like shit's going up, 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 and it was supposed to be going down, 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 down. The property tax was supposed to go. Actually, we were supposed to have a farm bureau that went into effect in February of the end of February, and farm bureaus were supposed to get like a grant for like anybody who still does like crops and shit like that, I guess, or something like that. He was putting out. And they got it, and my friend's auntie, she got her check. It was like 2 grand for a farm bureau, and it was supposed to get that like once every 2 months or something like that. Because like agriculture, they're making it a big deal if you do agriculture still. And then the next month, their property taxes went up double. So it's like, is it even like what was the point of that?
You
You know,
came on
like what
sounding
was
like you were coming to defend your vote for Trump, and now you sound like you. I don't even have to
know
convince you. You
well, that's why I said I wanted to come talk because I'm like, it's like everything like I stood for in the beginning was generally what it was.
Well, no, I was a
You know what I'm
bro.
saying?
I was a Republican.
Like,
I grew up a Republican by far the majority of my life, and then eventually I just kind of realized that the values that we pretend to believe in are never actually what Republicans push. And then once they voted for Trump, that seemed to be that times a billion. Like, it was like, let's pretend we care about the law. Let's pretend we care about immigration. Let's pretend we care about all of these different things and just virtue signal about it, but never actually attempt to do anything to better any of these scenarios, and just like use them for fear mongering while continuously changing them. Let me check. Yeah, no, I'm still down on YouTube. All right, let me. Okay, I should be back. Okay. Find a better place to live. Okay, I'm working on it. Yeah, we lost JPack. If he wants to come back on, he can. But yeah, stream went down for a while. Yeah, the internet just went out. I this time it actually did look like it was a it did look like it was an update, but yeah, the this is just, you know, it seems like it's the majority of people that I talk to now on TikTok or on YouTube, like a lot of them start off like, I voted for Trump, and then like as we start talking about it, they're like, oh yeah, no, that's what I was afraid of. Shit. It's like every fucking time we just have like a little bit of a conversation, and then they just get to a point where they're like, yeah, okay, yeah, I fucked up. Which is, yeah, it's how I felt you know, the first time around, because in 2015 I was definitely on the Trump train. I thought it was going to be a good idea. I was like, yeah, it'll be dope. We get a businessman to run the country like a fucking business, and this will be a good idea. And this is never been tried before. It's something that we need to do more often. And then, yeah, and then I listened to him debate and realized he had no idea what he was talking about. He just sounded like a fucking moron. He said the dumbest shit, and yeah, that lasted maybe like 3 or 4 months before I was like, okay, this is ridiculous. There's no fucking way this guy will ever get elected to be president. No shot. Especially not conservatives. Like, and I remember after when he started winning, I was like, wait, guys, I thought this is the type of person that like Democrats would vote for, not conservatives, right? Like, we're the ones who like care about like professionalism and cordiality, and you know, we care about decorum, and like that's our shit, right? Like, we care about the norms, we care about like protecting these things, and now all of a sudden we're voting for somebody who just seems to blatantly stand against all of that shit. Like, what the fuck? No shot. We're not voting for this guy for real, are we? Yeah, apparently we were voting for him for real. So it's very depressing, but it is what it is. It's all right. Trying to see, so I used to be able to pull up TikTok on my screen. You guys saw on the video that I pulled up just a little bit ago where I was debating people on TikTok. You could see that the TikTok chat was on my chat the entire fucking time. And now it's It just doesn't work anymore, and I don't know why.
Control them when they're large, and we're going to have revenue.
Cars are moving. They're not breaking the curb because they're doing curbs. There's one guy's pounding the curb, breaking the curb, and handing big would be burning, just like it was burning a number of months ago. Curbs, pounding it, breaking up, and handing these big chunks of concrete to people.
He keeps saying breaking the curb. What is he talking about?
California all the time, because obviously in California they are not doing a good job in any way, shape, or form, any other thing either. So with that, I'm heading to Fort Bragg right now. I think the helicopter's landing as we speak. But if you want, we'll take a few questions.
Will you invoke the Insurrection Act to deal with the situation in California?
If there's an insurrection, I would certainly invoke it. We'll see. But I can tell you last night was terrible. The night before that was terrible. We have, as you've seen, it was on most of your networks, people with big, heavy hammers pounding the concrete and pounding curbs, pounding it, breaking up, and handing these big chunks of concrete to people. And they were taking that concrete, going up on bridges and dropping it into the roof of a car. They were throwing it at our police. They were throwing it at our soldiers that are there. And we got it stopped, and we have them in custody right now. Look, if we didn't get involved, right now, Los Angeles would be burning. Just like it was burning a number of months ago with all the houses that were lost. Los Angeles right now would be on fire. And we have it in great shape. And not
Get them out.
True.
Playing around.
How will you determine whether or not there is an insurrection?
Well, you'll take a look at what's happening. I mean, I could tell you there were certain areas of Los Angeles.
All right, the phone lines are back open. If somebody was trying to call in.
You could have called it an insurrection. It was terrible. But these are paid
It was
insurrectionists.
terrible.
These are paid troublemakers. They get money. And when you take a look at what they do, where they show up, and everyone's saying, what's he doing? He's pounding the curbs. This one guy's pounding the curb, breaking the curb, and handing big pieces of granite. In some cases, it's granite.
Blake.
What's up, Blake? You're on the Tom Foolery Show. How's it going?
Hey, what's going on, man?
What you got for me?
I disagree with you, but also, too, I agree with you at the same time on a whole bunch of stuff, man.
All right, base. Well, what you got?
Is Trump an asshole? Absolutely.
I call this the Bush maneuver. Kudos
Should he
CTS.
keep his mouth shut and sometimes just be a president? Yeah. But the insurrection is the only thing I want to ask you. Do you think, is it right for him to surpass Newsom?
No, I don't think so. So if you watched like what was happening out in LA,
Yeah.
because it's not like the feds
Yeah.
can come in and like do a minority report thing where they stop crimes from happening before they happen. And so the problem is that the cops, LA cops, were out there. They were supporting ICE and help, like giving them backup. And they were like making arrests, stopping people, clearing out streets, like shooting tear gas and flashbangs and shit.
Yeah.
Sure, but they like that. The National Guard coming in, they're not going to do anything different. They're like it's going to be the same exact thing.
No.
And LA police had more than enough people after the second night. Well, like the second night was probably the craziest. But
can I ask one thing?
Yeah,
'Cause
sure.
I know it's gonna, and you're gonna, when they say that bringing in the National Guard and everything else makes everybody else get more crazy. That don't make no sense.
Sure it does. What do you mean? They're protesting Donald Trump and the federal government. They're not protesting the local government. So when the president then sends in people that are representative of him and his actions and his decisions, obviously that's going to make things.
Just cops and other people just trying to make a living.
Sure, but it doesn't
How does
matter. It's
that
about
make-
it doesn't matter. Like it's about the representation. It doesn't.
No, I get it. It's an excuse.
Well, no, he's looking for an excuse to send people out there.
Oh, I know he is.
Yeah, so it's
Trump's.
That's the difference.
Yeah, I get it. Hey, I voted for him, And hey, sometimes he oversteps his boundaries, and he's probably doing it right now.
But yeah, but you're making it sound like it's them who's trying to find an excuse to like be upset with him in what he's doing, but you
Well,
agree with them on what it is
that's
he's
what.
doing.
Well, I was just curious because that's what all I heard from CNN and from the left said. Oh, it would have been a peaceful protest if ICE and all the police would not have met the protesters. I mean, you have to meet the protesters, right? I mean, you got to at least have a police presence, correct?
Yeah, of course. Like again, you don't have to stop
Okay,
protesters.
yeah.
It depends on what's happening.
Yeah.
Like you have to make sure that they're not in the streets. You have to make sure that they're not blocking traffic. You have to make
Yeah.
sure that they're not
And
committing
I
any
believe
crimes.
that most of the most of the protesters that have a great belief probably aren't the ones that were doing all the crazy stuff.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Like the biggest parts of the protest, like
So
the largest
I
protest,
think we
that most
agree,
people were
like,
out
in
during the day. Like by far, the protests were way bigger, had way
for
more
sure,
people out
yeah.
during the day, and it was a lot less like rambunctious, a lot less shit burning. But then once it got to nighttime, all the adults go home. It's all young kids,
yeah.
and it's way less people, but they're way less like they're way more kind of crazy and doing crazier shit. And so yeah.
Yeah. And I served in the Army for 4 years. Men don't go to war, kids do.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And I believe the same way with protest.
Yeah. Yep.
Do I believe what Trump's doing is still right? No. I still believe in him. I voted for him. I'm still with this country.
Okay.
Just a double-edged sword sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's a lot of things that like I disagreed with Biden on, and like Kamala Harris,
Yeah.
like it's not the end of the world.
Yeah. But sometimes it's like, and the worst thing I love to hear is, it is what it is. No, that's not. No. Stop. But I see these videos, and man, they have graffitied and destroyed the city.
The city is not destroyed. That
what-
is way too hyperbolic. Like most of the
Well,
shit that's
I
like
know, but
burning
just-
is like
but
fucking dumpsters and shit like that.
Well, they didn't destroy it. They didn't destroy it, but like the graffiti and stuff. What does that do?
Nothing. It's stupid. They shouldn't be graffitiing and everything like that. Yeah, it's dumb.
Well, I believe in protest. Sometimes not even peaceful protest. But also too, what's it? Can I ask you something? What would it do for Trump to do something that you would get behind him for?
I don't know. It is something that's like such a
No.
broad
What
question.
the-
There's not
'cause
really a way of like
I
answering that.
know.
Like, sometimes he
I know, but
probably makes sure that like,
lower gas, lower food, right?
sure, yeah.
Easier tariffs. Even China just said, "Hey, we're going to compromise on the tariffs."
Did they?
They're going back and
Did
forth.
they?
Yeah.
Did they?
Yeah.
The last
they-
4 times Trump said that they were
Well,
in talks with
I
China.
know, but
The last
hey,
oh no wait. The last
I
4
know,
hold on, no. The last 4 times Trump
I
said
just
hold on,
said they
wait.
did. So-
Hold on. The last 4 times that Trump
okay.
said that he was in talks with China and that they were starting to concede and
Yep.
starting to come to the table, all 4 times China turned around and said, "We have not even spoken to him. We are not negotiating on this." And the last time they said, "We're this close to a deal with China." This close to a deal with China, and China again said, "We have not even spoken to them. We have
But
not even
also,
had a
too,
conversation with them."
I want to ask you this. We have to make deals with China. You know that, right?
Of course, that's
We
but
have
that's
to
the
make
problem
deals.
is that like
We
the way that
thank
Trump
you.
deals with them
I
is like
know.
he doesn't understand that we have to make deals with China.
But we've been getting. I know, but we've been getting kind of screwed for years.
We haven't. We're the
We
richest
have to
nation in
make
the
deals.
world. We have people who
Well,
are
no,
in
the
poverty
richest
here.
nation with the largest debt.
So
We're
that
the
doesn't
richest
that does
nation with
not
the largest
the
debt.
debt does not seem to be affecting us all that much. The people who are in poverty here
Well,
are
you can
richer
make debt. You can
than
make deals in debt. Absolutely, you can be in debt $30 million and get a $20 million loan. That happens. But we have to make deals
that has
with
nothing to do with the
China.
debt though. The point is that like
We have, but
you
also
hold on,
too,
wait,
we
hold on,
have to make
hold on,
deals with
wait,
Russia.
hold on. I'm sorry, you keep like veering off. Like you're making it sound like the debt
I'm not
is this
trying
big
to. Sorry.
problem, but the debt is not this like big problem where we're getting screwed over. We're not getting screwed over. We're continuously winning.
No, we just lend money. We just give money.
No, we don't lend money. We get money. We are given money from other
No,
countries to
we
stay afloat.
lend the money. We
Then why are
lend the
we in
money.
debt? Then why are we in debt if all we're
Because
doing
we
is lending
lend
money?
countries, because we lend countries so much, hundreds of millions of dollars. That's why we are in debt, currency-wise. That's why we need to have tariffs. So when China gives their goods back to us, they don't screw us so much. So yeah, he raised it up 25% tariffs. It sounds stupid. Yes. And they don't like it. Boom. Stand still. Boom. What'd your guys' eggs go up to? I mean, probably a lot.
I'm sorry, that was just like a completely nonsensical statement that like we're in
Absolutely.
debt because we lend money and then we have to tariff China so that we're not getting screwed over anymore.
I gave you economical sense.
Yes, no, but the tariffs have nothing to do with the debt. You just linked debt to tariffs.
Tariffs have nothing to do with debt.
Yeah, what do the tariffs have to do with that?
Tariffs have nothing to do with debt.
What do the tariffs have to do with that?
Wow.
Tell me. Go ahead. What do they have to do with the debt?
So when you have tariffs and you 25% on a country, say China, and they have what, like 65 trillion debt, that's a percentage that every percentage that they give us, that gives it back.
Wait. Hold on. Hold on. No. Hold on. Stop. I need to clarify something. No. Before you move on, I need to clarify something. I'm sorry. I don't care. I need you to clarify. I'm going to ask you a clarifying question real quick. Hold on. Hold on. I need you to clarify real quick. Do you understand that China does not pay those tariffs, right? You know China does not pay those tariffs, right? You're tariffing our country.
You increase the tariff to deficit the deficit.
Yes, but we're the ones paying the tariffs. Our country pays it.
Oh, there you go. Boom. You said yes. You raise a tariff.
Yes, but you're not getting money from another country. You're taking money from your own country to pay off a fucking debt. You're talking about your own country. You're not getting the money from China.
Country? No, that's a tariff. You're getting taxes from them.
No, you're not. The tariffs are paid by our companies. The United States. If we tariff China, that means that anytime one of our companies buys something from China, they have to pay a 25% tax on that purchase.
On an import, we're talking about exports and imports.
Right. But that's no. Wait, hold on. An export means that no. Hold on. An export means
way more tariff.
I'm sorry. An export means that if China tariffs our country, that means that when we send something over there, the Chinese no.
15%. We give them a 15% export.
No. It means that no. Hold on. Stop. Hold on. Hold on. Stop. Hold on. Wait. That's not true. None of that is correct. Literally nothing you just said is correct. So when China tariffs our country, that means that the Chinese companies pay the Chinese government for us to send stuff over there. So still, it is just us, our companies paying our federal government for these things. This has nothing to do with the debt.
Yeah.
You are just taking more money from your population and your businesses, charging them more.
And do you like that?
No.
Not right. And we agree about this. But go ahead, because you're on a great. I'm right here with you. So why is it when Trump says, we're going to charge you guys a little bit more money, why did everybody freak out? We should have done that a long time ago. Right?
Didn't Trump run on making everything cheaper?
I know. Well, Trump has said a lot of things and he hasn't done it. But what president has not done the same thing? That's all I got to say. I mean, I voted for him. I believe in him. Is he right all the time? No. That's just
I'm sorry.
the only thing
This was
I
your
ever
point
want to talk
to bring
people
up
about.
on something that you liked about him, but now you're explaining that this is something that he hasn't done that is bad, that you don't like. This was your point on something that it was good.
No.
Yes, you
It
started
was
talking about the
something that
debt.
he didn't do, but he did do that is better than Biden and Obama did too. He didn't do it the best. He's still not doing very good right now. I'm sorry that he really makes other people so upset. I wish he didn't.
Just again, it's not like he just says mean things that makes people upset. It is the fact that he acts as though he's helping people, and then he does the exact opposite and fucks them over. And then he comes out and says, "You're welcome for fucking you over." And then MAGA says, "Yeah, thank you, Daddy, for fucking us over again. Thank you. Spank us harder."
Yeah. See, and we don't believe that. So, do you believe that he doesn't give a shit about you?
But yeah, I don't think he cares about anybody.
I think he cares about like normal people, but also too. I mean, he's a different type of person. I mean, he's a multi-millionaire. You know, built businesses. I mean, he's not us. Agree?
I don't expect any politicians to actually care about us. I expect them to do what is beneficial for them. And normally that is that they're going to be held accountable by their populace and by the people who are voting for them to make sure that if they don't do what is expected of them, that they will not win another election. That is exactly what Trump did in his first term, is he did not do what people voted for him to do, and then they voted for him again.
1,000%. Yeah. So what about Karen Bass, Nancy Pelosi, and Gavin Newsom?
What about what about them?
You think they're doing good?
What are they doing bad?
I don't think they give a shit about the people in their own.
Well, I just said I don't expect any of them to care. I expect them to do what is in their benefit. So it doesn't matter if they care. But
I believe Trump cares more than they do.
I don't think so. I think that he has done everything to fuck everybody over in this country numerous times, and then turns around and tells you to thank him for it.
And I'm sorry you feel that way too. And we disagree, but
it's rough.
How did Trump fuck us over?
Who knows at this point, you know? Who's to say?
Well, how did Trump fuck us over? I find it funny that him and even Elon jumped ship. And I thought Elon was probably getting too many kickbacks from the left and voted for Trump and did that whole thing and probably had to disregard that way his tax credits. I mean, all the vehicles that they burn in LA, I mean,
bro, Trump is the one who's giving the tax credits. Trump is the one who has made it to where the rich people get more and more tax breaks. He did it in his first presidency. He's doing it again in this big, beautiful bill.
And what were those cars that were getting burned though?
The electric Teslas?
Yeah, well, they weren't Teslas. They were another but
Oh wait, you're
company
talking about in
was
L.A.
bought.
You're talking about the
Yeah,
way.
but that company was bought by an Israeli company that was all about free Hamas. And man, seems like sometimes that stuff happens.
Free Hamas. That was their thing.
The company that owned that electric company.
Yeah. Okay, so yours, yeah,
You
it's
know,
like Wafer or something like that. So they wanted to free Hamas. Okay.
the wafer cars. There you go. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And I'm glad you guys talk. Hey, we're always gonna have a discussion in differences. But does it have to go what it's doing? No, not one bit.
Mm-mm.
But I also do believe that if it keeps going the way it's doing, yeah, you gotta have to pull the military in there. I mean, that's why we have the military, correct?
Yep.
Yep, because I've seen too many like women, like and cops. Come on, man. Cops are barely trained. 7 months. Ugh. The worst training in the world. They're probably not the best trained, correct?
Of course.
Yeah. Are the military? Yeah.
Mm.
Probably a little better.
Yeah.
But I just want to end it on this. So when Trump says, hey, we're going to bring a little bit of the military in there, do you believe that's a right move? I think it is, just for the simple fact of just, you got to have backup in the world. And do you want backup 5 hours late, or do you want backup right then and there?
Well, I don't think that they needed backup, but this is the first question that you asked when you first jumped on, and we already went over this topic.
You're good. But I know, man.
Mm.
You're good.
Yeah.
Is it needed? I think it's a little needed. It's
Interesting.
not going to hurt anything.
Well,
Especially, there's a lot of people in the military. Their families are getting deported. But you know what they're still doing? Upholding their constitutional rights.
of course.
Yep. Which I feel bad for them in a way, don't you?
Yeah, and their constitutional right.
Yeah. Just like the Civil War.
Exactly. That's what I was about to say.
Brothers and cousins used to shoot each other. Yep. But that was totally different than slavery and this.
Slavery.
Totally two different. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not the same.
I hope you guys figure it out there in California. I hope they do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they will right now.
No.
But do you think that if it keeps going, does Trump just... Come on now, it's
Come
Trump.
on.
What's he going to do?
Yeah, What are you going to say?
What's Trump going to do, right?
Right.
He's going to put his dick out there. And I love him and hate him at the same time. Sometimes you just need to shut the fuck up.
Yep.
All right, my man. You guys have a good one.
All right, bro. Hashtag free
hey,
Hamas.
I appreciate the friendly debate. That's all I got to say right there.
Yep. Appreciate it, man. Have a good one.
Thank you, sir.
Later, homie. What the fuck? Free Hamas. Hashtag free Hamas. That's a new one. That dude exists. Yep. That was a thing. Watching TikTok chat, they're like, what the fuck is happening? Yeah, the waifu taxis. Yep. U.S. China reach deal to ease export curbs, keep tariff truce alive. Wutnick deal should resolve rare earth minerals, magnet curbs. Deal aims to keep Geneva trade truce on track. Trump Xi to review framework agreement, officials say. Every time I see Xi, I always think it's like Roman numerals. I'm like, oh fuck, I don't know how to. Some Chinese rare earth firms say they obtained export licenses. U.S. and Chinese officials said on Tuesday they had agreed on a framework to get their trade truce back and track and remove China's export restrictions on rare earth while offering little sign of a durable resolution to long-standing trade tensions. At the end of 2 days of intense negotiations in London, U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick told reporters the framework deal puts meat on the bones of an agreement reached last month in Geneva to ease bilateral retaliatory tariffs that had reached crushing triple-digit levels. But the Geneva deal had faltered over China's continued curbs on critical mineral exports, prompting the Trump administration to respond with export controls of its own, preventing shipments of semiconductor-designed software, aircraft, and other goods to China. Lutnick said the agreement reached in London would remove restrictions on Chinese exports of rare earth minerals and magnets, and some of the recent U.S. export restrictions in a balanced way, but did not provide details after the talks concluded around midnight London time. We have reached a framework to implement the Geneva Consensus and the call between the two presidents, Lutnick said, adding that both sides will now return to present to present the framework to their respective presidents for approvals. And if that is approved, we will then implement the framework, he said. Oh, wow, that's crazy. In a separate briefing, China's Vice Commerce Minister Li Chenggang also said a trade framework had been reached in principle that would be taken back to U.S. and Chinese leaders. U.S. President Trump's shifting tariff policies have roiled global markets, sparked congestion and confusion in major ports, and cost companies tens of billions of dollars in lost sales and higher costs. The World Bank on Tuesday slashed its global growth forecast for 2025 by 0.4 of a percentage point to 2.3%, saying higher tariffs and heightened uncertainty posed a significant headwind for nearly all economies. The deal may keep the Geneva Agreement from unraveling over dueling export controls, but does little to resolve deep differences over Trump's unilateral tariffs and long-standing U.S. complaints about China's state-led, export-driven economic model. Okay. So I guess it is real this time. He did not lie one time. Damn, dude, all the rioting. It was rough. The whole city's gone. They destroyed the whole city.
Right here.
TikTok superstar Kabi Lame was detained by ICE before being allowed to leave the U.S. Kabi Lame, famous for his silently hilarious TikTok persona, was detained by immigration officers last week, according to U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. You guys know who this guy is. He's the one who does the... That's pretty much all he ever does. Whoa. Didn't get a funnel. Yep. There you go. Just threw the case in off his phone. Anyways, that's Kabi Lame. Lame, 25, rose to fame while living in Italy, becoming the most followed personality on TikTok by creating comedy skits and skewering ludicrous life hacks promulgated online. He currently has 162.2 million followers on the platform. Lame attended last month's Met Gala in New York City. During a visit to the U.S., officials said he overstayed his visa but was allowed to leave the country after initially being detained in Nevada. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement detained Syringe Cabane Lame, 25, a citizen of Italy, June 6, at the Harry Reid International Airport, Las Vegas, Nevada, for immigration violations, an ICE spokesperson said in a statement to NPR. So while he's leaving, they were like, whoa, 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 whoa. You're not allowed to leave here, mister. You were supposed to leave. Glad we're taking care of the important stuff. Requests for comment from Lame and his management company were not immediately returned. His TikTok and Instagram accounts have not mentioned his being detained. ICE says the content creator legally entered the U.S. on April 30th, but remained in the country beyond the date his visa allowed. When asked for details about the visa, such as its duration, NPR was told the information provided in the statement is all we have available. Lame was granted voluntary departure June 6 and has since departed the U.S., the ICE spokesperson said. Such departures are discretionary, according to ICE's guidelines, and do not entail a removal order and related immigration consequences. Lame was born in Senegal and raised in Italy. Senegal? I said Senegal. I said Senegal the first time. Shut the fuck up. Of which he became a citizen in summer of 2022. At the time, Lame was being touted. Alright, see, y'all can't even give me shit, because this is so much work, alright? Lame was been touted as the king of TikTok after becoming the most popular account with more than 140 followers. But he told Italian media that he hadn't yet been able to become a citizen in the country where he had lived since he was 1. Soon afterward, a government official announced Lame would receive Italian citizenship. Nice. What the fuck?
If liberals don't make government work.
Okay, well, that was dumb. Lame's rise to fame started in the first months of COVID-19 pandemic lockdown when he began to post videos on TikTok, according to an interview with La Repubblica. He quickly became a sensation, his quiet but dramatic online persona drawing comparisons to the comedian Rowan Atkinson, Mr. Bean character. Last fall, Lame even created a skit that blended footage of Mr. Bean in an airport with a video of Lame portraying a security officer. Discussing Lame's broad appeal, Hayal Aurora, a digital anthropologist at Utrecht University in the Netherlands, told NPR last December that, along with being funny, Lame's likes put social media influencers in their place. When Lame produces videos highlighting the absurdity of influencers' life tips, Aurora says his message to regular people is, hey, hang on. They are the idiots, not you. You're doing a normal thing. Boom. There you have it. You're doing a normal thing. Well, shit. We did all of the things that I was supposed to do today. Well, let's see if there's any TikTok panels to jump on.
Okay, thank you for joining. And thank you for the showing love. I appreciate it.
Why isn't this turning on?
I got you tomorrow when I see this, alright?
Alright.
I haven't had time to really jump over there.
I got you.
And so I start getting online and
It's just not connecting. What the fuck? Alright, yeah, let's turn this mofo off. Try it again. There we go. Okay.
No. Yeah, that was a real thing. And it's been happening. So I started in 2018 on this app. And when I saw 2020
was literally when a nurse came out to the house to
tap that screen and share the live out for us. Good morning, good morning, good morning.
technically that's just a little boom
About that shit.
okay you guys
everybody doing tonight?
Got my ass today.
Tour, please.
Welcome in, welcome in.
Dang, a room full of picnics.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean, the live has only been on for like a minute.
30 seconds. Yeah,
Yeah.
I want to talk about the Mexican insurrection. So I guess
I want to talk about how they're going to take away your marriage.
when has Donald Trump ever said he's going to do anything about gay marriage ever?
He says he doesn't believe in it, and second of all, why do you hate Mexicans so much?
You know he had a gay.
Can I talk real quick?
Yes,
do you mind? Do you know how many gay members Donald Trump has in his cabinet?
Yeah, I'd rather be a pick-me than a fuck boy.
Do you know how many gay members Donald Trump currently has in his cabinet?
Sorry, Uncle Tom was throwing me off.
Do you know?
Way too many. Way too many.
You don't know. So Donald Trump currently has open. So Donald Trump currently has 5 openly gay cabinet members. He actually has appointed the highest-ranking openly gay member in the federal government in history. He's stupid as fuck, that's for sure.
Okay, hold on real quick. Okay. Nostra? Is that how I pronounce it?
Yeah, Nostradamus. It's 36 Atlanta voted for Kamala Harris.
Okay, welcome in, welcome in.
I do like your name though. I do like it.
Thank you.
And then Shock AG voted for?
45 California Harris.
Okay, welcome in, welcome in. We'll skip the topic of the whole gay cabinet, this, that, yeah. We'll move on to things. So I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's 5v2 right now. So we need another Harris supporter in here.
I want to talk about the Mexican insurrection, literally the Mexican.
I mean, yeah, go for it.
And trying to overthrow our government. And the Mexican president basically said resist, and so we're literally dealing with an invasion from Mexico. I guess it didn't work. I guess we need to stop allowing any immigrants coming in because the ones that are here can't assimilate.
I just watched Trump say it's not an insurrection. So you disagree with him? You think he's wrong?
It's close. It's close.
In my opinion, yes, I disagree with Donald Trump. Yes, in my opinion, it's an insurrection. I disagree.
So how would you define an insurrection?
Here, I've got the definition for you right here. We'll use the dictionary's version of insurrection.
Well, that's gonna be way too broad.
But yet you disagree with him?
I'm a free thinker.
Hold on. According to the dictionary definition, we could just say that anytime that like a bunch of employees at a place walk out and refuse to do their work, that would be an insurrection.
What is it? Okay, what is the definition of insurrection? It says government. Okay, government.
Wait, what dictionary are you using?
Just Google. This is the dictionary term that pops up on Google. This is a dictionary of insurrection.
Well, you got to be careful.
So again, we have an insurrection coming in.
So the definition that I have is insurrection, an organized and usually violent act of revolt or rebellion against an established government or government authority of nation, state, or other political entity by a group of citizens or subjects. Also, any act of engaging in such a revolt.
Okay. So let me ask you this.
Somebody needs to draw at me though. I just came in to test my live.
I got you.
Let me ask you this. No, I'm gonna call you Nos. So do you think that not protesters? I'm not gonna call them protesters because they're rioters. And do you think throwing 20-pound bricks at police officers off of a bridge down onto their squad vehicles, or trying to hit them in the head, or just doing?
Well, they did hit one in the head. They did
that, and then shooting fireworks at them, which is basically an explosive. Would you consider that somewhere along the lines of an insurrection?
I would say that it meets like some of the aspects of it, but normally, so like especially if we're talking about like a legal insurrection, they're normally going to be expecting like a more systemic change that you're objecting for, and it has to be a lot more organized than just random people throwing bricks at something.
I don't want a monologue. I want a yes or no. Is that considered lethal force against law enforcement?
Your initial question was insurrection, but if you lethal force it, it's sure, yeah.
Well, both. Yeah. Okay, so then what's the problem?
We have two.
Well, then what's the problem with what?
Oh wait, hold on. Yeah.
for McConley.
Hold on, real quick. Jade, age who you voted for?
What up? 26, the highly educated Miss Kamala Harris.
Right, we'll see about that. And then Trumpus, age who you voted for?
I'm 18. I was born August 24, 2006. And I voted for the best candidate, Donald Trump.
Okay,
whoa, damn, the ignorance.
Well, he was the best candidate, right? So he's president and she's not. So obviously Donald Trump was the better candidate.
It's giving bigotry.
I have more common sense than Kamala Harris. I could finish a news interview with no cuts.
And you're a disgrace to our kind, honestly.
And I would never say anything bad about you.
And yeah, that's what that.
Nope, I'm gonna mute everyone if I have to. I'm gonna finish up this one with Nos.
I can tell Jade's smart.
And then Jade, I want to talk to you after this because I'm very, very curious because you laughed when I said we'll see about that. So I'm very curious because I don't think you really know who you're talking to.
I actually do.
Voted for a side chick. You're not that smart.
We have to be generous. We have to be generous for those who do not know. We have to enlighten those who are weaker minded than the strong. And only the strong will survive, baby girl. And that is why.
All right.
We will be
so Nos. Hold on, Nos.
Yep.
Nos, because I'm co-host right now. Nos, finish what you were saying, and then I want to talk to Jade down here in the bottom.
Well, you asked me a couple of questions, and then you said, so then what's the problem? And I don't know what the problem with what.
I was talking about insurrection, and I gave you examples on.
Well, first you asked me if it was an insurrection. Then you asked. Then I said it doesn't meet the definition. Then you said, okay, well, would it be lethal force against an officer? And I said yes. And then you said, okay, then what's the problem?
Yeah, and we provided Gays for Trump provided the definition.
Yes, and I'm saying it doesn't meet that definition. I read the definition, but I'm saying it doesn't meet that.
It absolutely. Okay, so what would you call it then? What would you call it?
But depends. Like you can call it a lot of things. You can call a lot of things, but it's not.
Would you call it a peaceful protest?
I would say by far the majority of people who are there are peacefully protesting, but no, I would not call the person who's throwing bricks at an officer's vehicle a peaceful protest. No, of course not.
I'm in the heart of LA, and it's been nothing but peaceful protesting.
You know what I
yes.
find really funny?
Is there idiots that have done looting and idiotic shit in the midst of it? Of course, that always happens in the midst of protests. But I live in.
No, it actually doesn't happen. So remember the Tea Party?
Really, it doesn't happen.
Remember when the Tea Party was a thing? There was no
forgetting about January.
There was no cop cars caught on fire. There was no looting on January 6th. There was no problems on
all they say.
During the Tea Party. So the Tea Party, there was no problem. So when the Republicans were very upset with the Obama administration, we had something called the Tea Party movement.
Well, the original.
Right, so was there any violent acts during the Tea Party movement? No, is the answer.
Do you have a diploma? Did you graduate high school?
That doesn't matter.
Diploma does not define.
I don't think so. Do you have a GED at least?
Your experiences.
GED doesn't define. I don't think he has a GED.
Ma'am,
do you know Black American history?
Ma'am, I own two.
There we go. Here we go with
and then there's the race. You picked up a book.
Wait,
ma'am,
Jade, what year were you born?
Do you know where indigenous
Here's the thing.
She's underage, guys.
I think she's too drunk.
Here's the thing.
I think she's a fucking see you next Tuesday is what I think.
Hold on. Here's the thing. Here's the thing we're not going to do. Number one, we're not going to pull race cards because race cards is the stupidest fucking thing. I don't care what side you're on. Number two, we're not going to pull, do you have a high school diploma? Do you have a college? We're not going to do that either because some of the most intelligent people in the world didn't even go to college. It doesn't fucking matter. Race doesn't matter. Education level doesn't matter. It's all about intelligence. We're not gonna fucking do this. You can come back up here if you really want to, but don't be pulling that stupid ass shit because that's it's dumb as shit.
Like we're not color block people. Immediately I got color blocked. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm only half black, by the way.
Hey,
Filipino. We gotta represent that side too.
Hey, Max, how are you?
She probably won't come back up. She ain't got nothing else to talk about.
Oh no, the dumb broad wants to come back up. Hey, Max, how are you?
She does want to come back up. If anyone wants to drop, I'd love to have a one-on-one.
Dude, why are you gonna let her come back up? She's not gonna let you talk, dude. She's just gonna talk over you the whole time. She has no fucking self-control.
Well, if she talks over me, then I'll just drop her.
Well, she's going to.
I think she's underage, McConnell.
Can I say
I don't
something?
care. It's not my life. It's Bob's life.
So, if you guys are ever debating with somebody about the U.S. being stolen land, I just want to say this: Mexico's also stolen land.
Yeah, Mexico stole land, and I think it's 35% of what was Mexico was, or 35% of 35% of America that currently exists today is bought land under contract, so they can fuck off.
What history book did you get that from?
Do what?
What history book did you get that from?
When I was in fucking 5th grade.
Okay, because obviously that's not the whole history.
Hey, really quick, we have a new person we need to introduce. Max, how are you?
It's not the whole history. What the fuck?
Max, are you there? Max Dolphin Wave.
Your one
Yeah,
sentence wasn't the whole history. Got him.
He's here. He's here. He's sending lightning bolts. Max,
No, I saw that. Yeah.
unmute your mic.
Max Dolphin Wave.
Request him to unmute his mic.
Okay.
I'll send it.
Oh, he
Alright,
gone.
I did it.
Oh, never mind.
Oh.
So can we go back to the topic, or you want to?
I don't. Whichever. I don't care.
Yeah,
And
what
so-
is the topic though?
The violent insurrection that is being perpetrated by the Mexican government into our country, the Mexican insurrection.
Do you have any evidence
Well,
that they're
the
connected to the
riots.
Mexican government? Like that the Mexican government
Well, I know
has...
that the Mexican government said to resist. I know that the Mexico, the lady who's in charge of Mexico said to resist. So
Okay.
yeah, I mean so yeah, I would say that they're connected.
Wait, but that's it? She just says resist, and now she's...
That's enough for me.
Really? That's
Yes.
enough for you? Okay, well, I can't even have a conversation on that, so that's
I'm sorry,
fine for me.
I gotta laugh.
I'm happy to leave it at that.
That does not mean that.
Absolutely. So
Is there somebody that's
Donald,
being oppressed or something like that? Then I understand.
What do you think?
Why wouldn't you say that?
What do you think that Mexico would do to us if a bunch of us rampaged their border, millions of us went over there and tried to take
There's
over
a lot
their
of people
town?
that are like.
It's kind of a pivot,
What
though.
the-
Like he
what
was saying that it
No,
doesn't
no,
mean
no,
that
no.
they're
Can I
leading it,
finish?
and
Let me
you
know
move
when I
to
can
something
finish.
else.
Let me know when I can finish. I'll talk.
I don't
So
know.
again, it would be an insurrection if it was the other way around too, right? If millions of us went into their country, started burning cars, started burning flags, started harming their police officers, I promise you, the Mexican people wouldn't be using rubber pew-pews.
No, that would be an act of
They
war.
would be using. They would be using.
Bingo!
Bingo!
And also,
You just fucking said it.
doing the
There
same
it
thing that our
is.
current president is doing.
Yeah. Do you have any evidence that those people are not citizens of our country? That the people who are out there protesting were not born here? Do you have any?
I actually I do have evidence. Here's the thing. This is the evidence. When you get stopped by the police and you don't have a social security, an ITN, a temporary driver's license, or you don't have proof of residence in the United States whatsoever, that's your evidence.
Sure. So where's the evidence that happened?
What do you mean, where's the evidence?
Where's the evidence that the people who were at the protest didn't have any identification or any proof of residency? Where is that?
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about people at the protest. I'm talking about people in general.
Okay, I'm sorry. That was the
protest.
hold on, wait. That was the claim, is that the people at the protest are here on behalf of the Mexican government, and so I'm asking for any connection between these two things. He's saying that these are Mexican nationals who are here doing this. Where's the evidence that these are not American citizens who are out there doing this?
I'm so sorry. I didn't check the green cards before I got off.
So you're just making it up, is what you mean? So you just at least you admit that you're making it up. I appreciate that.
Sir, Nostradamus, you don't have to be a nuclear physicist to attach two things together, right? So like if I shake up my soda and I open the lid, there's going to be bubbles all over my kitchen, right? I don't have to be a goddamn Nostradamus to know how things work.
Well, I'm sorry. I think you're an illegal because you keep talking about illegals. So I'm connecting those two things now.
Real quick, hold on. Hold on, real quick. New panelist, Karina, AG voted for.
These people are fucking.
Karina, are you there?
This
Karina,
is so
yeah, you gotta
annoying.
unmute. There you go. AG voted for.
Voting for Obama.
Let your brother.
Karina, AG voted for. All right, got 3 other people that want to come in. So let me bring someone in real quick.
I already got it.
Oh, you got it. Okay, gotcha. What? Jeannie? Is that how you pronounce it? Jeannie, AG voted for.
Are you there?
Am I tripping, or is like every fucking person we bring up is absolutely mute?
Gene, are you there? Going once, going twice, deported. Okay, let's bring another one up. Let's try Max again. Okay, Max Dolphin Wave.
Max Dolphin Wave. Max, for the love of God.
Max Dolphin Wave, are you there?
Who you voted for? What?
You guys are
You won't get supported if you came in legally.
being trolled by a bunch of people. It looks like.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Absolutely. All right, Jack.
Jack, you seem like a logical.
You seem like a real human being.
I am.
Thank
actually. God. I'm an AI, but don't worry.
I'll take what I can get at this point.
I can,
right,
I can simulate human interaction.
Age and who you fucking voted for?
33. Maybe a little bit dejectedly voted for Harris. I'm pretty pro 2A, and I didn't like voting for Harris for that reason, but she was better than Trump.
All right,
Understood.
Welcome in.
Yeah.
Finally, fucking normal.
I had a question because I was listening in a little bit about the whole like I can shake up a soda bottle and that doesn't mean that I have to be a physicist.
What I said,
Now I wanted to follow that line of reasoning. So the idea would be that Nostradamus actually brought up the idea that you don't need to be like an expert on immigration law or anything like that to make the determination that these individuals were not associated with the Mexican government. So what's the kind of like colloquial normative conclusion you're coming to as to why these individuals aren't Americans?
Well, what I'm going to say is you can see a lot of them. I've seen them on the television. A lot of them, they don't speak English. That's normally a pretty good indicator. My husband is a second-generation American. All of his family that came from Mexico.
How do you know they don't speak English?
Because I've seen them on the television giving interviews.
Wait. But they chose to speak in Spanish, maybe because they were speaking.
No. You can tell. So my husband speaks Spanish and English. Spanish is his first language, and you can tell a native person who knows Spanish. You can tell a native Mexican from somebody who is Americanized. You can literally hear it in their voice. At least I can. Again, my husband's whole family is Hispanic, so I can tell. I can tell by the accent.
I've learned Japanese for like 8 years. When I speak Japanese, some people actually think I'm Japanese when I speak. So
okay, well that's okay. Well, good.
But I look pretty whitey.
Again, that's good.
Like there is like a Spanglish that a lot of them end up speaking, and their accents are a little bit different. But it wouldn't matter if you watch like 1,000 interviews. That still wouldn't be enough to characterize the majority of people at these protests.
I literally saw an interview of 3 of them say that this used to be Mexico's land and they want to take it back. Right? They were doing an interview on Fox, whatever.
So they're not citizens.
So again, they literally.
Mexico
this doesn't get us to the connection. Hold on.
Mexico was taken. No, Mexico.
So they literally.
This doesn't get us to the connection that these individuals are acting on orders from the Mexican government.
The lady said, "I'm from Mexico. This is stolen land. It belongs to Mexico. We're taking it back."
Wait, okay, they can make all the brain damage claims they want. This doesn't add credence to the idea that they're operating on orders from the Mexican government.
Nor that they're here illegally.
Or that they're here illegally. The Mexican president said to push back. That's what she said.
Oh my goodness.
So I just have to take away her word.
She can say whatever she wants.
So, wait,
just like Trump can say whatever he
but the
wants.
governor of
I'm not talking
California
about
also
Trump, I'm
said
talking
that.
about her. We can talk about Trump later, but right now I'm talking about her.
Wait, but the
She literally
governor
said
of
she'd push
California
back.
also said that, and so did the mayor of LA. So they could just be operating off of their
Gavin Newsom,
governor.
the
And they both should
traitor,
probably be
that
in jail for not
fucking
doing anything for
inbred
this
fucking
protest.
piece
Well,
of
no,
shit that
they
doesn't know what the
protests
fuck he's
are
doing.
a pushback, though. Protesting, peaceful protesting is pushing back as well.
No, absolutely. But throwing
No, we're not. Hold on. We're not
I,
gonna
I
do.
also,
Hold on.
I also don't like that argument because, like,
I
in
want to know.
situations like these when only 50 people have been arrested.
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
I have a question for you, liberals or Democrats or whatever the fuck you want to call
Hey,
yourself.
don't lump me in with the liberals. I'm a libertarian, buddy.
Well, if you're a libertarian, then you guys should be on the same side. I'm
I'm a
Who gives
liberal.
a shit? Anyways,
No, you gotta be
don't
a
be
liberal.
sensitive.
Oh, you don't want to say.
Don't be sensitive.
Well,
Don't
libertarians should be
fucking
pro-choice
sensitive.
and
Let me ask
pro-gun.
my fucking
And I am.
question.
I'm both of those things.
Let me ask
Hey,
my
babe.
fucking question. Let me ask my fucking question. Do you think Gavin Newsom has been taking appropriate action with the LAPD with these riots and protests going on in California the correct way? And it's a simple yes or no. And we're going to extradite the Marine Corps and we're going to extradite the National Guard. If it was just LAPD, do you really, and this is an honest question, I'm not asking for, I'm not going to clown you if you say what I think you're going to say or
Yes.
this or that. It's an honest question. Do you think he's been taking the
Yes.
correct steps and advances to be able to, be able to uphold what's going on?
Yes.
I think given the circumstances of what's been going on, what we actually see on the ground, but also I do want to add, Gavin Newsom doesn't control municipal police forces. He might control California Highway Patrol or have authority over them.
Yeah,
he doesn't have control over LAPD.
He
doesn't have control over LAPD. So your question's not formed.
But couldn't he have deployed the National Guard? I thought he could have deployed like the state National Guard.
He could, yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
But honestly, with the very sporadic, with the relatively contained nature of the protest, with the very sporadic levels of violence, which he's actively decried several times, like the number of LAPD that they have for that very contained area, the only person who's saying that the situation is worse, thus necessitating something like the National Guard, is Trump. No one else is agreeing with him on this particular prospect.
Have you seen?
And I'm not in the business of taking at their word the simple assertions of Donald Trump, nor anybody, but particularly Donald Trump.
You're gonna bring
So I
up
have
the
a
police
question
chief
for you
saying
then.
he's overwhelmed.
Okay, so I have a question for you then. So why is it that Kern County Police, San Bernardino Police, and Orange County Police are also getting involved in the LA riots, and they're all coming to the aid of the LA riots? If LAPD can handle it on their own.
No, wait, that is them handling it. That means that's them handling it without the National Guard.
Hold on. No, hold on. Because here's the thing: is to back off of what Bob was saying, is there are videos, there are this. I have friends that live in the area that are sending me videos who are Republicans as well, and they're there just to spectate. The police department cannot hold their ground and borders that are their perimeters that they've set up because they keep getting pushed back and back and back. It's like a retreat at that point. The LAPD cannot hold their fucking ground.
I'm sorry, I can show like
whatsoever.
50 videos of the opposite happening, of them constantly pushing everybody, containing where the crowds
50
are.
Video. Oh yeah, okay. So you're talking about the tactical units. You
Yeah.
know there's different.
You have
different
several
units.
dozen individuals who are simultaneously like filming. They're YouTube content creators who are filming on site at different parts of the literal same wall of police officers. And these individuals are gaining ground. We literally saw this, 2 days ago, when the police held up on, was it is that I-5 or is that the 101? That's the 101.
101.
Yeah.
101.
Yeah, and they didn't have to do anything. They just said, hey, we're going to slowly inch forward and get people off of the freeway. Like, this is normal procedure for situations like these.
Yeah, no, there's instances where they have gained ground, but there's also instances, and there's plenty of videos. Feel free to shoot me a
and what that means is that the system is working as intended,
of them
because there might be situations where the protest decides that they want to move forward, and a police force that in good faith respects the right.
It's not a protest. It's a riot. There's
Oh
a
my
difference
goodness!
between a riot and a protest.
Okay, individuals going out and being active on the streets does not necessarily a riot constitute. In this particular situation,
okay, when you shoot fireworks, okay, so let me ask you this, and this is an honest question for you fucking libtards in here. If I were to shoot a firework at you, an explosive firework at you, or I was to throw a 20-pound brick at you, would you take that as an act of violence and a form of riot? Or
from
would you
that
be like,
one person?
he's
Yes.
just protesting?
Yeah, sure, but I wouldn't.
All right, there we go.
Justify. Hold on. I would say yes, but I wouldn't therefore say that the police are justified in rounding everybody up, because principally we need to respect people's rights.
Yeah.
And if 99% of the people in that crowd, that's the unfortunate consequence of situations like these, where in the crowd, 99% of the people there
is called guilty of association.
No, but McConnell later.
Hold on real quick, McConnell. I got this though.
That's not how our legal system works.
I got this, guys. Hold on. Okay, I got it. So let's get away from the fireworks and destruction and everything else. Okay, are they lawfully there, Jack?
Lawfully, as in like able to go out and air their grievances towards the government? Based on the Constitution,
based on the Constitution and city law, are they legally there right now? And
I don't know anything about LA city law. I would say based on the Constitution alone.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm
gonna explain to you, Jack. When you create a protest, you have to first of all you have to pull permits for it. If you're gonna do a large protest, like this one,
that's not what
a large group of people. Yes, a large. Hold on. The Constitution, first of all, does not protect you against a large congregation of people blocking roadways, intersections, city law, or invading federal buildings. It doesn't. Hold on, Jack. Hold on. It doesn't protect you against it. It doesn't not protect you against it at all. Actually, the way you're supposed to protest based on the Constitution is you're supposed to collect signatures. I guarantee you, there's not one freaking signature that's been.
Wait, but they only they only said that one part of this was an unlawful protest, and that people had to go home, and that was the part that was surrounding City Hall. Everybody else, they did not announce that these were unlawful protests. So, according to your thought process, that just doesn't apply.
Let me ask you, Nos. Let me ask you this: why are they trying to throw Molotov cocktails at city federal buildings?
Well, I've been trying to respond to this for a while because I want to understand from your perspective. We had over 100,000 people out there on day 2 and probably around the same on day 3, and this is when the majority of the violence happened. Do you think that the damage that you see, just like a couple of burnt cars, a couple of burnt trash cans, do you see 100,000? Do you see a place where 100,000 people were rioting, or do you see a place where maybe like 5 or 6 people were doing some damage and graffitiing things and setting shit on fire, and then there were just by far the majority of people were being peaceful?
Hold on, Nostra. Hold on.
Can I ask?
Hold on. That 5 or 6 people. No. There is tagging all over every single building. There's over 11 buildings that were looted last night. The previous night to that, there was over 7 buildings that were looted. I'm talking completely.
Wait, but that doesn't mean that they were part of the protest. I agree with you on all of these things. The problem is.
Yeah. Okay. So hold on. But they are part. Okay. Yeah. But hold on. So they are because of the riots. They are because of the protest that's happening.
Correct.
So would you say that if you are stating that it's a protest and not a riot, would you then say that Rodney King riots were not a riot, they were a protest?
No. But the problem is that hold on.
Behavior, right?
No, the same behavior, but not the same amount of people, not the same ratio, and that is the part that we're having a problem with. Is the ratio here is 1 to 100, and you guys are calling the whole 100 a riot when it's a very, very small minority that's actually doing any sort of damage.
Way more than 100 people in downtown LA.
Hold on, Bob. Can I make an analogy real quick?
Can I ask the panel something though, really quick? So
So 10,000 people marched on the other day. 10,000 people marched the other day.
But again,
Bob,
why can the Democrats
Bob,
not
I do
do
want
a
to make an
peaceful
analogy real
protest?
quick
Why are they
because
unable?
this is a point that a lot of people raise.
Hold on.
I want to get this point out real quick, and I do that real quick, and then
Okay, hold on. Jack, make your analogy, and then Justin, you can go ahead, or Gator, you can go ahead.
So this is a criticism towards individuals on the left, certain individuals, certainly not myself. I don't even necessarily consider myself in that camp. But if we hearken back to 2020 or 2021 on January 6th, you had tens of thousands of people who didn't approach the Capitol, who were just on the lawn, who were protesting, and there are criticisms that they should have been held accountable for the actions of the people who went inside. I would say absolutely fucking not.
Absolutely
because
not.
they didn't do anything that was outside of the purview of their right to protest. So what you're essentially saying is that the majority of the people should be held to the standard of how the leftists want to hold accountable people who are on the lawn but didn't go into the Capitol.
I was just getting ready to say
is that, yes, unfortunately, the situations are a little bit different because on January 6th, there were people who were inside the Capitol and people who were not. Unfortunately, the people who are bad actors who are opportunizing on protests.
I just want to say something.
Here's the link to that stream.
Real quick, because we're not going to monologue this. Justin, I promise you, I'll give you 10 seconds, and then I'll let you go, and you can feed off.
I can't post it in. I can't post the link in TikTok chat. So he's called Trucker Bob's 365. That's his name on TikTok if any of you guys want to see it. But I posted the link in YouTube chat if you guys want to go to his chat.
Some time for their actions.
Not all of them.
But pretty decent chunk of the fucked up individuals.
Yeah, the worst actors.
But here's the thing. Is that they served 4 years of prison time versus these people that are getting basically nothing. Justin, that's all I have to say.
I'm sick and tired of talking about January 6th. Okay, so there were some people.
You know what would be a really good way to make sure that individuals who are protesting in LA would be more copacetic to the idea of getting those bad actors out of their vicinity is by not sending in the National Guard and Marines because they're unnecessary and they're just a blatant show of force for the sake of showing force.
Look what happened.
Yeah, it's
Look
instigation.
What happened in the Summer of Love, right? So we had the Summer of Love. Remember where during the George Floyd riots, whenever entire towns were being burned to the ground, Donald Trump didn't mobilize the National Guard when all that stuff happens, and I'm scared. I think he is scared that that'll happen again. But going back to my original point, so Republicans had to deal with Barack Obama for 8 years. I'm not a Republican, but and they created the Tea Party. How many cars, businesses, and shops were burned when the Tea Party was doing peaceful protests, actual peaceful protests? How many? Can anybody give me a number? Because there was hundreds of thousands of people.
Was it in relation to them having people taken away? Was it the same kind of?
I'm simply talking about protests.
There were some certain protests that were happening during that I would agree were riots, like especially in Portland, Seattle. There were some in Kenosha, but like the large portion of them were peaceful protests. But there were definitely in almost every single one they had some rioting.
There was no cars burned to the ground. There was no rocks being thrown at police officers.
Nobody said that.
Graffiti. There was no.
Nobody said that.
There was no jewelry stores being raided, so you could.
Nobody said that.
The left and the right.
Nobody said that. Why are you lying?
The Democrat part. Now I'm talking about
Democratic Party.
I am talking about during the Tea Party. I'm saying during the Tea Party.
During
I'm saying none of that happened.
Okay, so what?
Yeah, I'm not talking about George Floyd. Let me finish. So, but why are Democrats so emotional? Why can't they just handle themselves like normal people? See, the Republicans, they're a bunch of losers. I'm not a Republican. I'm a libertarian. But you can see a vast difference. So the Democrats, they don't get their way. They burn cities to the ground. And the Republicans, they don't get their way. They actually peacefully protest.
It has nothing to do with not getting your way, though. This is like what they're protesting. Do any of you guys even know what the protests are about? Do any of you have any idea what these protests are for? Okay, so
protesting something that
Yeah.
They're protesting something that 56% of Americans want. So in a most recent Washington Post, can I just finish, please?
No,
Do you
it's
mind?
not. It's not the outcome.
They are
It's
not.
the
They're not
policy.
protesting
What
deportations.
doing right now-
They're not
56% of the American
They are not
people want-
protesting deportations. They're not protesting
Yeah,
deportations.
they're
so
not-
I don't. They're protesting the fact that Donald Trump has been illegally. Yes, they're protesting the fact that Trump has illegally been deporting people, and even when courts rule that this is illegal, he refuses to abide by court orders. He refuses to obey the law, and that is what they are deporting. I mean, sorry, that's what they're protesting.
Dragnet fishing. He's basically saying, group up as many people as you can. If you get American citizens, hopefully you let them go. But if you don't, tee-hee, I guess we fucked up. And now they're in CCOT. But like, no, Trump is basically taking a sledgehammer to a scalpel necessary situation, because what we cannot do, if we're principally consistent with our American values, is allow the rights of American citizens to be violated in the process of engaging in legitimate getting illegal immigrants out of this country.
So the Biden administration allowed more people into this country.
I don't care. Yes, I'm
any other administration.
Are
the Biden administration allowed more people into this country than any other administration. So we are at a five. We are at a
They also
five-alarm
deported
problem.
more than anyone
We have to
else.
get these people out.
You hold on. You say you say.
Do you know what? Do you know? No. Really quick. Do you know what Joe Biden considered a deportation? Did you know that Joe Biden?
It doesn't matter what the administration considered. We calculate deportations outside of government stats. It doesn't matter. That's not what we're counting. Nobody is counting that.
Show up to the border to go back is not a deportation.
Damn, you are nonstop just strawmanning people. That is not what we're counting as deportations. Just real quick. Hold on. Wait. Just real quick. That is
the medical emergency kind of situation considered
they
a
fucking
deportation.
No, wait. Just real quick. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. None of this matters. That's not what they're counting. They're not counting any of those things. We always do deportation stats outside of government stats, where we're just counting all removals. All removals.
Okay. I want to say something, and then you can go on your little tantrum and whatnot. Jack, you said we don't care. Da da da. Yeah, we don't give a fuck either. Sorry about your luck. Come in fucking legally.
Wait, I didn't say we don't care.
I don't give a shit.
I didn't say
I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't. I said we don't count them that way.
Yeah, you fucking did.
I didn't.
McConnell,
I have it on my
before I was
stream. I
muted,
can show you. I didn't say that.
Yeah, McConnell. Before I was muted, I was saying we won.
Jack said that he doesn't give a fuck, that y'all don't care, and it's the same
about what?
fucking way. We don't
about
give
what
a fuck.
specifically? I don't want you to
We
misquote
don't
me.
give a flying fuck if you're here illegally or not, or whatever the fuck.
I never said that. I said exactly the opposite.
You said we don't care. I will pull the fucking live stream after this.
I absolutely did not say that.
You
I said
we don't
exactly
care.
the opposite.
You
Okay,
said
McConnell.
we don't care.
McConnell, I was cut off while I was trying to say we agree that, like, at least Nostra and I agree that ICE should be able to engage in the legitimate action of getting illegal immigrants out of this country.
100%.
What we take umbrage with is how they do it. We're not okay with the dragnet fishing approach that Trump is instigating ICE to take, that is sweeping up legal non-citizens and American citizens in the process.
They're not
essentially
legal non-citizens. What does that mean?
People who are not citizens of this country but are here legally.
Visas, green cards, refugees, asylum.
It's called
Jack.
It is called overstaying your fucking work visa or green
The
card.
people I'm talking about would not qualify under that.
If you overstay, I'm sorry.
We're not arguing against that.
Or not, they're getting deported.
People who are here legally would not qualify under this weird addendum you're trying to put in an indefensible position.
If you are overstaying, sorry about
But
your
the people
luck.
People who are here legally are being swept up in these ICE raids. They're not overstaying their visas.
You are committing a crime.
Nobody disagrees with that. I don't feel like you guys are actually going to engage with our positions here.
What is confusing about that particular definition? Legal non-citizens.
If you are overstaying,
okay, yeah, he's not going to engage.
Which a legal non-citizen would not be disqualified from falling under that particular label. They didn't.
Dumbest thing I ever heard of.
They are here on a legitimate visa. they're still being swept up in these ICE raids.
Sweep
As
them.
our
Who
American
gives a shit?
citizens.
Because
They're
all
illegal.
these people that are being swept up are people that have overstayed and have 12.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
See, that's the
No,
problem.
they're fucking
What about
not.
the people who are
Yes.
going to the
No, they're
immigration
not. Let's give them due process.
Oh my god, you're so fucking
If you're
Why-
actually,
why-
if you actually believe in the
Yeah, you just moved
Constitution,
on.
yeah, of course.
I'm sorry, I thought this was fucking America.
Hold on, here's the thing. I'm gonna mute fucking everyone real quick. Here's the thing. Is that people that are here illegally, they get swooped up, no due process, they get deported, Everyone wants them to come back to the United States, and they throw a big old hissy fit. Okay. Well, here we go. Let's say we bring them back to the United States. That costs, number one, bringing them back to the United States costs American taxpayer dollars, and then court fees, this, that, yada, yada, court time, the judge, this, that, yada, yada, federal fees, etc.
This actually
cost
isn't
American
true.
taxpayer dollars. Hold on. I'm not done.
Okay.
It is very true, but I'm not done. That, and then they get charged, and then would you, and here's the question, here's the question that I have. Would you rather have them stay in a federal prison here in the United States where our tax dollars go to them, or would you rather have them stay in another prison outside of the country where you don't have to pay anything for someone that is not contributing to society at all?
We are paying for them though. We are paying we're paying CCOT to house them.
Bro, you think Trump's not paying them?
Our tax dollars are going to them regardless.
Regardless.
It doesn't matter.
These guys sound broke. They're not.
Yeah, McConnell, you really fucked up with this ultimatum.
Yeah, you kind of just embarrass stuff. That's a little embarrassing. I don't know why.
How is that embarrassing?
Because we are paying for them. We're paying thousands of dollars per inmate.
We're paying, but you're just not paying as much.
We've been paying for the past
How
4
much you make?
fucking years.
It's cheaper to
Oh, no,
put them
been paying
in
for
prison
them.
somewhere else.
Exactly.
We've been
You probably
paying
make
for
like
them.
20,000 a year. You're getting taxed like $500 a year.
Hold on real quick.
Chill, bro.
McConnell, this is all secondary to the fact that with the methodology that ICE is engaging in, we're getting individuals who don't qualify as people overstaying their visas. We're sweeping up individuals who are on a legitimate visa, who are having their civil rights violated, as well as American citizens who are having their rights violated. You know why? Because ICE isn't able to go out and look at every individual and say, that's a legal non-citizen.
Abrego
That's an
Garcia.
American
How
citizen.
is it legal?
They're making prejudicial determinations
Abrego
about the individuals
Garcia.
in their vicinity.
Abrego Garcia. He was here legally. He had legal status in our country. He had a work permit.
He had legal status, dubious legal status to be sure, but still.
Clowns, bro.
So Garcia, we can get it to Garcia here in a little bit, but give me one name with someone that's not being currently charged with human
I'm
trafficking.
sorry, McConnell. It's not our job to let
Give me
you move the
one
goalpost
name.
and get away with it.
One single name who is correctly doing exactly what
Find an example that's perfectly okay with me, but except I'm going to move the goalpost every time. I'm sorry. Like, you're an adult.
Give me one name. Give me one name.
Go look up all of the different.
No, give me one name.
I'll get you a name. Hold on, I'm pulling it up.
And if you're principally consistent, make sure every single individual detained by ICE.
Okay. All right, I got one. I got one. Hold on, I got a name. Hold on.
Doesn't matter.
It's Andrew.
The country, they are illegal.
No, they're not. That's the point. We're trying to explain. They were here legally. No, they're not. Hold on. That's the whole point. Is we are trying to explain. There are tons of people. Hold on. Let me explain, please. Let me actually make a point before you start talking over me again. That we're trying to explain that there are tons of people who are getting deported that have legal status in our country. They have visas, they have green cards, they have some sort of status that says they are here legally that is given to them by a court system. And in order to remove that, our courts say that you have to take them back to court to remove it. So the name I have for you is Andrew Hernandez Romero. He is one of many that we could go over. That's one. The other one was Abrego Garcia. But yes, there are there's a lot that have been deported, and then even on top of that, we're claiming that these people are criminals and we're putting them in prison for who knows how long, whereas 75% of them have no crimes whatsoever in any country, anywhere, ever.
No, that's wrong.
Hold on.
That's wrong. I just retired. I just retired ICE in July, and what you're saying is totally wrong. They could be here legally, right? They can have a green card, right? But if they commit any kind of, well, it doesn't even have to be a crime. If they get pulled over for DUI, anything like that, and they get convicted, whether
DUI would be a crime.
That's still a crime.
They're done.
Yes, but that's still a crime. We agree, but you have to take them to court in order to convict them of that. And that's the process that you're supposed to go through.
Exactly.
You can't deport them.
Exactly. And they go to court. They have green cards. So they go to
wait, GQ, are you GQ? Real quick, are you advocating that you should be able to deport them before you take them to court and convict them of that DUI?
We're gonna.
Buenos días. Hola.
Buenos dias. Hold the fuck.
Okay, amor. Hello, how are you?
I am. Okay.
I have followed you all morning.
Stop. No, this is not your live. We're going to introduce you, and then you can chime in whenever you want. But we are in the middle of a conversation, so you can unmute yourself and say your age and who you voted for.
My name is Jeff.
And then we'll. Jeff, yeah. God, you fucking mean that.
Mr. Jeff, not here.
All right, Claudia, go ahead. Age, who you voted for?
My name is Emilio.
Going once.
Claudia, you have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, you gotta
There you
unmute
go.
yourself.
No, can you hear me now?
Yes, age and who you voted for.
Claudia, 60, and Trump.
Okay, welcome in. Welcome in.
So, because hablo español, I speak Spanish, I can watch Spanish news too. I just found out that Claudia, the Mexican, I'm Colombian, the Mexican president, she is pushing for the new immigrants that came to the United States to resist.
Oh my goodness.
And then, on top of that, I found out, or I saw in TikTok, that the real Mexican people, the real Mexicans, are very upset because they are representing.
I just got suspended on
the
TikTok
ones that
again.
are doing the riots and all that stuff are not the real
I just got suspended on TikTok.
people. Representing the
What the
Spanish
fuck?
culture.
I'm literally on this
Latin
guy's TikTok.
American
How did I
culture.
get suspended and not him?
So in Telemundo, one of the reporters asked Claudia what was her connection with the narco, because supposedly she comes from a red of family that were involved in the late 80s narco, where Mexico was very violent.
Okay, am I crazy this time? It says that my live will be reinstated on June 11th at 5:22 a.m. So that's in 11 minutes, right? I'm not crazy. That is about to happen, right? You were being ableist with your name is Jeff. It's not an ableist thing. It's from a movie.
President of Mexico, Jewish.
Well, I don't know, but I know that now Ireland is having, Ireland, the Irish people in their land are going bizarre because they're having the same problem that the United States is starting to have. 16 years with Obama, when Obama was able to let people come in, no problem, come to the United States, you're welcome.
I'm trying to see what the violation is. It just says community guidelines. That's it. Your live was suspended for violating community guidelines. That's it. That's all it says. Just community guidelines. What the fuck, dude? I fucking hate TikTok so much, dude. I hate it so much. I just lost like everything that I got from that fucking live. Just fucking wiped. You're a conservative now? Oh, I'm banned on like most platforms, bro. nice one, but yeah, this, I have been banned all over the place.
I love my Jewish friends, of course.
Well, I don't care if you love your Jewish friends.
But it's weird.
Great.
It's weird, right?
Love Jewish friends. Why is it relevant? How is she less Mexican because she's Jewish?
Hernandez should be her last name. Her last name is like Schoenbaum or something.
Why? Who are you to determine what her last name should be?
Yeah, Scheinbaum, whatever. So American.
What authority do you have to dictate her last name? Also, what relevance does her have? Her faith have?
Also, just to be clear, she condemned violence when she said to resist. She very clearly said not to be violent. So the idea that she's pushing an insurrection or anything like that is just false.
I never said that.
Well, no, not you, but the two other people did.
I just said it was interesting and weird that
whether or not
Jewish.
Anything is relevant.
Like in America, if our president was Jewish, I would not bat an eye at all. Like, okay, well, there's a million Jewish people in America. A lot of people. That are
What if they were Rastafarian?
What is that?
Like someone who follows the Rasta religion.
I've never heard of that religion at all.
Okay, cool. What if they were an atheist? Would you have a problem with an atheist president?
100%.
You know what else I just found out?
There's no religious test for office. The only correct answer to be a true American, by the way, Lance, is no, I don't give a shit.
All right.
Hey, you know what I just found out? I found it very interesting. So we were talking about, you said that Trump incited this violence by mobilizing the National Guard. Y'all know that Gavin Newsom mobilized the National Guard when there were C-19 protests going on. And once again, no cars were burned, no businesses were looted, no fire bombing, and so why didn't that turn into to the same thing? Why didn't it get aggressive?
The reason for sending them is a massive difference. No. Hold on, wait. Wait. Just real quick. The difference is that they are protesting against the federal government right now. Back then, they were protesting against the local government at the time. So to send in federal troops was totally irrelevant. But currently, they are protesting the federal government. The local police are handling them. But when federal representatives come in now to enact these changes to them, that totally changes the dynamics.
Can somebody name one time that the right went and protested other than J6, which was one day for a few hours, that the businesses got looted, businesses got burned to the ground, cars were caught on fire? I mean,
it's crazy. It's almost as if you guys don't have as much to fight against. Wild.
No, or it's like we're sane human beings and the other ones are emotional. So I can tell you this. I can tell you the reason I don't support illegal immigration, and 56% of Americans.
Nobody here does either. But go ahead and virtue signal.
No. There's plenty of people that do not. What are you talking about? AOC was giving.
No, I said nobody here. Nobody here on this panel. You're not arguing against anybody. You're just virtue signaling.
So you say.
Okay. Who here supports illegal immigration? Anybody? Show of hands.
Who here thinks? Okay,
damn, that's crazy. No, go ahead and virtue signal. My bad.
No. Real quick. Does anybody on this panel think that we should not remove every single illegal immigrant?
You think that illegal immigration is fine?
Jack,
no,
do you think we should
I just said the
every
opposite.
single illegal immigrant?
No. Yeah, we should just do so in keeping with the law and like the legal.
We should send them back. We should
every
send
single one. So everybody agrees with that.
We shouldn't engage in dragnet fishing of every single likely hub of illegal immigrants,
and we should treat them terrible.
And only count the hits. I'm sorry.
What are you against then? Illegal deportations. We're the ones who are upholding the law.
Treat them terrible.
Send them all back.
Okay, that's very interesting because you people are not the normal people on TikTok. Everybody else on TikTok,
yeah, those are leftists. Those aren't liberals.
Are you under any preconception that liberals or people who are left of center have anything remotely in agreement with people like Hassan? Like, we hate that guy.
I have a preconceived notion that most of the people on TikTok are crazy.
Well, the problem is while I agree with what you're saying, that most of those people are leftists, and they are very different. Whereas when you look at people like Obama and Biden, people setting records on deportations, like these are very different groups of people. Where one side
Biden
wants
also-
deportations, the other side is
Why
like
are you saying
leftists
that
are
Biden-
very small minority.
Gays for Trump. Here's a better
Did
question.
Joe Biden, real
Why
quick.
is it that people who are on the left will call out individuals ostensibly in their
They won't.
positions on which they fundamentally disagree?
People
The
on
right
the left
seems
are racist,
incapable
though.
of
People-
calling out the worst actors on their side.
Again, you said Joe Biden was so great on immigration. So
We never said
I didn't say
No,
that.
he did.
I said he
kept
had the
bragging
record on
about how many-
deportations.
He kept bragging about how many people he deported.
Oh
He
yeah,
also allowed-
numerically, but I
Oh,
know for
my
a fact
fucking
Nostra
God.
doesn't mean that in a qualitative sense.
Yeah, you're putting a
so he
value
also
on
allowed
the whole
illegal-
thing.
He also allowed more illegal immigrants into this country than any other president in U.S. history.
But under normal circumstances,
Did we
where
get
we're
more
engaging with someone
Hispanic
who we believe is going to engage
opinions
in good faith,
instead of
those
just all
are valid
No, thank you.
criticisms we can raise. You're not engaging in this in good faith.
Well, I mean, you can give an opinion, but I mean, I'm an American citizen. It's my country. My husband's first generation American. Do I need to wake him up out of bed?
Yeah, no, I don't care about the identity politics. We don't need the identity politics.
we don't need virtue signaling about your
something
identity.
about Hispanic. So I mean, do I need to wake my husband up?
I thought we were the leftists. I thought we were the ones who did virtue or identity politics. You seem to be really happy to do identity politics.
Are you paying attention, Jack? I'm talking about the lady below you. She's the one who said it, not me.
Yeah, but you're the one
Did you not
playing
hear what
into
she
it.
said?
I
You're
would
the
just
one
say
who's
no.
Saying my husband is a first generation American.
Again, Jack, you need to pay attention. I was a lady who said something below you, and I was responding to what her question
Can you
was.
appreciate just a little bit of levity? All right, Danita, go ahead.
Okay, I just have a question. Okay, so I hear a lot about who's illegal and who's not illegal. What makes you guys think that who's illegal, who's not legal? I mean, this was stolen land. First of all,
See, this is the trouble people on Twitter
These are the people These are the people me and Nostra hate, by the
So
way.
you take all these illegals out here, and you put, as you guys say, illegals out here, and you put them in one group category.
Dina.
ICE comes in there and just takes them all out.
Dina, how much?
Screen them. They don't even screen them. They just
Dina.
take them all up
Dina,
and put them in
Mexico.
little shacks with no connect.
Dina, did you also know that Mexico is stolen land as well? They stole it from somebody as well. Did you know that, Dina? You're muted, by the way. So did you know that Mexico is stolen land as well? So how far are we going to go back? How many hundreds of years? So the land was always stolen from other people. It was always conquered from other people.
It's been indigenous land all this time. It's been indigenous land.
Yeah, but even the indigenous were stealing it from each other. Even they were warring over territories and fighting each other for it. It just because somebody else came in and also started fighting for it, and they happen to have a different color skin, doesn't make it any less legitimate.
What makes the color white legal and us brown-skinned people illegal?
I didn't say that people being brown is illegal. I wouldn't say anything like that.
Hold on.
I'm brown.
Stop it with that. No, stop. No, hold on a minute. Hold the fuck on. Stop it with that fucking race card shit. Okay?
Yeah.
Not one single person on this panel, Danita, not one single person distinguished brown people as illegal.
I don't know.
Nobody ever said
Gays for
that.
Trump does keep
Did you guys
assuming
hear-
who
wait,
has
hold on,
legal
hold on real quick.
status.
Hold on. Did you guys hear that the top TikToker got deported? And that he was detained by ICE as
He
well?
didn't get
I mean,
deported,
he's
but he
not
got
brown.
detained, yeah. He's black.
Well, he self-deported himself. I'm sorry. Yeah, they came on the news. He self-deported himself. Okay, yeah, he's black, by the way. And then did you guys hear about that Turkey guy, the C-3PO, that went ahead and got deported? He was on Interpol's top list, and he was white. Holy shit! Like, no way. That fucking happened. Like, come on, guys. Like, be realistic here, Danita. Stop with that fucking bullshit that we're only deporting brown people. Like, that's a
It's
fucking fallacy.
P3DO. He called him
That's not
C3PO.
gonna happen. And we're not saying that
C3PO is
people
from
that
Star
because
Wars.
the color of your skin. Hold on,
A little bit different.
Just because the color of your skin does not mean that you're illegal. We're talking about the people who are illegal, who do not have legal status. And what do you want, Danita? Do you want? So are you saying that we need to get back the land to Mexico? Is that what you're saying? Would that make you happy, Danita, if we get the land back to Mexico?
Didn't we literally buy that land?
Right now, the people you just mentioned, what's the percentage of that compared to what we're looking at? right now?
Again,
Mexico,
well, the majority of the immigrants
Venezuelans.
are from Mexico. That just
What's the
removes
percentage
Mexico.
of that?
What do you expect? Mexico's next door. What do you expect?
Mexico is next door.
It's on our southern border.
Yeah, common sense.
Guatemalans,
Is Europe?
Venezuelans,
We have a big,
Colombians.
beautiful ocean right between Europe and America.
Exactly.
Oh yes, but you guys have no problem to go enjoy the vacation over there, right? But when you're over here, you're talking.
Is it the fault of white people? What is happening? Is it the fault of white people? What is happening?
I don't. You're making it about race again. This is like even the dynamic that you're presenting is racist, where you're asking if it's a white person's fault or white people's fault.
That just got raided. Let's look at the meat packing plant that just got invaded over there. Have you seen the news lately?
That's not their fault that they're going to be Hispanic.
Danita, hold on.
Papers or work visas. But I put them all together into one category.
You ever stop talking?
You're wrong.
Danita,
how many people in that meatpacking plant actually were schmurders, were actually rapists?
Oh, come on.
Were C-3PO? No. It's Nostra. It came out. They have the evidence. There was multiple individuals. Not all of them. Not everybody that was rounded up. But I never made a claim that the whole entirety was all had rap sheets. But there were over 10 individuals in that warehouse that had a rap sheet.
Bob,
they were pretty.
Can I also, maybe for a point of levity, just based on how you phrased that, find it really funny that you said that's the sum total of all crimes: unaliving, diddling, and or being C-3PO.
Again, it's P3DO as C-3PO is from Star Wars, but yeah.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
What you guys call a sweep, that ICE just goes out there and, there's a Home Depot, maybe there's some illegal aliens there, let's go sweep that area. That's not true. What we did was we targeted certain individuals. We did surveillance. We did everything we had to do prior to coming in. We just don't go around looking for areas where we think or may believe there's...
Based on the available evidence, that doesn't seem to be the case.
Right. It depends on who you're hearing it from. Like
Well,
I said,
no.
I just retired last July.
Yeah.
You said
the
evidence.
organization that could have a little bit more transparency is failing to do so.
Because that's what that's what the news is reporting to you guys.
No. ICE has every incentive to give their procedure. Like, there's no national security threat here. If they've got a procedure of how they're actually identifying individuals who they know are here in the country illegally, they have every incentive to disclose that to the media and everybody else. And if they disclose it, the media would be
And the crimes
foolish
that they've committed too.
to try and misreport that, because it would be very easy for ICE to prove them wrong, for the federal government to prove them wrong, and yet they're not doing that.
They won't even give
They're
it to
just
the
going
courts.
out and perceivably acting in this very sweeping dragnet manner.
That is, oh my God, man.
They refuse to even give the evidence to the courts, too. The same thing with the courts. When they go to court, they are asked for evidence of the legal status or asked for evidence of crimes. They refuse to give it to them as well and claim some sort of national security issue there, too. It doesn't make sense. It's insane.
Are we talking about when they? Are we talking about when they arrest the guys? They don't tell them.
Yes, like normally arrests are like public information, but they keep claiming that all of this is state secrets, and so they keep keeping everything behind closed doors.
The process is making public the
Can you
reason
rephrase
why
that?
we're arresting someone.
Oh, of course we do.
Okay, then why isn't ICE disclosing the procedure by which they're determining whether or not to detain or arrest someone? Oh my God, I fucking won the debate.
Crazy.
Tom.
Well done. High five, bro.
You didn't win.
I love you, buddy.
No, you didn't win, bro.
Your silence is deafening. I'm sorry, buddy.
I'm trying to.
Well, just know that you didn't win anyway.
Because the problem here is the public is so misinformed on everything, and you guys don't see the truth. Especially what the news is putting out, it's all bullshit. We already know that. They're suppressing so many things. They're not showing you guys a lot of things.
Okay, so where is it? You give it to us then. If you have it, you wait.
Show their work.
No, Greg. If you believe that it's real, you're the one. Wait, GQ, if you believe him, hold on, no. You just made a claim that like it's based on what information you're watching or who you're getting it from. So if you have that information, if you have the evidence that this is legitimate and that they are actually arresting people legitimately, then you can give it to us and we'll look at it.
Do that though. I didn't have the authority to do that.
No, that's no. That's our point. Wait, that's our point. Is that you shouldn't have to have authority. It should be public. It should be public information.
Yeah, like they should be disclosing in every individual example, or if they're going to talk about like I guess the. But I guess I hold on real quick. I guess
haven't they? Because I know I've watched
class action lawsuit where you have several different parties all lumped into one. The government could do something relatively equivalent where they say, the reason why we're going and targeting this particular area is because we're looking for X, Y, and Z individual.
And that's what they do.
Have they disclosed that to the public? Because that's a cornerstone of due process.
Yes, everybody has been asking them for this information, including courts, and they refuse to hand it out.
Them to show their fucking work, man. That's all we're asking for.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Any of you guys ICE? Because I see this big, whoever the host is, has a big police ICE.
Why should this be relevant?
No, I'm just asking.
No, we're not members of ICE.
I don't know if it matters, but I'm getting what I voted for.
Yes, you are.
I don't give a shit.
Yes, if you vote for people to break the Constitution, we don't care. If you vote for somebody to enslave a bunch of people, we don't care. We'd still be fighting against it.
I need to address this
president,
because I've heard this argument.
But the president is not.
really quick,
The president is not breaking the Constitution.
He is
not breaking the Constitution.
What they voted for also mob rule, direct democracy, 50+1 of the vote. Do you?
But I want to know who's.
Do you think in a system where where our laws are based on a set in stone or set in pen constitution that what people vote for is inherently the only thing we should be concerned with? What if the majority of people vote for a president because that president proves to unalive all people named Francis? What if that's what they really, really want? But what if
you're playing, Jack,
you made a claim. Who's the slave?
I'm going to ask you a direct question there, Jack.
Jack, I don't understand your question.
No, you don't.
He's asking.
You don't actually understand.
Well, he's asking if everybody voted to enslave people, and that was the majority of people. They voted for slavery. Do you think that would be okay just because they voted for it?
Where is the slavery?
Yes.
So, Jack,
okay, so I would say that that's unconstitutional, but I actually believe in the Constitution. I don't just virtue signal about it. So it's, you know.
Yeah, I am a constitutionalist.
Okay, so I'm asking you if slavery is against the Constitution, yet the
Hey, really quick, Pilot was been trying to say something for a couple minutes. Sorry to mute you. I didn't want to.
They muted.
Jack, question.
Where's the slavery?
Question.
Where's the slave?
Nobody said that there was slavery. Nobody said there was.
Dude,
you literally just said there's slavery.
No, Strick, chill out. I want to hear this question. I feel like
this guy is so funny. They keep muting me.
Don't fucking overtalk when you got two moderators who have said chill. Jack, direct question now.
Sure.
Who are you to dictate what
This is
the
Pilot
government
Boy.
does
This
to
guy
national
is so
security?
dumb.
I'm not the one.
One of the
I'm
dumbest
saying the
motherfuckers.
Constitution is the ultimate
But
authority.
But the
I can't stand
Constitution
Pilot
allows
Boy.
this to occur as it's a president. Sorry, it's an executive power.
No, it
That's
doesn't.
the
That's
Aussie.
what's being contested in the courts.
The courts don't have any authority.
Yes, they do.
Especially-
That's
No,
outlined in
they
the
don't. Hey,
Constitution.
Jack.
By the way,
Jack.
are you an Australian? Why the fuck
Yes,
are you
and
talking
guess what?
about my country's laws?
Bro, he has no idea
And
what
you
he's
can fuck
talking
right
about.
off. You can fuck
He
right off.
knows what he's talking about exactly.
So
He
here's the
doesn't.
key issue. Under 8 USC 1252, no court shall have the jurisdiction to review any final order of removal. Is this correct? Yes or no?
He dropped.
No, I dropped him.
Oh, good.
Yeah, he's always
I
scared of
dropped
people
it.
who know what they're talking about.
So under 8 USC 1252 and 8 USC 1155, 1252 2C, no court shall have the jurisdiction to review any final order of removal against an alien who has committed a criminal offence under 8 USC 1182. 8 USC 1155. The the Secretary of Homeland Security may, for any reason, at any time, revoke any approval, any petition approved by him, for any reason at all.
Yeah, we've
This
already
is
been over this,
legislation.
though. If you read below that, it actually says that they have to actually go through court processes for these and that there are guidelines to that. He can't just do it for any reason whatsoever. It still has guidelines to it.
He can. 1155 states that he can do it for any reason.
Yeah,
he
see,
so
he's not
deems fit.
gonna respond to what I just said, so never mind.
What do you mean?
I just finished saying that like if you actually read below it, it has footnotes that explains that there are other rulings from Supreme Courts that have already put limitations on these things. And you even know of recent Supreme Court decisions talking about the fact that Marco Rubio removed a bunch of people under the Alien Enemies Act, and they still limited on what he could or couldn't do in that situation as well.
USC 1155. Can you go read that one up there?
Like Supreme Court precedent is considered to be relevant to the interpretation of the law. Like it's about as set in stone as the Constitution. That's why we have a situation like with respect.
Oh my lord! Even
like
so,
I guys didn't know when it's convenient. You guys didn't read. You guys didn't read Sanchez versus Mayorkas in 2021. You didn't read Sanchez versus Mayorkas 2021, did you? That's the Supreme Court decision. That whatever you're citing is probably more in line with what Nostra's saying than what you are. Sorry.
Well, no, so it literally...
versus Mayorkas.
I've gone over this with Pilot Boy before, but what it literally says is the Secretary of Homeland Security may, at any time, for what he deems to be good in sufficient cause, revoke the approval of any petition approved by him under Section 1154 of this title. Such revocation shall be effective as of the date approved of any such petition. So when they say deems to be good in sufficient cause is already defined by law. Good and sufficient cause is not just, oh, I feel like it. Good and sufficient cause are things that we have precedent for.
Yeah, again, he has to know his work as to why he can actually say that's good cause. It's not just on a whim. But you want it to be on a whim because you want a particular political outcome. That's the difference between you and someone.
I've had this conversation with him like 3 times.
Rely on principle, not just desired outcome.
What up, Rudy?
So would breaking the law be a good and sufficient cause?
Yes.
But
yes, of course.
How do you determine that someone has provably broken the law? You won't answer that, will you? By taking them to court, which is what Donald Trump has specifically complained about because it, quote unquote, takes too long. Well, I'm sorry, Donnie. Tough shit. If you want to be compliant with our laws, you have to go through the process.
Well, just to be clear, there are a bunch of other ways to deport people without going to court as well. And the Supreme Court has already outlined this numerous times, giving them other processes to use that would be a lot faster. Well, I'm just saying that there are complaints about the fact that this would back up all of the courts and that they wouldn't have enough time to do all these things is just pure BS because they do have the ability to take them through other processes.
Without considering.
I mean, you're correct. We can use expedite.
I don't find the context to be.
But if you have crossed the river, if you have crossed the river and committed crimes, you still have a due process, right?
Negative. No.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, you do.
Not at all.
According to the Constitution, you do. According to the Constitution, you do.
No, you don't. Citizens with respect to civil rights. It says people, all people living here legally. How do you determine whether or not someone is living here legally? You do have to go through some.
No, it's not even for people living here legally. It literally says in the Constitution. So hold on, wait. The Constitution has like different lingo for different things. But hold on, I'm trying to get through the sentence. I hear you. No, because okay. But the Constitution has different lingo for different things. At some points, it's talking about citizens, and it says like citizens specifically. At other points, it says all people. And so when it says all people, it does not just apply to citizens, it applies to all people. And in the 5th and the 14th Amendment, it very clearly says all people get due process. Well, so you should listen to me.
So,
then.
all right, I've got a question. I've got a question for you there, Nostra.
Yeah.
Just hold up a second, Lo. Nostradamus, you turned around and said all people. what does a 14th say in regard to subject to the jurisdiction thereof? What does that mean legally speaking?
It means that they're within the land, within our land, our borders.
No, not
It's
at
on
all.
our jurisdiction, yes.
No, it's not. Not at all.
No.
So a citizen of another country you do not have the jurisdiction thereof. The only way you can have the jurisdiction thereof is, one, if you are legally within the United States. If you are illegally within the United States, you are not subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
The 14th Amendment literally says otherwise, and every single Supreme Court order on that amendment has said that anybody who is just within the borders of the United States is within the jurisdiction thereof. And this is why we have the act that makes anybody, Naturalized Citizens Act, because anybody who's just here automatically gets that citizenship.
Well, to add on to that,
you just stated naturalized
I'm
citizen.
saying this in as good faith as I can. Do you think honestly that the contentions that you're raising are novel arguments? Like, the courts have gone through this because obviously, at least we can surmise that the idea of what constitutes a person under constitutional law was probably subject to some debate when it was originally written. That's where Supreme Court precedent comes in and says that performatively, we can't just selectively decide whether or not someone constitutes as a part of the body of the people, because how would we determine whether or not someone's a body of the people, even if we agreed with you that it meant all people here legally and or citizens? We would have to determine through some kind of due process procedure, and it can vary based on different circumstances, but we'd have to determine that they're not a part of the people through due process. It performatively, it presupposes due process. That's how logic works, my friend.
Please, not only that, but if you do not come from any port of entry, I'm a immigrant too. So let me tell you this: if you do not come,
Never arrived in this country through a port of entry.
if you do not come from any port of entry, and you come just through, let's say, a river or through the ocean, and nobody knows you came in, you do not exist. So you cannot consider yourself part of the people.
Also,
Nobody
did you know
knows
she's
you're
an
here.
immigrant too?
And Lo, an ICE officer walking across.
I am a legal immigrant. I've been
Lo.
here for 25 years. I'm a legal immigrant, and I come here as an investor, honey. So do
And
not
she's an immigrant
disrespect me.
as well.
Lo,
Of course.
how does an ICE officer walking down the street, looking at all the people around them, determine which person is legally here and which one isn't?
Oh, how they look at them?
Oh, they look at them. Yeah, that's a
Probable cause.
By the way they behave.
Not how
By
they
the way
make a
they
judgment
behave.
call. How do they
By the way they
actually prove that someone isn't here legally?
Because they don't have documentation proving that they came here.
And how do you establish that that is in fact the case? Not that it doesn't exist currently in the interaction, but that it doesn't exist, period.
I mean, it depends.
It
upon
does
your
depend,
arrest
but
or upon
ultimately
your
the
seizure.
underlying factor is whether or not due process has been carried out.
Correct.
To prove that that individual is either here legally or not.
But you have to keep in mind that the process.
I imagine they will stop you. They will ask you for your documents, and if you don't have your documents in order, they will take you to the...
but here's the kicker, Lo. Unfortunately, for your side of the fence, we don't live in a country where it is okay without reasonable, articulable suspicion of a crime for the police and or federal law enforcement to go up to someone and demand the identification of a passerby in the public sphere.
It's gonna be.
It's unconstitutional. It is not going to be. It will never be. That is totally unconstitutional. And on top of that,
because we had an invasion.
I'm sorry,
so
but you just
things are
don't have
going to
American
have to
values, so I
change.
can't have a conversation with somebody who doesn't have American values. We don't do this stuff the way y'all did it in your communist countries. Okay, I'm sorry, honey.
I have 3 American kids.
Okay, I'm sorry,
I have
honey.
3 American kids. I have 3
They kicked
American
it.
kids. I voted first for President Obama. So believe me, I believed first in the Democrats, and the Democrats turned me into a constitutionalist because they
Fucking
made me
losers,
study a lot more than I wanted to.
They
Believe
just
me.
banned
So
Mantis.
Well, it sounded like
my
it sounded
husband
like
is an
those,
American. My
No, no,
husband
no.
is an American, and he's a
yeah.
Republican.
Bob, I dropped
So
him because of the
yeah,
fucking
because
because
it
of
sounded
the
like
comment.
Nostra wasn't for immigration, period, and that's pretty extreme. We don't do that shit here.
No,
I mean,
And I am a
I'm all
builder.
for
I am a
immigration.
builder.
My wife is Hispanic. My wife is, I have kids that are half Hispanic. I mean, I'm part of a community. I'm in Los Angeles that's all Hispanic. Like, you know what I mean? But I'm all for illegal immigration.
This is so fucking
deportation.
dumb, dude.
Like, if you were an illegal immigrant and you crossed over this country
They said
without paperwork or
they said that why did you get hit? I have no fucking idea. They said that they dropped me because I sounded like I wasn't for any type of immigration, and I have Latino children, so I'm not going to accept that on this panel. There's no way earlier they're accusing me of being open borders, and now they're accusing me of being against all fucking immigration. What fucking pussies, dude? What fucking pussies?
don't want another September incident to happen. And that's exactly what we're trying to prevent from happening.
And guys,
but when the
Where's General Maximus? He's on the fucking panel. He needs to pipe up.
flood our borders and come across our nation, that very well could have happened. We very well could have had another one of those attacks on our country at any given time.
It may be coming, guys. It may be coming. So that's why President Trump is doing it super fast because
get rid of
yes, he only has four years, and 4 years are gonna go super fast. And my husband is American, and we talk a lot about this, and we don't even know if 4 years is enough for him to take the amount of people that have come in.
But
you know?
Lo, regardless of whether or not you think that the situation is particularly extreme, do you agree that it's pretty anathema to American values to say that the police can just arbitrarily go up and demand the identification of anyone they see just for the sake of bureaucratic efficiency? Like, this
Can I just butt in real quick under those?
Because that's
I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you something.
Real quick?
At a time.
Can I introduce myself real quick, please?
Go on, Duckweed.
Yes.
I'm new to the panel. I just got on here. I would like to address two things. One, we don't go, or ICE is not going on the street and demanding an ID to see if you're legal or not. ICE are performing legal warrants, and if you're in the area of, say, said address, and they have the right at that time to ask you to identify yourself while they're legally serving a warrant. You put yourself in that position to be with the guy that they're serving the warrant on.
How
So
far
they
away
can
do I
do
have to be
that.
to not be subject to the warrant?
Say what?
How far away?
This is so dumb. They're like all these people in the chat are like, you told her that you were against all immigration. What the fuck? I didn't say anything like that. All I said was, you sound like you're trying to bring your fucking communist, or I said you sound like you're trying to bring your dictatorial bullshit over here. We don't do this. We don't do things the same here as they did in your fucking communist countries, honey. That's all I said. That's all I fucking said. Is I was just pointing out that she is anti-constitution. She wants a fucking dictator. She says that we don't have to follow due process, that like we're not going to take people to courts. We're not doing that anymore, blah, blah, blah. It's so fucking stupid because that is like, she just doesn't have like American values. She just doesn't agree with the Constitution. And I mean, that's fine, like freedom of speech, like whatever. But to kick me while she's against like all fucking, while she's against the Constitution and completely against our laws, to then kick me for saying we're not going to do things the way that you do them in your fucking communist countries, that's what I get kicked for? They're a bunch of fucking communists, dude. They're fucking sticking up for communism. It's wild. You might have been fooling around too much, yeah. Illegal immigrants hurt our country, not help it. Okay. Nobody was arguing for illegal immigration. You guys are fucking brain dead, truly. Like nobody, literally nobody. We had this conversation like 10 fucking times where every time we kept saying, none of us want illegal immigration. They kept arguing against illegal immigration. We kept saying, again, we're not in favor of illegal immigration. We think illegal immigrants should be deported. And they just come right back. Are you still suspended? I'm back at oh yeah, 5:22. Yeah, no, I'm unsuspended, but I'm about to get off. So I think let me pull it back up because it said I was still suspended. I feel like I might be reading it wrong again because that's really weird to like suspend me for 11 minutes. I'm a little disappointed General Maximus didn't pipe up. I thought he was gonna go in. But he's still sitting there quiet. But yeah, nobody on that panel was in favor of illegal immigration. I haven't heard anybody throughout the protest saying they're in favor of illegal immigration. It's just not a thing. It's just a thing that you guys make up to fight against because you don't want to engage with real arguments that actually have real thought processes behind them, that actually have the law and the Constitution behind them. You don't want to fight with that. That would be way too hard because you would actually have to get your fucking, your little knobs turning inside. But yeah, I haven't heard anybody who's trying to get all illegal immigrants coming over the border to keep illegal immigrants. We want illegal immigration. I haven't heard this. I haven't heard this from anybody, but whatever. You're so wrong. I'm not so wrong. Both me and Jack were the only two people arguing with them the whole time. And both of us clarified like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times that we are not in favor of illegal immigration. I am not wrong. I am positive. We clarified it over and over and over. There's no way you can think I'm wrong. I am 100% correct. We did clarify that. We are not in favor of illegal immigration. We said it over and over and over. All right, let's see. Yeah, I'm unsuspended. I'm talking to Domino's. Oh, okay. But yeah, the whole thing is that they're just arguing against rights. They're arguing against the Constitution. They're arguing against like American values. They're arguing against the law. And this is the problem over and over and over, is that like all of the people who are on the other side, they are all in favor of lawlessness. They're all in favor of breaking the law. They're all in favor of breaking Supreme Court orders and district court orders. And they're all just like cheering on people who are breaking the law and are criminals over and over. They want a fucking wild, wild west to take off in this country. It's insane. I don't want that. I want people to abide by the law. I want law-abiding people in this fucking country, and this is obnoxious to keep engaging with people who just hate Americans and hate America and refuse to abide by our culture and vote for Donald Trump. But yeah, I've argued with that Pilot Boy guy 3 times. And all 3 times, he brings up 8 USC. Every single time he brings up 8 USC 55. Every single fucking time. Every time. Every single time I've argued with him, he brings that up. And every time I correct him and say, bro, it says that he has to have reasonable suspicion that like this is like a standard that like you can't just randomly throw people out just on a whim just because you feel like every fucking time. And every time he's stumped and has nothing to say. And then the next time I'm on a panel with him again, he says it again. He brings it up immediately again every fucking time. This is the only line that he has. And even after it's been stumped numerous times, he says it again the next time I see him. He is just a fucking bot on replay. So obnoxious. Like it's the most like fucking dishonest thing you could do, dude. After you've already been disproven on a point, you just keep making that point over and over. And it's wild that also on top of that, he started saying, well, it says that, you know, it says peoples. So what is it that makes somebody, people in this country because they have to be within the district or the jurisdiction thereof. It's like, first off, that has literally nothing to do with whether or not they're people and whether or not they get due process. Literally nothing. Due process applies to everybody the same, whether you're a citizen or not a citizen. Everybody gets due process under the Constitution. It is written in there twice, in the 5th Amendment and the 14th Amendment. So the under the jurisdiction thereof has nothing to do with that. That has to do with how you become a citizen. But I still win on that one as well, because when he says, well, how do we know if you're in the jurisdiction thereof? Well, you're on the fucking ground, like you're within our jurisdiction. You're just on American land, which is why Donald Trump was trying to end natural birthright citizenship, because all you have to do is just be on our land and have a baby. And then once you have a baby, that baby is now a citizen because it was born here. And that's all within the jurisdiction thereof. That's all it is. It just means be on American land. So if you are on American land, you get due process. That's how it works. That's how every single court decision has decided. There is nothing that disagrees with this anywhere. It is just that, only that, has been for, what is it? I think 100 years now, or maybe it's not. Maybe that one's like 70 years. Because we didn't really have a standard before that, so I think it might be 70 years now. But yeah, it was funny because every time he would ask a question, I would answer it, and he would just sit there stumped afterwards. Just so fucking quiet. He had nothing to say. Surprising. Normally, he's got an unlimited amount of dumb shit to say. I honestly can never... Alright. There's no... Alright, I'm gonna head out. I will be back on tomorrow, so make sure you like the stream and hit subscribe so that you can make it back for tomorrow's stream. I stream almost every day throughout the week. Rarely take days off, so make sure... Oh, shit. Sorry about that. Rarely take days off, so I will be back on tomorrow, and we'll have another stream ready to go for you then. Till then, make sure you guys leave a comment after the stream, and make sure you double tap the screen real quick to give us a like-sies. Appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Later, fools. There's no busing of Biden sending people from over the border into the United States. That never happened.
No, that did happen. Yes, they did. From Venezuela.
That's not not illegal immigrants. That you're talking about people who literally got signed up on an app to get asylum and then came over under the... Yes, that's like, sure, they had... They didn't pay for those. They had to pay for their own plane tickets and everything. The Biden administration...
No, they didn't. Oh.
Yes, they did.
I don't know where you came up with the fact that they had to pay for their own plane tickets. No, that's not the case. You can look it up. Yeah, I know you're doing it, but but no, no, they didn't.
Upon receiving authorization from Washington, they buy air passage to the U.S. international airports, where CBP personnel process them for release.
Who
In
is
short,
they?
under
Who is
all
they
are said to
by
be responsible for paying for their own airfare.
No.
Which is what literally everything says about this. They all paid for their own airfare.
No. No.
What do you mean, no? Yes.
I'm saying no because it took you 30 hours to finally find that one single thing. That
No. This is not one single thing. This is from factcheck.org.
Sure.
It vetted and authorized to fly to the U.S. through a humanitarian parole program. The travelers pay for their flights.
They do? Really? What does it say?
That's why I just read what the top part says.
It's like, oh yeah, it's so obvious that we immediately know that something that we're talking about is so true, and it's no, maybe it isn't.
So it said Biden isn't flying migrants to Florida. People pay for their own flights legally to enter the U.S. This is from AOL. That's literally the title.
Okay, all right. Man, I wish. Yeah. Be great.
This is PolitiFact. 300,000 illegal immigrants were able to use a simple app to get a free flight to our country. This is fact-checking a post on Instagram. People granted parole did not receive free flights to the U.S. They buy their own plane tickets.